store. Make nextroundlive.com your homepage. That's nextroundlive.com.
The Double Down Media podcast family is live and full of content for all ages. The Mystery Fifth Hour gives the Next Round hosts a chance to talk about everything but sports. Pour a glass of Bama and bourbon, our weekly college football conversation, while sipping some of the most interesting pours in the bourbon world. And our Not For All Ages podcast, The Last Call, presented by Redmont Vodka. LT has in-depth conversations with personalities like Clay Travis and Taylor Hicks. Find those podcasts and more by searching The Next Round on Apple and Spotify. And remember to like and subscribe.
Hey, Lance Taylor from The Next Round to tell you about my friends at Michelson Laser Vision, located conveniently UAB Highlands. Almost 20 years ago, I went in for the procedure. Only took 12 minutes for both eyes. When I went in, I had 2200 vision. I was legally blind. Now I have 20/15 vision, still 19 years later. Make the call today. Schedule a hassle-free consultation. 969-8100. Dr. Mark Michelson, Dr. Jen Michelson, Michelson Laser Vision. Make sure you tell them The Next Round sent you. 969-8100 or MichelsonLaserVision.com.
Follow Next Round Live on Twitter, Instagram, Facebook, and YouTube. The social media team at Next Round Live is dedicated to giving you daily news conferences and practice video from UAB, Alabama, Auburn, and around college football. Follow and compare to the sites you used to visit. You'll also get the latest highlights and news from the Next Round Daily Show. Turn on the notifications so you don't miss a thing. Follow Next Round Live on Twitter, Instagram, Facebook, and YouTube. See more at nextroundlive.com. Iron Mountain Construction is an industrial services company with over 500 people available for your situation and needs. They are committed to safely supporting the operations of your facility through their execution of quality-driven maintenance services and on-time, on-budget small capital construction work. And they offer support with plumbers, pipe fitters, millwrights, iron workers, laborers, operators, and more. Call the office of Iron Mountain Construction, 205-781-1170 for Jeremy Purvis and Iron Mountain Construction.
The tradition of giving fine art continues with the Daniel A. Moore Alabama Christmas Gift Pack, including the new 2022 Crimson and White Fine Art Calendar featuring some of the most honored former Alabama players, one collegiate classic fine art print signed by the artist, and your choice of 4 Daniel A. Moore beverage mugs, all for only $79, a $115 value. Order now at danielmooreart.com or by calling 1-800-735-2787.
Hey, Lance Taylor from The Next Round to tell you about our friends at Farmfolio. If you're concerned about market volatility or inflation, Farmfolio can help you diversify your portfolio into cash-flowing farmland property. We all know about rental real estate. Cash flow and appreciation are the name of the game. With Farmfolio's productive farmland lots, your trees act as the tenants, and they pay you in fruit, which is sold by Farmfolio's international sales team to the likes of Walmart and Costco, ultimately generating cash flow for you. As your cash flow increases, your property value also increases. Just like tenant-occupied real estate, the best part is you don't have to be a farmer. You own, they farm, and you earn. This is the way it works at Farmfolio. For more information, you can go online, check everything out today. Go to farmfolio.net. That's farmfolio.net. Check it out today. If you're concerned about that market volatility or inflation, Farmfolio is your best friend. Go online today, farmfolio.net.
Fans of Twin Peaks, make sure you stay up to date by signing up for their e-club. Stay up to date on all things Twin Peaks and score free stuff. Signing up is easy. Just visit twinpeaksrestaurant.com/peaks-club to get started today. Start your day online with our website, nextroundlive.com. The latest videos, podcasts, and college football stories. It's also a great way to stream the show or shop in the Next Round store. Stay connected by visiting nextroundlive.com.
The Next Round's national championship coverage is presented by JohnstonRVCenter.com, Wayne Smart Pest Services, Champy's world-famous chicken, Culver's Welcome to Delicious, and Adam Mestre with MD Realty. It's the chase for a championship on The Next Round.
The Next Round team is getting healthy in 2022. You could join the challenge as we look to lose weight with our friends at Way to Wellness. Plus, you can participate with your office as well and win a grand prize. For more information, go to nextroundlive.com.
Start your day online with our website, nextroundlive.com, for the latest videos, podcasts, and college football stories. It's also a great way to stream the show or shop in the Next Round store. Stay connected by visiting nextroundlive.com.
Support the show and grab some great t-shirts and hoodies right now in the Next Round store. Buy the Alabama State Map shirts in your team's favorite colors, the popular Y'all Can Have the Rest, or Next Round flag shirts are also online now. Just go to nextround.store. That's nextround.store. The traditional Next Round logo shirts are there too. Buy them for yourself, or they make a great gift for someone else. And let us know what you'd like to see in the store coming up. Nextround.store. That's nextround.store.
Jim Dunaway, Lance Taylor, Ryan Brown, and Rockstar. Live from the Birmingham Racecourse Casino Studios, the Next Round,
I'll call you back.
presented by Bud Light, is on now.
All right, we're back with you live in Indianapolis, and it is National Championship Monday. Jim Dunaway, Ryan Brown, Lance Taylor will join us in a moment back in Birmingham. We have Rockstar, Forrester, and Lunsford all to get you through the day here. We'll open up the JohnstonRVCenter.com hotline throughout the day, 205-734-0923, 734-0923. You can jump on the JohnstonRVCenter.com hotline and hop in here and have a conversation with you. We'll get you to the Hemp Hill best and worst of the weekend. In our next segment on the show today, John Parker Wilson will either be with us here in person or by phone.
That's up to JP, man.
It really is. It's a packed downtown area today. It was crazy here last night. John Parker Wilson at 10 o'clock today. Ian Fitzsimmons, who was part of the round table back in the day with LT, friends of ours, part of the broadcast tonight on ESPN Radio. We hope will stop by here on set with us at 11 o'clock today. Trash with LT eventually around then as well. And Rick Neuheisel, one of your favorites, will be with us a little bit later on. So we'll get rolling there. The playoffs are set in the National Football League. We'll have a new AP poll out in college basketball, and Auburn will continue to ascend towards number one in the country after their big win over Florida over the weekend. Alabama ends up losing in basketball. Those two play each other on Tuesday. And just a ton of firings in the NFL in the playoffs. We'll talk about all that throughout. But Fan Fest officially open. You'll start seeing the fans move in behind us. And Brownie, we're here to crown a champion tonight. Somebody's going to go out there and outscore the other and be a champion. But as this display over here from the AT&T Fan Fest keeps saying, man, really, just being here, forget the score. We're all champions. We've heard that about 1,000 times setting up here today.
Yeah, I mean, it's on loop right now. I don't believe that, by the way. You're not all champions. There'll be one champion tonight. It's not upward, right. It's not upward football.
Exactly.
There's going to be one champion tonight. It will be Alabama or it will be Georgia. And in a lot of ways, as this season has unfolded, in a strange set of circumstances, Alabama's the surprise team. We are not accustomed to Alabama being in the situation where they're the surprise team in the national championship game. But as many fans will tell you, if you go back to, I guess, College Station, I mean, if you go back to College Station, Texas, and you look at Alabama football coming out of that game, I don't think you could have gotten pretty good odds from Alabama fans. I'm not just talking about like Vegas odds. I'm talking about Alabama fans. Your rank and file Alabama fan, they would not have put very good odds on this day happening.
Yeah, absolutely. And I would tell you, Brownie, that we, with extended road trips now in Dallas and this week in Indianapolis, our chance to spend some time inside the inner workings of Alabama football a little bit more than you do during the regular season. The feeling from Alabama people is that this team is 1 year ahead of schedule, that they really thought 2022 after what they lost last year. Now, in Alabama standards, you're always playing for a championship, and here you are. But there are a lot of people who follow the player personnel, player development in Tuscaloosa, and this team in 2022, and you'll see, I mean, we've already got to the way too early top 25s that come out now. It used to be a tradition the day after the game.
Yeah.
Now people are beating everyone to the punch on the way too early.
Before the game's even played.
Putting it out before the game's even played.
I mean, wouldn't you think you would wait and see who wins, Alabama or Georgia, just to go ahead and make them number one and the other one number two?
Seems like you would do that. But so the way too early is for next year. Everybody's projecting Alabama to be the team to beat next year. And this year it's been all about Georgia as the team to beat. Georgia, it wasn't the surprise is the quarterback. Nobody thought Stetson Bennett would be the quarterback when we got here, but Georgia was supposed to be here, and especially as the season unfolded, and Alabama has been a little bit of a surprise team, though they are the number 1 seed for this tournament, and we're down to crown the champion between Alabama and Georgia tonight. Let's hear some of the participants right here in our first segment as we get rolling, and it is being brought to you by our great friends at the JohnstonRVCenter.com website, and the lots both in Coleman and in Cater, Johnston RV Center.
Yeah, they are family owned and operated. It's a father and son and just an entire family, a great group of people. Rodney and Nick Johnston, they have our ride up here. We've been in that Sprinter van.
Yeah.
It is the top selling travel trailer dealer in the entire state. 2 great locations, I-65, exit 304 in Coleman and exit 334 in Decatur, and always online, JohnstonRVCenter.com.
I think a couple of people who have stopped by when we've been parking that thing in different places throughout the week have drawn interest. That size that we're in, the Sprinter van,
they like it, man,
is a little different than the big van. They say, oh man, I can see that, just me and my wife or me and my girlfriend cruising in America. So it's a neat ride. Check out our video of JohnstonRVCenter.com and the ride we have up here in Indianapolis. Bryce Young, rock star, we'll start with him, the quarterback of Alabama. His maturity has been praised since day one, since the Miami game back in Atlanta. Everyone has talked about how mature this young guy is. He's the Heisman Trophy winner now. His attitude towards the game hasn't changed, and he'll carry that maturity into yet another challenge, probably his biggest one to date, having to play the best defense in college football for the second time. He got him the first time, and he's got a mature approach to a championship mentality.
Yeah, I mean, our mindset is just, it's just all about the game. Obviously this is what you work for the entire season. This is what our goal has always been. So, we understand that this is a business trip. It's all for all of us. It's all about, the game on Monday. So it's a pretty simple mindset. It's not complicated at all. We all know what we're here for, and, it's all about getting better and doing what we have to do to put ourselves in the best position when Monday comes.
His personality, sometimes his composure, you almost want to put a mirror under his nose to make sure he's breathing, man. He's so calm, right? Is he still alive? Yes, he is. He's so calm, and that has worked to his favor, especially in this game last time in the SEC championship.
Yeah, I mean, that was his shining moment, really. We're in a basketball city, so I guess we call it his one shining moment. That was it. I mean, that was where his coolness, his calm demeanor, his control of his emotions, his control of the game was on full display. You were going against what was supposed to be the best defense of the nation, and you owned that game. He was the best player on the field that night, and that wasn't supposed to happen. That wasn't supposed to happen against that defense. And no matter what Dan Lanning and Kirby Smart threw at him, he had the answer. So, I mean, I think the last time these two teams played, we saw firsthand exactly what you're just talking about with Bryce Young, and he'll need it again tonight. I mean, I think this is a tougher challenge tonight because you've given Georgia a chance to, and Alabama's done the same thing. I get it, but if you're giving Georgia the chance to say, okay, none of this worked, throw it out.
That's right.
We tried it. They did this. Let's make this adjustment. Now you're counting on Bill O'Brien and Nick Saban being a step ahead of that and saying, we know this worked. They're not going to let us do that again.
Yep.
We got to do this time. So I think it's, that second bite at the apple for Bryce Young, to me, seems a little bit tougher than the first one.
Yeah, and it's going to be a heat-up Bryce Young kind of night for the Georgia defense. From everything you can hear, say, on record, off record, Georgia thinks they didn't blitz enough in the middle part of that game where Alabama got into it and started taking control of the SEC championship. One more soundbite here at the beginning, because the narrative for this whole week, and the good thing for Georgia, and I think in part for Alabama too, is that this is the second game. You didn't get 3 weeks of a buildup for this. This was pretty quick turnaround. Everybody patted everybody in the back for beating the semifinal opponents by a combined 61-17. Good job, Alabama. Good job, Georgia. And then you started talking about this game. It's not the same buildup you get, say, for the semifinal contest. But the week has been talking about Georgia's 41-year drought, but specifically, as you bring up often, their drought against Alabama. And one of their players, Jamari Sawyer, was asked this week, man, are you guys just tired of hearing about how you can't beat Alabama? And here's what Jamari had to say about that.
How tired are you guys of hearing about your record against Alabama? I mean, it's definitely motivation. I wouldn't say, tired of it. I mean, it is what it is. It's the truth. You can't really run away from the truth. That's what it is. That's our record. But, we try not to make it an emotional thing where it's just like we're going to go out and play with emotions. We want to be calm, collected, and have a composed attack. Be able to play our game, not necessarily play their game, and just be who we are. We are good enough at what we do. We have great coaches, great players, and a great game plan. So, yeah, we're good enough at what we do. The record has been the record, but things can be different this time. It doesn't have to be the same narrative over and over again. We control our destiny, not anybody else, not the media, not Alabama. We control our destiny, and that's how we want it.
Now listen, records and series and streaks and all of that are record, series, and streaks for a reason. But when it comes to who wins a football game, he's right. None of that matters. You throw it all out the book. I mean, it does not matter. Tonight is a night for 60 new fresh minutes. Clean canvas.
It should not matter. I'm not going to say it does not matter. It should not matter. Those are external factors, as Nick Saban likes to talk about, and I'm sure Kirby Smart uses that same exact phrasing because he was under Nick Saban for so long. It should not matter that you've struggled to beat Alabama. It should not matter that you lose to Alabama in the most heartbreaking fashion possible often. It should not matter that Alabama is the team that stands in the way of Georgia doing what they haven't been able to do since 1980. It should not matter, but it seems as though it has when these two teams have matched up. And, again, that's on, I talked about it's on Bill O'Brien to be a step ahead of Kirby Smart. It's on Kirby Smart to make sure that doesn't matter. And that's hard, man. That is hard. It's what I think makes Nick Saban the best coach that's ever been. It's the wins, yes. It's the national championships, yes. The conference championships, yes. It's filling the NFL with players, yes. But to me, his biggest strength is his psychology. He's a psychiatrist. And rarely does Alabama lose a game because mentally they weren't in the right spot. There's no telling how many games they won because he flipped that right mental switch for them.
That's exactly right. And tonight at 7 o'clock, just across the street here from the convention center, outside of Lucas Oil Stadium, we'll play for a national championship again. And if you're just wondering, this is 7 of 8 that the SEC has played in the national championship of 8 playoffs, and they'll walk out with the championship trophy tonight. One SEC team will win this, and that'll be 5 of 8 as the national champions in this playoff era. It has been an SEC event. It continues to be that. There are signs that the SEC has bought all over town, billboards talking about how the SEC has invaded Indianapolis, and it has been a great week to celebrate the Southeastern Conference up here in what has been a magical football season. Glad to have you along today, not only on our audio platform on the Next Round app, but also streaming with us today on YouTube and Twitch and Instagram, Facebook, and Twitter. Don't forget all our podcasts available on Apple Podcasts, Spotify, Odyssey, and Amazon Alexa. Glad to have you along on the Next Round on this Championship Monday. Our coverage from Indianapolis brought to you in part today by our friends at Champies, Adam Mestre, Johnston RV Center, Wayne's, Hemphill, Culver's, and our friends at ATIX. And if you're looking for tickets and you're in Indianapolis right now, the ATIX folks are on the ground here. They can get you tickets still. So if you need to get into the stadium tonight, hit up our friends with ATIX. Just check them out online there and download their app. Always easy access to anything, whether it's a sporting event or a wonderful outing at the theater or a concert. They take care of all the tickets needs for you. All right, now away from the game, we'll get back into the game with John Parker Wilson, some of your best and worst of the weekend in the next segment. But over the weekend in basketball, Auburn gets another big win, 85-73, as they beat Florida at home. They play in Tuscaloosa Tuesday night. For Auburn, they will continue to be an AP top 10 team. They'll continue to be the top team in the SEC as they come to Tuscaloosa. But what is a spin the roulette thing now for Auburn is who's going to be the star of the night. I mean, you have a lot of them, but is it going to be Kessler with blocks and triple doubles? Is it going to be Jabari with his NBA skill set? 2 games ago, it was Wendell Green. On Saturday, it was KD Johnson. This team is so deep with so many different faces, and I think that's why Auburn fans have a comfort level with how deep this team can run this year.
Well, they've seen what a national championship team, barring a double dribble, sorry to bring up the bad memories, but what a national championship team at Auburn looks like. And I think what excites Auburn fans is that this team looks better than that one. I mean, from top to bottom, this team is a better roster than that team. Same coach, obviously, and that excites you. But this team looks better. And I think that's what excites the Auburn fans is that you feel like you maybe even have a better squad than the team that made it all the way to the Final Four. Now, it's no guarantee. Teams have better teams all the time, and they get knocked out in the tournament because they have one bad night. That's what the NCAA tournament is. But this is an exciting squad, right? It's the best team in the conference. I don't know where it ranks in the nation. I don't know where you would say. I mean, it's in the discussion, obviously.
I'm going to go Baylor, and then after that, they're in the
They're in that group.
conversation with the rest of them.
Yeah,
absolutely. A couple of teams who Alabama has beaten along the way. Tuesday night should be a lot of fun. Horrible loss for Bama. They couldn't control Kobe Brown of Missouri, who was undermanned, and they got Alabama in what has become a house of horrors for Alabama than Columbia in Como. They're 30 points and 13 rebounds from Kobe Brown, 92-86. Alabama game wasn't that close, and now the Tide has to regroup and host the Tigers Tuesday night in Coleman Coliseum. But it's a national championship tonight for Alabama fans, and they'll worry about basketball when the sun rises tomorrow. Football first, basketball up next tomorrow. And speaking of football, though, the National Football League had a wild finish last night with the Raiders and Auburn's Daniel Carlson kicking them into the playoffs. Las Vegas now will be a playoff team, and the field is set. Here's your lineup coming up. A Saturday, it'll be those Raiders, quick turnaround to play the Bengals, and then the Patriots and the Bills. Sunday, Eagles and Buccaneers. I like that draw, but Jalen's been hot.
Yeah, he's playing his best ball right now.
It'll be interesting. 49ers and Cowboys, bad draw for the Cowboys. 49ers are hot. They stunned the Rams yesterday. Steelers and the Chiefs on Sunday night, and then Monday night, Cardinals and Rams. So those are your playoff teams. Coaches are getting fired left and right today. Matt Nagy of the Bears is out. Mike Zimmer of the Vikings is out. Brian Flores of your Dolphins is out. A little bit of a surprise.
Yeah, and a surprise to everyone. You know, I'm looking at the reaction from all over the NFL, and people are stunned by this. He's a 500 coach, you know, but he was brought in on a team that was trying to get the first pick, and he won 5 games. So he took over an awful roster and somehow managed to win, 5 games with that. So I think the guy can coach. Part of it is the development of Tua Tagovailoa. I think he's going to pay the price for that. It's interesting, though, they're keeping Chris Greer, who was the general manager that along with Flores, made the pick. And Tua Tagovailoa is not developed to the point he should be. Is that on Tua? Can he be that, or is it on Brian Flores? I don't know, but that's a huge part of this.
The firings will continue along the way, and we will too. From the Playoff Fan Central right here in downtown Indianapolis, Indiana. I didn't even check the forecast today. I just wake up now and just assume it's going to be cold.
27, I think, is the high today. I think I saw.
27 will be the high today. Luckily, it's a dome stadium, and we've talked about this, including our specialty show yesterday, how the Big Ten folks have just been dying to play meaningful college football games up north because all the big historic bowl games have always been in, tourist destinations and down south or southwest or out west. So here we are. We're up north with 2 southern teams dominating the game and the city of Indianapolis. But good for tourism because everybody from the Southland has come up here and they've stayed indoors and eaten and drink every bit. Very few people outside seeing the 21 Pilots in concert last night.
If you are all 21 of them, if you are listening to us in Indianapolis, be prepared. When you walk out of the stadium tonight, win or lose, you better hope it's a winning because this is just a slap in the face if it's losing. 17 degrees.
Yeah, at the conclusion of the game tonight.
Can't wait.
Yeah. Luckily, it's tunnels in and out of the stadium, so it should be a lot of fun. 7 o'clock. Shortly after that for the kick tonight over on ESPN and all the multicast going on. When we come back, we'll do our best and worst of the weekend from Indianapolis. D&B with you right now. LT in a moment. The show being brought to you in part by the great folks at the Alabama Men's Clinic. Take a second to listen to me right now. We're in a new year, right? But the same old problems from 2021 may be hanging around for you. Maybe having a hard time sleeping. Your energy may be down. Your workouts may not be the same. Your libido could be out of whack. Your problem could be as simple as low testosterone. Whatever the challenge, the Alabama Men's Clinic has a solution for you. Go by the Alabama Men's Clinic right there, beautiful office in downtown Homewood. Get a medical consultation and blood work. If medically advised and you start your low T treatments that day in the office, your visit is absolutely free. Set up the appointment by calling 205-598-7000 or go to the website alabamamensclinic.com. Best call I ever made right there. 598-7000, alabamamensclinic.com. Another side effect from low T can be depression. If you're struggling with that and you're a man in your 40s or early 50s, it can be a problem. Get that T checked out today. AlabamaMen'sClinic.com, AlabamaMen'sClinic.com.
Follow Dunaway on Twitter and Instagram at Jim Dunaway.
This hour of the next round is presented by Culver's, located in Stadium Trace, just off 459 and 150 in Hoover. And coming soon to Tattersall Park on the corner of 119 and 280. Culver's, welcome to delicious.
Hey, Lance Taylor from the next round to tell you about my friends at Michelson Laser Vision, located conveniently UAB Highlands. Almost 20 years ago, I went in for the procedure. Only took 12 minutes for both eyes. When I went in, I had 2200 vision. I was legally blind. Now I have 20/15 vision, still 19 years later. Make the call today. Schedule a hassle-free consultation, 969-8100. Dr. Mark Michelson, Dr. Jen Michelson, Michelson Laser Vision. Make sure you tell them the next round sent you, 969-8100 or MichelsonLaserVision.com.
The tradition of giving fine art continues with the Daniel A. Moore Alabama Christmas Gift Pack, including the new 2022 Crimson and White Fine Art Calendar, featuring some of the most honored former Alabama players. One collegiate classic fine art print signed by the artist, and your choice of 4 Daniel A. Moore beverage mugs, all for only $79, a $115 value. Order now at DanielMooreArt.com or by calling 1-800-735-2787.
When it came to furnishing the new facilities here at the next round, there was only one call we made, and that was to Richie Hamer at Business Interiors right here in Birmingham. Richie and Business Interiors have a true passion for interiors and the talent to bring the client's vision to life. Through their vast selection of great designer furniture, Richie and BI will stop at nothing to make the experience great for the client. Repeat clients trust Richie and Business Interiors because he does what he says, and the guys will deliver on their promises. Leave it to Richie and Business Interiors to incorporate creativity into every space in your corporate setting. To set up an appointment, call Richie today. 205-837-2497. That's 205-837-2497. Or just go visit Richie at the BI showroom today. They're located 2309 5th Avenue South in Birmingham. Again, the entire studios here at the next round furnished by our friends at Business Interiors. Go see them today, 5th Avenue South in Birmingham.
There's no better way to kick off the new year than by getting your finances in order. And our friends at Mortgage Right can help you beef up your bank account with ease. With a cash-out refinance, you can pay off your debt or make that important purchase by taking advantage of your home equity. Don't miss out on the chance to make your home work for you. Visit mortgageright.com/TNR to make the most of this opportunity today. That's mortgageright.com/TNR. NMLS 2239, Equal Housing Lender. At ERA King Real Estate, they're empowered by technology and driven by community. I'm Jim Dunaway, and my friends at ERA King have the most extensive training and the most innovative tools in the business. And they're opening their 10th office location in Central Alabama this month. To find your agent, text the word MOVE, M-O-V-E, to 35260. That's MOVE to 35260. ERA King Real Estate, growing to serve you.
Stop by the New York Butcher Shop and pick up the finest in certified Angus prime beef steaks and burgers, premium pork chops, ribs, and all-natural chicken cut to order just for you. Their chef-prepared entrees and side dishes are the perfect dinner-to-go choice for your family and are ready to heat at home. With a great selection of fine wines and desserts, the New York Butcher Shop is your one-stop dinner shop. 2 locations to serve you, Cahaba Heights and on Highway 119 in Greystone. The New York Butcher Shop, rare quality, well-done service.
Hey, it's Jim Dunaway from the next round. You know the best thing I ever did for myself? I visited Way to Wellness. I just feel better when I have my weight gain under control. They helped me lose 45 pounds back in 2020. That lowered my blood pressure and gave me my life back. Everything is designed for you, and there are no contracts and no sign-up fees. And you even get a free consultation. The website is aplanforme.com or call 205-994-2393. Way to Wellness, your journey to healthy living.
Want more of the Next Round? Download the app or visit nextroundlive.com for the latest podcast. The Mystery Fifth Hour, our Not For All Ages podcast, The Last Call, and the entire Double Down Media podcast family. All at nextroundlive.com and on the Next Round app.
Back with you in the Farmfolio chat room. You guys have been fired up over there this morning early on. A lot of you already talking about the game tonight. We love you guys being early in the Farmfolio chat room. Michael, unfortunately, Chris Allen won't play tonight. I was hoping you would get a few snaps, but Michael says no go for him. Blake says anyone thinks he plays tonight. There's some hope for that. He was there was pictures of his gear. He'll suit up, it looks like, but we'll see if he plays tonight. Chris Allen would be a great addition, but Dallas Turner has moved in front of Drew Sanders. Dallas is a true freshman who's played well, and Dallas has played great.
Boy, I mean, that's one of the reasons, and there are many, one of the reasons people are so excited about this team next year, Dunaway. Guys like Dallas Turner. The way he has played, kind of forced into it because of injury, he's been a force. And, I mean, that guy could have a big game tonight, man. You know? I mean, it's oftentimes in games like this surprise people that just out of the blue have that game, and I'd put Dallas Turner on that list.
We'll get to your best and worst of the weekend in just a second, but first, Rockstars guy Adam Mestre, part of our coverage up here at the National Championship, Rocky.
Did you know Adam is a third-generation realtor? He was born and raised in Birmingham, so he knows the area. You want a guy like Adam to find a house for you. Why rent when you can buy? Thinking of selling your house in the spring? You need to act now because January is one of the busiest months when it comes to listing your home. Call Adam Mestre for a free home evaluation at 205-422-0589 or visit mdrealtyllc.com. At MD Realty, we make house calls.
Our Hemphill best and worst of the weekend. Jay Payer, who may be listening in Dallas, or he could be on the road here. I don't know. Big Bama fan, but he's also a Bears fan. Best of the week just happened for me. Matt Nagy fired. Pace fired as well for the general manager. He's ready for a new page in Chicago. Bama fan 1972. Best of the week. Miami Dolphins beating New England, the worst Bama basketball losing. His prediction, Bama loses to Auburn by double-digit Tuesday night, according to him.
You know, this is going to sound weird. Auburn is the better team. This part doesn't sound weird. Auburn is the better team than Alabama. We just talked about Auburn's, I think, the best team in the conference. I think they're in the discussion. You know, if you want to do a tier below Baylor, they're in that tier. It's not going to shock me, though, if Alabama wins this game. That's just the way the sport goes. You go, you play, you get embarrassed. All of a sudden, you realize maybe we're not as good as we are. You get refocused, recentered. It's going to be a road game. Those are tough. Bruce Pearl, when he was on the show the other day, told us that. He told us how tough this was going to be. So it's not going to shock me if Alabama wins that game.
Cody and several of you are asking where LT is. A little travel issue. He'll be here momentarily and join us for a bulk of the show. John Parker Wilson coming up at the top of the hour. More of your best and worst of the weekend being brought to you by our friends at Hemphill Services. Hemphill Services bring you that every day, and LT will tell you about more when he gets here.
I got it. Do you want me to do it?
Yeah, knock it out.
I can do it.
You're on your phone there. I didn't know what you were doing.
No.
Hemphill Services. Okay.
Yeah, Hemphill Services. Listen, Dunaway, when something's not running right, flowing right, draining right, or flushing right, disaster can strike at any moment. We have experienced that on this show. Lance knows an incredible amount of people this has happened to. So we call Adam and Chad, the team at Hemphill. They are the ones we trust to fix it right the first time and get it done. Hemphill Services, 229-2090. That is 229-2090.
On Twitter, Carrie with a C says, hey, that 21 Pilots concert was not good last night.
Oh,
I can't imagine playing in that cold of weather, but I enjoy 21 Pilots. I did not make it out for the concert though last night.
Did you? I don't think we heard them. I think we heard the
early band.
Yeah, the early band.
Yeah. They were.
There was a band playing.
People playing on stage all day long. There was somebody in the room here. Michael. Michael was at the concert last night listening to us and watching us this morning. The concert was frigid last night. That's what I'm saying. I mean, Rockstar, you're a musician. I'm sure they had the stage heated in some form or fashion, but an outdoor concert when it's in the 20s, can you imagine picking that guitar in that situation?
It's that and singing because your lung capacity is so low. It is so hard. You get out of breath easily, and your fingers, you can't feel them, you can't move them. So it's not like it's just cold. It's not complaining about being cold on my body. It's your fingers and your throat. That's the biggest part. That's awful.
Don't some instruments struggle to stay in tune though when it gets that cold or hot?
Yes, but like I remember we played a New Year's Eve show in Tupelo, and it was like 25 degrees, and it was. I mean, I was running around the stage like I usually do, trying to do "Superstition" by Stevie Wonder. I almost passed out. I was like, I overreacted. I overshot.
Overreacted.
See, that's so you've played in 20 before, so that's interesting. Was your stage heated at all? Because I would imagine to get Dojo the cat out 2 nights ago.
Dojo the cat was what our Uber driver called.
Oh my! I don't know what that is.
No, Rockstar.
No, he did. He was like Dojo the cat.
He goes, yeah, they're doing a concert over there. I don't know much about the girl, but I heard she wears very little clothing. She's Dojo the cat or something like that.
He Hey, in Rockstar, he Joe tested up too. He's like Dojo the cat.
Yeah, she wears very little clothing.
Yeah,
he was born in a like him.
Yes.
So that's the concert. Sam Hunt is part of this concert's leading into the game today, and that's what some of you are saying. LT already in line for the Sam Hunt concert?
Yes, absolutely.
Yeah. He's
backstage passes.
He's backstage with Sam Hunt.
He had to get there early to get backstage.
Yeah. Very few people buying my LT missed an Uber comment in the chat room. Missed a ride from the same house?
Indeed. So he is not on a plane, though. That was one of the most popular questions based on his history. He is not on a flight back to Birmingham right now.
He is not yet.
Not yet.
He is
The
not
day
yet.
is still young.
If he doesn't see the national championship game, I would not be shocked.
We'll see.
We'll see at that point. All right.
They'll play it either way, I'm sure.
Hemphill's best and worst of the weekend continues on. And AJ, who joins us on Twitter, just a second, whoever was trying to say that. Let me get AJ's out here. AJ says his best of the weekend, only a best. Best was 49ers win over the Rams to get in the playoffs. So that did send LT's Sunday into a different direction as well. It was a massive comeback for the 49ers to get into that. Who was about to say something?
That was me. No. It was me. Hey, Rockstar, your Lions, though, before I say what I was about to say, it's part of what I was going to say. How about your Lions screwing up a draft pick?
Oh, I don't really. I mean, the number one draft. Who's the number one draft pick going to be?
I don't know. That's a good question. Well, I mean, you could use him. Don't act like you can't use the number one draft pick.
Rockstar's point.
There's not like who's the quarterback. They need a quarterback, and who's the quarterback this year? So
that's your problem. You probably don't want to draft
the Jaguars are going to steal anything. So I'm fine with number 2.
Yeah.
So is that who ended up getting it? The Jaguars? Because they won too. They won as well.
Yeah,
they did, yes. But I think, the Jags get it.
Okay, so Lions will go 2. The smartest move would be trading down and getting multiple picks. That's the way I would play it.
Everybody always says that. Everybody always says, like, it's so easy to trade down. Everybody would do it. It's hard to trade down.
That's what I would do. I'd trade down. Trade down.
No,
everybody's trading down.
My best, though, was that final Sunday of the NFL. That's one of the best days in sports. Like, I think it ranks up there, done away with the first Thursday of the NCAA tournament, the first day of college football. I love that first Saturday of college football. For me, Masters Sunday, I love Masters Sunday. Not everybody loves that. I get it. But to me, the last Sunday of the NFL, you have got so many storylines. And the way the NFL sets it up, seeding almost always goes down for the vast majority of the field of that last Sunday. Rarely do you go into it with more than just the number one seed locked in. And you didn't even have that. I mean, the Titans still had to do some work to get the one in the AFC. Green Bay was a little better shape in the NFC. But that last Sunday of the NFL is fantastic. And we're right here in Indianapolis. And
Heartbreak City
right here with the way they played against the Jags. And then it set up the tie in everybody's end game. That's what everybody wanted. Well, not everybody wanted, but a lot of people were like, man, it would be so cool if Indy loses to Jacksonville and then all it takes is a tie and both teams get in.
Yeah.
And guess what? It was tied until the final second. And Brandon Staley's getting a lot of criticism for calling that timeout because it looked as if maybe Vegas was content with a tie. And he called a timeout with 38 seconds to go. Vegas comes back out, runs it, gets it in Carlson's field goal range, and he hits the game winner at the horn to send them to the playoffs.
Yeah, I was never in favor of the tie situation.
It does feel cheap.
It was such an entertaining game to watch them play, lose or go. It was a playoff. It was an early playoff game. But it played like that last night.
But once you've given your effort, and they gave effort, and it's in overtime, and there's 38 seconds to go, and you're in a tie situation, and you're not likely to get the ball back, don't you just try to play it out for the tie and see if Vegas is not going to run another play?
I wouldn't have risked anything absolutely to possibly lose the game.
Right. But in the situation I'm talking about where Staley calls the timeout, would you have called a timeout there? Yeah. I mean, he's trying to, I guess, get the ball back.
I guess you're trying to get the ball back. Turn over and get the ball back.
It seemed like, and we'll never know, I guess, but it seemed like Vegas was going to be content with a tie and not risking anything themselves.
Yeah, Vegas, the Raiders, as opposed to Vegas, the betting line.
Well, that's true.
They were pretty happy with the way things were going regardless. We'll send out some Cowan Equipment poll questions today a little bit later on. If you've got one you'd like to poll the audience on, hit us up in the chat room, Farm Folio chat room, or on Twitter at Next Round Live, and we'll get a couple of poll questions out as we get ready. I will tell you that it is a meeting morning, the typical game day for the night game. So a lot of sitting around today for the players. But it is so odd because there's no games to watch. That's what playing on a Monday. And it's really weird for the guys to be playing on a Monday. Usually for the night kickoff game during the regular season, you do your morning. They wake you up at a certain time. You do your breakfast. You do your morning meetings. And then you're back maybe into the hotel room and you're watching other games. You're hanging out and you're watching other people play. What are you watching today? You're watching Oprah? Well,
Oprah.
Oprah's on, right? No,
I have no idea.
I don't know what's on midday TV anymore. General Hospital, Days of Our Lives. What are you watching in the hotel room getting ready for? Did I sound old there?
You
Oprah,
really did.
Days of Our Lives and General Hospital. Any of those shows still on television middle of the day?
Rockstar, percentage of Georgia and
Happy Days, Monkeys. Monkeys is really good right now.
Percentage of Georgia and Alabama's roster that know what General Hospital and Days of Our Lives. If you just said, tell me what those are. 0.
3%.
I think it's 0.
Somebody's parents watch them.
3. Yeah.
Probably no percent at all. Exactly
yeah, well,
right. My point being, it's a different day for our players up here in Indianapolis.
And if you have followed our daily diaries, both before the Cotton Bowl and the national championship game with Slade Bolden, it's kind of funny. One of the running themes in it, Alabama has a thing called Perfect Thursday. All right.
Right.
And if you watch these and the current one leading up to the national championship, it's all on our YouTube channel. And also we've sent it out on social media presented by ATIX, 822-7382 for tickets. It's kind of a running joke with him. They have this thing at Alabama called Perfect Thursday. And Perfect Thursday is their last walkthrough in Tuscaloosa. And they try, not really walkthrough, but it's their last practice. They try to make it as crisp as possible. Perfect Thursday, no mistakes. Everybody do everything just right. And that's been kind of the running joke. But every time he throws out, today's our Perfect Thursday. Up in Dallas, it was a Wednesday or whatever day it was. This week, it's been like a Saturday or Sunday, and he keeps saying, it is kind of confusing, but it's our Perfect Thursday. We just keep calling it Perfect Thursday.
That's right. You keep rolling that way.
Yeah. It's worked so far, so you keep going.
Before you tell us about Cowan, B. Stone says, throw out a Jerry Springer Dunaway. I'm sure that's still on in the middle of the day in your head, too. Thank you, B. Stone.
Donahue.
John wants to know, Donahue. John wants to know odds that Tua is the starting quarterback for the Dolphins next season.
Well, you don't have a ton of options. And I don't know. I think part of those odds would be based on who you hire as coach. And there are reports that they look like they're heading towards Jim Harbaugh.
Oh, wow.
Some that cover cover Miami more closely than others say that's not the case yet. Jeff Darlington of ESPN, one of those that says that's not quite the case. I think, Jim, you would just have to let the new coach evaluate it. But to Rockstar's point, if you needed to draft quarterback this year, who are you going to draft? And Miami's going to be picking. They get San Francisco's pick, who, by the way, I don't know if you noticed this, San Francisco is now in the playoffs, so that pick continues to drop for Miami.
Yeah, but it would be.
You have to trade up.
The only way you change quarterback if you get into the Deshaun Watson game, Aaron Rodgers decides he wants to leave Green Bay and come to play for Miami, would rather play in a warm.
Did you just say that?
No, I'm just serious.
Yeah.
If he's not in Green Bay next year, he's going to go somewhere. So he's going to pick a place. He's going to pick a place like Tom Brady did. Place he wants to live in, a roster he thinks pretty good. So if he thinks the defense is good and the receivers are good, maybe he picks Miami or he goes place like he's not going to go to a hellhole and play in Jacksonville. He's not going to go to a place that's dismal. They're not going to dump Trevor Lawrence for Aaron Rodgers.
Yeah.
So if he leaves Green Bay and plays somewhere else, he's going to go somewhere that has a place he wants to live, and B, it has a roster that he can contend with.
Stephen Ross is meeting the media right now, and he just says this quote. All right, you ready? I have no coach in mind. I love Jim Harbaugh, but he's at the University of Michigan. And I'm not going to be the person to take Jim Harbaugh from the University of Michigan. You got to remember that Stephen Ross is a Michigan guy.
Right.
So that's his quote. And he's not willing to take a guy away from Michigan. So, I guess you could stop the Jim Harbaugh talk now.
Yeah, well, in Miami sense, not with the
Chicago
Bears,
absolutely,
or the Raiders and such like that.
And as it pertains to Deshaun Watson, you've had Stephen Ross publicly be the one that shut that down. So you're not changing owners, even though you're changing coach, and you aren't changing GM either. So I don't know that that's on the table.
More of best and worst of the weekend, and we'll bring in our partner Lance Taylor when we come back. The show being brought to you in part by our friends at Cowan Equipment.
Cowan Equipment, Dunaway, if you're having trouble finding that plastic on the seat piece of equipment, Cowan can help you. They bring you all our poll questions at Cowan Equipment.
All right, back in a moment right here on the next round, covering the national championship from Indianapolis.
Twitter, Instagram, and Facebook at Next Round Live.
Hey, Lance Taylor from the Next Round. I'm absolutely loving my Alfa Romeo Stelvio that I've been in for months now, and right now you can get up to $3,500 bonus cash plus 1.9% financing for 72 months on the all-new 2021 Alfa Romeo Giulias and the Stelvios at Alfa Romeo of Birmingham. Come experience the passion and performance of Alfa Romeo. Alfa Romeo USA of Birmingham.com, 1837 Grants Mill Road, exit 27, right off of I-459.
Banking isn't just about your money, it's about you. It's about getting help with what you need when you need it. AmFirst was founded for members just like you, and they've been putting those members first since 1936. Putting you first means services that grow and change with the times to serve you better. Now, every bank has their own app, but that's just it. It's theirs, not yours. The AmFirst app was made for you, so it's easy to pay bills, deposit checks, or transfer money to friends and family from anywhere. You can even customize the app, which means you can personalize your dashboard, create usage alerts, and redeem points for rewards that will make you feel like the number one priority you are. And you can do it all on your own time. So what are you waiting for? Get the app made for you from AmFirst. Visit any AmFirst location or amfirst.org today. That's amfirst.org, America's first federal credit union, federally insured by the NCUA.
I've been a Shelby County deputy since 2019, but I've been a beach bum for as long as I can remember. My folks took us down to the Gulf every summer, and even now, I can't wait to get back. Thanks to the freedom and flexibility of my new job, I know my next beach trip is never far away. In the meantime, I'm making great money, get paid to work out, and even have a take-home car to save miles on mine. Best of all, I spend my days helping people, sometimes on the worst days of their lives. That's a job that makes a difference. Not bad for a beach bum, huh?
If a flexible work schedule, a take-home car, paid vacations, a gym at work, and $51,000 plus a year to start sounds good to you, maybe you should think about a career as a deputy in Shelby County, Alabama. Change your life. Change your world. Look us up on Indeed.com and on Insta.
What are some signs that you may have a low testosterone problem? Is your energy down? Have your workouts not been the same? Do you have problems sleeping? All of these or one of these could be a sign of a low testosterone issue. Whatever the challenge, the Alabama Men's Clinic has a solution for you. I'd invite you to come by the Homewood location, get a medical consultation and some blood work. And if you're medically advised and you start your low T treatments that day in the office, your visit is free. Well, the next question would be this. How do I set up the appointment? You can do it two ways. One, by calling 205-598-7000. That's 205-598-7000. Or you can go to the website, alabamamensclinic.com. There's other signs that you could have a low testosterone problem, like a change in your libido, or maybe you're suffering from depression. Whatever is keeping you from feeling 100%, it's time you find out the answer. Again, call the number 205-598-7000 or go online to alabamamensclinic.com.
Hi, this is Wes McClooney, owner of the New Balance Birmingham store. And if you're like me, you probably added an inch or two to your waistline over the holidays. If Santa didn't put new shoes under your tree, it's time to treat yourself so you can walk or run those extra pounds off. Make your New Year's resolution to get out and exercise. At the New Balance Birmingham store, get the perfect fitting shoe to motivate you. Shop the New Balance Birmingham store on Highway 280 next to Chick-fil-A.
Anheuser-Busch wants every experience for you around beer to be a good one. And getting home safely is always a priority. So encourage friends to decide to ride, whether it's by being the designated driver, calling an Uber, or taking public transit. You cannot drive drunk if you don't drive there. This message is brought to you by Anheuser-Busch, Mothers Against Drunk Driving, Uber, Birmingham Budweiser, and the Next Round. Anheuser-Busch. St. Louis, Missouri.
The Double Down Media podcast family is live and full of content for all ages. The Mystery Fifth Hour gives the next round host a chance to talk about everything but sports. Pour a glass of Bama and bourbon, our weekly college football conversation while sipping some of the most interesting pours in the bourbon world. And our Not For All Ages podcast, The Last Call. LT takes off the gloves for an in-depth conversation with stars like Taylor Hicks, presented by Redmond Vodka. Find those podcasts and more by searching The Next Round on Apple, Spotify, and on our website, nextroundlive.com.
Back with you from the national championship. We will we'll ask, as Smuff says, or Dave, to LT about a hell of a power nap in pregame here. We'll find out from LT in a second about his morning so far. And then John Parker Wilson and Fitz Simmons coming up, Ian Fitzsimmons in the 10 o'clock hour. Part of the show today being brought to you by the great folks at Mortgage Right.
Hey, with another year done and dusted, you'll want to jump into 2022 with a mortgage company that can be trusted. Mortgage Right will help you ring in the new year with some cash in your pocket. Put your home equity to work with a cash-out refinance, consolidate debt, fix that rotting deck, or do what you need to do financial and get the house in order. mortgageright.com/TNR. Sorry.
Morning, sunshine.
Wow. Yeah. 2 Ubers canceled.
2 Ubers.
Yeah.
And you tell them how you ended up getting to the show today.
So our man Josh is listening right now. We got a new listener.
All right. You
UPS driver. Yes. He was picking up breakfast next door to our place. And so
Big Mouth Biscuit. Shout out to them.
it was, yeah.
That's
so
it's the only breakfast place next to our house.
It is a big biscuit too.
I paid Josh to drive me down here. So thank you, Josh.
So Josh, thank you. So random good citizen, good Samaritan.
$40 to get me downtown.
Right. So LT is here. We'll get his reaction to everything we've talked about here in the first hour. Right now, as we get ready for John Parker Wilson and more national championship talk. Before we get back to Bama and Georgia, let's talk about the NFL playoffs. And get your initial reaction on the NFC draw. A lot of you, do we ever send out the video of LT watching the game?
We didn't. Rockstar, you had a great idea, Rockstar. You had a fantastic idea. And I credit you for this. You said a great idea for a video would be what it's like to watch a Rams game with LT, which I can only describe as horrifying.
Yeah. Just
and
not the final outcome. You don't want to have that, but just the halftime analysis.
Okay, well, we've got up until halftime, but here's the deal. It was a late afternoon kick, obviously. I had to leave to go to the zone for 33-40. So I left it in Dunaway's hands. Dunaway was...
You never said anything until you texted me at the end.
By the way, Rams were up 17-0 before you. When you guys got home, it was 17-0.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Which has really nothing to do with the story. It was 17-0, and the Rams blew it. And Dunaway was too scared to go downstairs and video him. That's why we don't have the video, Rockstar. Now, we got the first half if you want that.
Oh, is that what I want? If it's a good video, it's a good video.
No, it was a great idea by you. But we can't get the whole game.
Is that, are you through with the story?
Oh, God, I've upset Dunaway. I am so sorry, Jim.
I barricaded myself, Rockstar, upstairs. It was a little bit more intense than I thought it was going to be, and I did not want to be anywhere close to the viewing, so it would be a landmine situation. So I stayed upstairs and watched things on my phone, and Brown texted me at some point. I can tell you what time he texted me. I can look it up. And the first I knew if I was taking over the video shooting, and I told him, no, I'm not downstairs shooting it. I'm not going to go down there. I'm not going to take that moment away from him because he planned a lot of his day around watching that game. I wasn't going to take it away from him by having a camera on him. But I will tell you, the camera did not impact his reactions.
No, it's going to require heavy editing, Rockstar.
If Forrester sends out the video, it'll be just one long. I mean, there's no need to edit it. It's just one beep.
Yeah.
It's just beep.
That's interesting.
Yeah.
Joey says in the Farmfolio chat room that Sean McVay has to be the most overrated coach in the NFL.
That's not true.
All that talent. I mean, they've tried to buy a championship, and you get the 4 seed out of it.
The only team they can't beat is the 49ers. It really reminds me of Alabama, Georgia. It's a mental thing.
Yeah, you said that several times during that this is like Alabama, Georgia.
It really is.
Georgia, that maybe the better team has a hard time mentally finishing the deal and beating them. But I mean, the Rams controlled that game, and just like it was a 10-0 start in the SEC championship for Georgia. They couldn't keep their foot on the throat.
Like I asked Brown yesterday, I mean, how many times do you see a team in the NFL up 17-0 at home and lose a game?
It doesn't happen very often. But boy, did they do it.
Yeah, it was. So the playoffs are set. And in the NFC.
And I saw your tweet, by the way. I cannot believe it's a Monday night game.
Oh, I know. I mean, that made it worse.
Oh, my God. Like, I can't explain how bad my night was. Y'all didn't hang out with me last night.
Did not. No, this is the first time I've seen you.
Nobody knows where I was last night. It was a terrible night. And when I saw that draw, it got worse.
I just remember, Lance, when they first announced that there would be Monday night playoff games, and it didn't even have the Rams in it then. Just when they first announced that it was on the schedule.
But I asked you, I was like, probably Saturday night.
Yeah.
In LA.
Nope.
It will make sense. Let's do a Saturday night thing.
I think I remember us saying that, Dunaway, when they first announced. It's like, hey, LA is one of the biggest media markets. There's a chance they put that on the Monday night game because of the size of that media market.
Saturday night, Sunday night, or Monday night. It'd be one of the prime time games.
But I remember us saying if they really want to make an impact on Monday night, it could be the Rams.
You talk often on the air about throwing up, and your record last time you threw up, people want to know if the streak died last night.
It did not. I still have not thrown up. I need to.
Yeah.
I need to. Yeah.
Did the streak die, Smuff says?
Nope.
It did not.
Did not.
McVay 0-6 versus the 49ers, says Nick. Is that a true stat?
Yeah, he's lost his last 6.
Okay.
He's not 0-6, though.
So a 6-game streak right there.
They've lost 10 to 13.
Yeah. Blake says 4 seed and a first-round exit headed the Rams' way.
Probably, yeah.
Yeah.
Well, that's an overrated coach then.
Yeah. Well,
he's not overrated. He is such a good coach.
Okay. Well,
yep. Goose says go full varsity blues. Time for you to puke and rally, man. Come on.
I'm not going to the game tonight, by the way. Like, we got people flying in, and I'm not going to the game.
I mean, there are clients there, man.
I'm not going to the game.
All right. TNR. Hashtag TNR. I'm not going to the game tonight. The national championship game will happen a little bit later on. Alabama's been an underdog 3 times, to LT's point here, on the Rams 49ers mental block there. Alabama thrives in this underdog situation under Nick Saban. It's happened 3 times. 2009 SEC championship game against Florida. Bama won by 19. 2015 regular season game on the road at Georgia. And 2015, a 28-point win. And then 2021, just a few days ago, the SEC championship game, 17-point victory, double-digit victories every time that Alabama's an underdog, LT and Brownie. So tonight, Bama's an underdog. Not a big underdog, small underdog, but an underdog nonetheless. What gets Georgia over the hump in this?
Look, I think generally, and we talked about this on the Sunday show yesterday, generally when Alabama wins the turnover battle, Alabama wins games. I mean, you would have to go really, really, I have to dig back to find out games they've lost where they were plus 1 or 2 in turnovers. It just generally does not happen. We went back and looked at the 2 games yesterday that Alabama lost the turnover battle. One was Texas A&M.
Mm-hmm.
That was a loss. The other one was Cincinnati. Alabama, that's the only 2 times they've lost the turnover battle. If they're minus 1 or 2 in turnovers, it's going to be hard to beat Georgia. But the flip side of that, Lance, if they're plus 1 or 2, that's about where they were in Atlanta, and that's how you end up winning these games.
Yeah, Bryce Young doesn't turn the football over. He just doesn't. And, Stetson Bennett, you look at his 2 starts against Alabama, he's got 5 turnovers and didn't play extremely well in that SEC championship game. But I don't know. I have this feeling that Georgia will find a way to turn Alabama over tonight.
They couldn't do it in the first game, and nobody's really done it to Bryce Young consistently. He had the one bad pass against Cincinnati that was a bad overthrow and an interception.
Game was in hand, it felt like.
Oh, I don't know. I think it was still 17-3 at that point.
Yeah. 17-3.
Or 17-6 maybe.
Yeah.
And I'll tell you,
you give Cincinnati good field position.
The JoJo Earl fumble, and they were able to recover that. If they don't get that, that completely different situation.
Yeah. So, that's done away. It's such an obvious answer. I think you could say it about just about any game that is played, but that is a surefire way to get an upset situation is you lose the turnover battle badly.
That's right. Part of our coverage today being brought to you by our friends at the University of Montevallo. I need a headshot. Did anybody take headshots out there in our audience? I've got to send one.
We just did them the other day.
Humble brag. I need a better headshot than that. I need one that makes me look younger. Headshot for it's going to be.
Put your hat on.
It's going to permanently be on a plaque,
right,
in the Hall of Fame at the University of Montevallo.
They don't do a bust.
No, that would help me out a lot. They could put hair on my bust. But no. I gotta get a headshot for a plaque that'll hang forever in the Hall of Fame. I think I should go back and just pull an old TV headshot from back when I had hair and when I was younger, right?
Yeah, I would if I were you.
Yeah.
I'd give them something for the late 90s.
Yeah, late 90s,
Yeah,
early 2000s.
You used to. No, Rockstar. He traveled with. You had like the headshot for a while.
Yeah. So I should roll with
autographable. That. Yeah, or Rockstar's right. The toga pick. I mean, that's from your Montevallo days.
It is, but that's not why I'm in the Hall of Fame. I'm in the Hall of Fame for the broadcasting career.
Yeah.
Should I go with that one?
That one's not bad.
Yeah.
All right, Lance's.
Yeah.
The toga pick was with like 3 dudes, wasn't it?
Yeah, well, you crop it. I could get them all into the Hall of Fame that way. All right, the University of Montevallo. If your son or daughter are looking for a great place to go to school, Montevallo is a great choice. 14-to-1 student to professor ratio. It's going to help your son or daughter end up excelling in academics, what you want. Also a great place to play athletics. 21 NCAA Division II scholarship sports right there at the University of Montevallo. Great campus according to Southern Living. Wonderful tuition according to U.S. News and World Report, and a lot more great things about the University of Montevallo you can see when you schedule that in-person tour. Montevallo.edu. When we come back, John Parker Wilson joins us via phone. Old school connection from the national championship on the next round.
On Twitter at @TheLanceTaylor.
This hour of the next round is presented by Culver's, located in Stadium Trace, just off 459 and 150 in Hoover. And coming soon to Tattersall Park on the corner of 119 and 280. Culver's, welcome to delicious.
Hey, Vulcan here. A century of reaching for the stars has taught me a lot. For one, your arm gets really stiff, but it is cast iron. For two, the stars not only fell on Alabama, they opened a First Bank branch in Homewood with local banking stars and community banking with a 5-star rating. Big banks? First Bank outshines them hands down. Hands down. That would be a relief.
First Bank, now open at 404 Hollywood Boulevard. Member FDIC.
Hey, beginning this month, our friends at Wayne's Pest Control, they're introducing their new Smart Pest solution. Smart Pest combines the effectiveness of traditional pest control services with 24/7 rodent monitoring. Smart Pest monitors and proactively communicates to prevent an infestation. Smart Pest is the most intelligent, eco-friendly pest control solution available today. Call 866-WAYNES1 and mention offer code TNR to receive $60 off your initial Smart Pest service. That's 866-WAYNES1. Hey, Lance Taylor from the next round to tell you about our friends at Farmfolio. If you're concerned about market volatility or inflation, Farmfolio can help you diversify your portfolio into cash-flowing farmland property. We all know about rental real estate. Cash flow and appreciation are the name of the game. With Farmfolio's productive farmland lots, your trees act as the tenants, and they pay you in fruit, which is sold by Farmfolio's international sales team to the likes of Walmart and Costco, ultimately generating cash flow for you. As your cash flow increases, your property value also increases. Just like tenant-occupied real estate, the best part is you don't have to be a farmer. You own, they farm, and you earn. This is the way it works at Farmfolio. For more information, you can go online, check everything out today. Go to farmfolio.net. That's farmfolio.net. Check it out today. If you're concerned about that market volatility or inflation, Farmfolio is your best friend. Go online today, farmfolio.net.
Iron Mountain Construction is an industrial services company with over 500 people available for your situation and needs. They are committed to safely supporting the operations of your facility through their execution of quality-driven maintenance services and on-time, on-budget small capital construction work. And they offer support with plumbers, pipe fitters, millwrights, iron workers, laborers, operators, and more. Call the office of Iron Mountain Construction, 205-781-1170 for Jeremy Purvis and Iron Mountain Construction.
Excalibur Services, now a Train dealer, invites you to join their Total Home Comfort Club. Just like your car, your heating and cooling, electrical and plumbing systems need to be maintained for top performance, safety, and comfort. The Excalibur Home Comfort Club benefits include free consultations, priority scheduling, summer and winter cooling and heating tune-ups, a yearly plumbing and electrical inspection, plus 15% off any repair. Ask about our limited time buy one, get two sale. Call us today at 205-718-8688. Excalibur Services, Alabama license number 15214.
The real estate market is crazier than it's ever been before. I'm Jim Dunaway, and my friends at ERA King have 52 years of experience, over 200 agents, and they're opening new offices right now in Homewood, Vestavia, and Huntsville. ERA King has state-of-the-art offices and the most innovative tools in the business to help you. Text the word MOVE to 35260 to get started. That's the word MOVE, M-O-V-E, to 35260. ERA King Real Estate, growing to serve you. There's nothing I like more than a unique, delicious meal, and that's what you get at Champy's world-famous fried chicken right on Highway 119 in Alabaster. Those great full fried chicken plates, the tenders, the po' boys, but I love the Southern staple chicken on a stick. It's perfect for a tailgate or watching the big game. And then the authentic Mississippi Delta recipe homemade tamales, the best I've ever tasted. See the whole menu or order online at champyschicken.com. For Blues, Brews, and Bird, it's Champy's Chicken, Highway 119, Alabaster.
The Next Round team is getting healthy in 2022. You could join the challenge as we look to lose weight with our friends at Way to Wellness. Plus, you can participate with your office as well and win a grand prize. For more information, go to nextroundlive.com.
Jim Dunaway, Lance Taylor, Ryan Brown, and Rockstar. Live from the Birmingham Racecourse Casino Studios, The Next Round, presented by Bud Light, is on now.
7 o'clock tonight for the national championship game, Alabama and Georgia. And it'll be the 5th time in 8 championships that the SEC will take home the College Football Playoff National Championship Trophy. One of them's walking out with it tonight, Alabama or Georgia. On all SEC event again. 2011, we did it for the BCS Championship. We did it in 2017 for a College Football Playoff Championship. We're doing it again tonight here in 2022 up in Indianapolis, the 2021 season. Jim Dunaway, Lance Taylor, Ryan Brown with you up here in Indianapolis. We're at the Playoff Fans Central at the Indiana Convention Center, about a block and a half away from where they'll play the game tonight in Lucas Oil Stadium. John Parker Wilson will join us in just the second part of the show is being brought to you by our friends at Bromberg's.
Yes, Dunaway, family owned and operated since 1836. Bromberg's established a solid reputation as a fine purveyor of quality diamonds as well as jewelry, timepieces, and gifts. Bromberg's also extensive giftware department to service the registry of brides and grooms in Birmingham. Go see our friends at Bromberg's, 2 locations, Mountain Brook and the Summit. You can also go online, go to brombergs.com.
All right, John Parker Wilson is with us on the JohnstonRVCenter.com hotline. The former Alabama quarterback, now analyst of the Crimson Tide Sports Network. JP, what's up, man? How are you?
Doing good, guys. How y'all doing this morning?
Doing awesome. Thanks a lot. Boy, it must seem like forever ago. You were in Atlanta watching Miami. This season can drag on and on and on, but this is the time you want it to be a long time, right? This is what you play for if you're Alabama. In any school, Alabama's just done it a lot more than everybody else.
God, it really does feel like years ago that we kicked off against Miami this season. Holy smokes. But, man, this is what you play for. You want a long season. You want a long layoff between, your last game and then hopefully the SEC championship and then get a chance to play for the playoffs. But, to me, it's been a fun year watching this team. It's been a different style, a different identity team that Coach Saban's had in the past. And I think, these guys have just been so gritty and just found a way to win this year. Had an early loss against A&M, and then, the second half of the season, they were able to do it different ways. Defense has really come on, and to me, playing really good football. So this team has grown up. It's changed. It's evolved throughout this long season. But here we are, freezing cold in Indianapolis, having a chance to play for national championship.
Hey, you played the position, but Bryce Young, this is the best quarterback Alabama's ever had, right?
I would say so. He's the first one to win the Heisman Trophy. And we've had some really good quarterbacks at Alabama. You just go down the list and start with Joe Namath and Kenny Stabler, and so many guys still playing in the NFL. AJ McCarron still playing, and what Jalen's been able to do with the Eagles, and then we've seen Tua I know for Brownie's Dolphins down there, he's getting better, Mac Jones. But, Bryce is a guy, to me, that's had to do it a different way also, just like this team, where, they've put a lot on him. They put a lot on his plate. He's had to make the plays. He's dealt with injuries, not as deep as a wide receiver unit as some of these other guys have had. Had to create more with some upfront pressures that he's had. So, Bryce is here still. What's crazy is he's still in his first year of starting, in his second year at Alabama. This is his first year. Talking back to that Miami game, made his first start where he took a team over, and it's since become his team, and we know that. I think definitely him on offense. We've seen Will Anderson really emerge into a leadership role on defense, but Bryce, just makes everybody better. And I think without him in that position and what he's been able to do this year, we're not sitting here in Indianapolis waiting for an 8:00 kickoff tonight, facing the Georgia Bulldogs. So I don't think you can say enough about Bryce, what he's done for the team and what he's meant for the team.
8:00 Eastern, 7:00 Central tonight here in Indianapolis for the national championship game. John Parker Wilson is with us on the JohnstonRVCenter.com hotline. The personality of this team, and every team, JPW, starts to develop with some of its leaders. And Will Anderson's a young guy who, the personality of that defense and really some of this team has started to morph around. But, I read and watch Brian Robinson and Bryce Young's relationship. Can you tell me, as a guy who was a leader on your Alabama team back in the day, what Brian Robinson, a Tuscaloosa native, and the way he has gutted out the end of this season with some nagging injuries, what that has meant for the locker room and his leadership on this team?
Yeah, I think it's huge. I think you make a great point too, where he's an Alabama guy. He grew up, he went to Hillcrest High School out of Tuscaloosa, which is, my grandparents live there, so it's probably, 10 miles from campus. That means a lot, especially where, we do nationally recruit. We've got guys coming in from all over the country. He comes back for an extra year, could have left, could have tried the NFL, came back, stuck it out, and really probably took on more of a role than a lot of people originally thought at the beginning of the year with so many injuries that we've had. But he's definitely emerged, and you hear what he says in these press conferences, and he talks about, not what he's doing. And last week having 204 yards rushing against Cincinnati in the bowl game. That's a Alabama record for bowl games, a single season game rushing, which is crazy to think about of how many bowl games we've played in. And here Bryce is, like you said, coming back from injuries, sticking it out. Really, offense was on his back last week, and he played, I think, the best game of his career. And you can tell how much it means to him. And when a guy says stuff like that to the media, he says it tenfold inside the locker room, inside the meeting rooms, out on the practice field, eating dinner here at the hotel or the training table. That stuff starts to affect other people. I think Will Anderson's another example of what he says vocally is kind of the way the team has morphed and changed throughout the season. And Brian's a guy that you can tell how much it means to him. And to have that Alabama guy where, he's going to live in Alabama when he gets done playing, probably more than likely, just because, just like me, we're from here, we come back here. You want to win this game. You want to go down in history. And they've really answered the call to me after that Texas A&M loss of leaders like Bryce, Brian Robinson, Phil Mathis is another guy, and Will Anderson. Just, I think, delivering everything that this team's needed.
John Parker Wilson is with us on the JohnstonRVCenter.com hotline at JP Wilson 14 on Twitter. You'll hear him on the Crimson Tide Sports Network tonight with Eli Gold and the entire gang there. Do you think this is harder in a rematch on Dan Lanning and Kirby Smart to fix what didn't work defensively, or on Bill O'Brien to try to, maybe guess some of those Georgia corrections and have that next plan, that next foot forward in a game plan? Which one's more difficult, do you think?
I think it's more difficult right now on Bill O'Brien, mainly from the fact that he's got different personnel going into this game. Georgia's healthy. Georgia's got everybody coming back on defense. You've even heard a lot of Georgia coaches and players say, it really wasn't what Alabama did. It was our mental mistakes. It was us blowing coverages. It was not doing the things that we needed to do to get back. So I think Georgia would probably increase the pressures a little bit, try to have some exotic pressures, because they didn't have a single sack against Bryce. And I think if we keep Bryce clean again tonight and they don't get a sack, I think we win the game. So Bill O'Brien comes in here with Jamison Williams, obviously, but you don't have the other guy, John Mechie, who is, a huge part of this offense. I mean, Mechie still has over 1,100 yards receiving, hasn't played in the past 2 games. So Bill O'Brien, I think offensively too, you try to always be creative and try to change up the looks that you're showing the defense. We're gonna run a lot of the same patterns, a lot of the same concepts down the field, but you want to show it to them in a different way, whether it's a new motion or new formation or, maybe Slade Bolden coming out of the backfield instead of lining up out of the slot guy, lining up in the running back position out of shotgun. I think that's the challenges of any offensive coordinator is being creative, creating new ways to attack the defense. But you want to do the same things, right? Because you can't come in and have a completely new offense. The guys they haven't practiced it, they haven't repped it, you're not confident in it. So you want to, you want to have 80-90% of your offense the same and just go out and do it a different way. And that's what any offense coordinator battles with is being creative, but not being too creative where your guys aren't efficient in what we're trying to do.
So tell me, what do you do off of if they start bringing the house? What does that open up for Alabama? What does it open up for us?
Yeah, well, to bring the house, so a lot of times Georgia wants to pressure with guys that still have their secondary. So instead of sending, a 7-man blitz, just a 5 or 6-man blitz, that helps you out in the run game also. And what they're trying to do is create man-to-man matchups up front and hoping one of their guys, there's 5 guys rushing, we've got 5 down linemen, that one of those guys is going to win a one-on matchup. So what you have to do is you've got to be prepared to get the ball to your hands quick. That comes from, Bryce can get out of his hands quick, but to complete those balls, there's got to be separation at the line of scrimmage. So, you look to guys like Jamison who's done it, but the younger guys, Corey Brooks and Slade Bolden, and possibly a Trayshawn Holden, those guys have got to be able to create separation and give Bryce room to throw the ball. And then off of that, okay, if you can kind of get that going, now we're going to want to try to keep an extra tight end or running back in there where you can max protect, not necessarily a play action, but block it up so we can get, intermediate and down the field passes. Kind of a progression as you go through of short game, of handling the blitzes and then trying to keep more guys in the box. But, for Georgia, that's a risk. I think the strength of their team is their front 7. The weaker part of their team is going to be the secondary. So the more guys you blitz, the more the secondary is on the island. And that's the matchup I like. I mean, if we can get Jamison one-on-one with somebody, Bryce is really good about understanding the defenses and taking his chances when he can. If we get a single high safety and it's press man against Jamison Williams, more than likely Bryce is going to go find him or try to get him the ball. I mean, even if it's a down the field shot, that's a matchup. If they show it, we got to try to hit it. And Jamison's been more times than not been able to get open and have huge plays. And that's what we saw against Georgia. It was explosive plays. It was run after catch. It was, a 5-yard, 10-yard completion that ended up in an 80-yard touchdown. I think that's what it's going to take again tonight.
Tell me your thoughts on Indianapolis. We've been with you the past couple of days, and you have been out with the Alabama fans and meeting your obligations and doing everything. Did you find some fun last night? Did you get out of the cold, or were you out in it last night?
Well, it was walking around, and it was windy. It was cold. I've had a blast hanging out with you guys. Indy's a fun city. There's a lot to do. They got a nice little downtown strip area. It's not Miami or Los Angeles or Las Vegas, but it's been fun. I mean, these people, Indianapolis is great, but the thing, it's kind of like going back to Atlanta and the SEC championships. There's a lot of Georgia people here. I mean, y'all seen it. I'm at the team hotel, so it's all Alabama folks here, but everywhere else you go, I mean, people are barking. People are these Georgia fans are just as, I think, just as confident in this game as they were, a month ago in Atlanta.
That's interesting.
I disagree with that.
You don't. I don't know if they're just as confident. They are confident.
Yeah, JP. Talking to Georgia fans, they are scared to death.
Really?
Yeah.
Are they? Okay. Well, that makes me feel better because what I've seen is a lot of barking, and I mean, I've talked to some of the former Georgia players, and I feel like they think if they clean up what mistakes they had, that it was all self-inflicted wounds. None of it was because of what we did. It was all self-inflicted. So, I'm just walking around the streets. I don't know. There's a lot of dog fans here, and that
at 536 yards is not self-inflicted.
Yeah, I mean,
that's what I keep
Bryce
saying.
Young
I
stalled
agree.
him.
Like we were making some pretty good plays. We were putting them in bad situations. That's my thoughts exactly. You can call it self-inflicted, but a lot of it was our guys just making plays and getting open. And you could say it was a blown coverage, but there was a reason why it was blown. It's because we were doing something unique or different that caused that.
The best quote of the whole lunch yesterday, though, and I'm bad with names, so I don't remember his name. I won't call him out here, but he had ordered a veggie burger, and it wasn't what he thought it was going to be.
Wait, somebody ordered
this is so good.
But the guy who ordered the veggie burger said, "If one of these grown men bark in my face, I'm going to deck it." And I thought to myself, of all the people eating real meat at the table, the guy with the veggie burger is going to deck somebody.
Yeah.
Wait, there's somebody ordered a veggie burger.
He did. By the time Dunaway and I got there, he had it delivered.
Do I know this guy?
I think you know. He said he knows you.
Yeah, he's been over to your house.
Okay. I didn't get that part. I didn't know that. So he's had it delivered. He's already got the lid off the burger, and he's just eating the veggie part. And we're killing the guy for it, right? First time I ever met the guy, but that would slow me down, right? I'm just diving in. Everybody's zinging the guy for the veggie burger. And at one point, JP's sitting to his right, reaches over and goes, "I got to try a piece of this." And just brings up a piece of it.
How was it?
JP, tell him what you described it as.
It was like it was like a bean dip that you've got in a crock pot, and you're scraping the edge of the bean dip with a spoon after it's kind of heated up and been sitting there for a while. It was awful. And he was complaining.
It was awful.
He was complaining about it. He was like, "This veggie burger is terrible." And I was like, "What did you expect? You're ordering a veggie burger at a sports bar? Like, I don't think they were back there grinding the beans and corns up before they ordered it. It was, and he took the buns off, so it was a carb-free veggie burger. Even worse. I mean, give yourself a chance, man."
Yeah, JP just reached over and he said, "I got to try this." He just grabbed a big old chunk up and ate it.
Terrible.
Oh, so good. John Parker Wilson, he'll be on the call tonight with Eli, Chris Stewart, Rashad Johnson, Tom Stipe, Butch Owens, the entire gang there at Lucas Oil Stadium. And he has been so kind to join us all season long. And I hope you know how much we appreciate your friendship and you doing that for us, John Parker, man. It's been awesome.
Absolutely, guys. Love coming on with you. You're so much fun. Love listening to you every day. I mean, I pull up the app on the way to work and when I get to the office. So you guys are killing it. And, hopefully we can have a good conversation next about this Alabama team because, another thing I've been thinking about too, to me, it's different playing an SEC team in the national championship. If you, I think there's a lot more on the line if you lose this game versus if we're playing Ohio State or Clemson because it's out of conference. So this game, it means a lot. And I'm so excited to see what happens tonight.
Yep, it should be fun. Thank you, JP. Enjoy the game. We'll see you over there.
All right, see you guys.
All right, buddy. Take care. John Parker Wilson with us on the JohnstonRVCenter.com hotline.
And this part of the show being brought to you by Greg from Pell City and Storm Restoration Roofing, one of the most respected roofing contractors in America. And Greg owns the company. I've known Greg for years and years, and I trust him as not only a friend, but also a guy that helps you guys out with roof repairs and roof inspections. Listen, you don't have to have a storm blow through, but we just had one. So when storms blow through and you have damage, just keep Greg from Pell City in mind. You can look him up on Facebook, Greg from Pell City. But eventually, you got to replace your roof anyway because it wears out and it'll damage your home if you don't do that. So you ask yourself, gosh, I don't know when my roof is bad. When do I need to repair it? That's where Greg comes in, too. A free no-cost inspection. 205-542-3531. 205-542-3531 for the free no-cost inspection. A-plus rated with the Better Business Bureau. Locally owned for over 20 years. And absolutely, in my opinion, the best warranty in the industry. It's Greg from Pell City. 205-542-3531 and Storm Restoration Roofing. All right. Still to come, Ian Fitzsimmons will join us here at the desk, maybe even in the next segment. And we'll talk to one of the founders and one of the early pioneers with LT of the old roundtable days. He'll be on the sidelines tonight for the ESPN radio call, so we'll talk to Fitzy about that. And late in the show, Rick Neuheisel will be with us, and all that's still to come. A lot more from the news conference yesterday, including a great moment between Nick Saban and Kirby Smart. All that's still ahead today, right here on The Next Round, being brought to you in part today by our friends at Champy's, world-famous fried chicken, Adam Mestre, JohnstonRVCenter.com, Wayne's, Hemphill, Culver's, and our friends at ATIX. Still can get you in the game tonight. If you're in Indianapolis, check out our friends at ATIX online. Back in a moment on The Next Round.
Follow Brownie on Twitter and Instagram at Ryan Brown Live.
Hey, Lance Taylor from The Next Round. You've heard me for years talk about our friends at Bromberg's Jewelers, and we welcome you to stop by and see that great customer service at the Mountain Brook and Summit locations. But we'd also love for you to check out their new online shop. They've got plenty to choose from. Great gifts, big and small. Available online, they've got David Yurman, Tudor watches, select diamond and gemstone jewelry, William Henry, seasonal and favorite giftware items, and baby gifts as well. They've even got an online sale section. For more information, Brombergs.com.
This hour of The Next Round is presented by Excalibur Services. Join our Total Home Comfort Club. Just like your car, your heating and cooling, electrical and plumbing systems need to be maintained for top performance, safety, and comfort. Call 205-718-8688. Excalibur Services, Alabama license number 15214.
Some things just stand the test of time. Your old truck, an aged bourbon, the memory of your first girlfriend, and a classic pair of Red Wing boots. Fall is upon us, and Red Wing boots are the ones every guy must have. Whether you're on the job site, working in the yard, exploring the trail, or heading out for the evening, Red Wing shoes will have you covered. Certified fit specialists will make sure you get the most comfortable boots with convenient locations in Pelham next to Publix and the new Trussville location between Metro Diner and Taco Mama. Red Wing boots, a classic you can enjoy every day.
Hey, Lance Taylor from The Next Round to tell you about our friends at Gutter Cap. Gutter Cap's that patented aluminum cover system that fits over most existing gutters to keep out debris and eliminate that gutter cleaning. It's backed with a lifetime warranty, almost 20-year service record right here in Birmingham. Stay off that dangerous ladder forever. 45% off the retail price now if you call guttercapbirmingham.com. Call my good friend Chris Stewart now, 205-823-2212. Cap it, don't snap it. It's Gutter Cap.
Hello, Vulcan here. Can we talk? Sure, I'm the biggest thing in Birmingham, being 56 feet tall, but big isn't always better. It's what you're big on. Like the great community banking at First Bank's new financial center in Homewood. Their reputation for customer service towers. Bank where you stand tall, without birds perching on your head. No, they're building a nest.
First Bank, now open at 404 Hollywood Boulevard. Member FDIC.
The Next Round's national championship coverage is presented by JohnstonRVCenter.com, Wayne's Smart Pest Services, Champy's world-famous chicken, Culver's Welcome to Delicious, and Adam Mestre with MD Realty. It's the chase for a championship on The Next Round.
After years searching for a classic jacket that was functional in the field and the city, Tom Beckby couldn't find one he liked, so he decided to make his own. Since designing that first jacket in 2015, Tom Beckby has continued to draw inspiration from natural settings to produce classic outdoor equipment with time-tested rugged materials. Visit the brand new Tom Beckby store in Mountain Brook Village, a local business, with the goal of outfitting you for the outdoors here in Alabama and wherever the road takes you. Mountain Brook Village or online, TomBeckby.com. That's Tom, BECKBE.com.
Why is Culver's such a treat for so many families? Here's a hint. This treat is thick and creamy, and everyone can get it any way they like. Our fresh, frozen custard. We craft it in small batches throughout the day to make our guests stay. Shakes, cones, sundaes, concrete mixers, flavor of the day, oh, and the toppings.
Who says you can't please everyone? There's more than one way to dessert at Culver's. Welcome to Delicious.
The Next Round team is getting healthy in 2022. You could join the challenge as we look to lose weight with our friends at Way to Wellness. Plus, you can participate with your office as well and win a grand prize. For more information, go to nextroundlive.com. Cardinal Roofing would like to inform you of a few cardinal rules for roofing. Shingle roofs should be replaced every 10 to 15 years. Damage from storms may be covered by insurance. Leaks are typical where vent pipes come through the roof or in a valley where two slopes come together. But the most important cardinal rule is to always call Cardinal Roofing for all your roofing needs. Cardinal Roofing is your home for financing, one-day jobs, and more than 500 five-star reviews. 205-900-ROOF. That's 205-900-7663. Mention The Next Round and get $100 off your next roof replacement.
Follow Next Round Live on Twitter, Instagram, Facebook, and YouTube. The social media team at Next Round Live is dedicated to giving you daily news conferences and practice video from UAB, Alabama, Auburn, and around college football. Follow and compare to the sites you used to visit. You'll also get the latest highlights and news from the Next Round Daily Show. Turn on the notifications so you don't miss a thing. Next Round Live on Twitter, Instagram, Facebook, and YouTube. See more at nextroundlive.com.
Back with you on the next round. Our friends at Odie's about to bring you a guy who used to roll around Odie's a lot, Ian Fitzsimmons.
Perfect. I wish we could have the conversation we had yesterday.
Let me tell you something. Will Haver and trivia at Odie's will get you in trouble.
You think?
Oh, my gosh. Took years off my life.
Odie's, though, bringing you part of the show. LT, hit him
Yes, Birmingham Institution, located right there in Crestline Village. Go see Rodney Davis and
Best
my
burger
friend
in town.
Will Haver. A great burger.
Oh, my God.
The Diablo sandwich, you're going to love it. Go see that great staff. Odie's Tavern, Crestline Village, for lunch or dinner. Ice cold beer buckets full of Bud Light.
The Diablo sandwich, I would fight all of you right now for now.
So good,
So
isn't
did
it?
Dr. Pepper. Oh, my Lord. Yeah, come on with it.
Yeah, that sounds really good right now. I miss breakfast.
I think it sounds good to 3 of the 4.
Hey, did you guys, though?
There's one that would not touch it.
I miss
My
breakfast.
man's hurting.
I'm
Debo Samuel.
Oh, stop.
I miss breakfast. LT missed Sunday night.
Debo Samuel put our boy in a funk, man.
He did.
I mean, he put him into a tailspin. Hang in there, LT.
Yeah,
I got you, buddy.
Notice the hat, though. That is an Arizona Cardinal hat, who the Rams play in the first round.
So Devin, and I know Ian's younger brother really well. He's the special teams coach for the Arizona Cardinals.
One of them. There's 2 of them, Jeff Rogers and Dev. Yeah.
One third of the game.
So
Damn right.
Big game Monday night.
Put something on it. We'll figure it out.
Man,
Something more creative than
I am
cash.
so scared. I do not want to play Kyler Murray.
Well, the best thing, we'll get to the title game in a second, but JD, the best thing for my brother is that they're not playing at home. They stink
You're
at
right.
home.
They're
They
terrible.
are awful,
It's
Ryan. They are
crazy.
awful
I
at
know.
home.
Well, you know, Chop, Drew
Oh, yeah.
Campercurta
Yeah.
is a huge Cardinals fan. He's like, thank God we
We're
are on the road. Yeah.
Hit it. And their general manager, Steve Keim, told me a great story the last time they played the Rams. Because my brother coached Stafford for 4 years in Detroit. And he has a meticulous pregame routine, right?
Right.
Well, word is that Fitz went over and like kind of messed with him a couple of times to throw him off by half a step. He goes, one more time, I swear to God, I'm going to kill you. Look at Lance shaking his head like, dude, come on.
Oh, that's fantastic. So you'll be on the sidelines with the ESPN coverage happening tonight, all the platforms, video and radio as well. So this game right here, from our perspective, it's a great matchup. Best 2 teams in the country. From a national perspective, where you sit now in your
Best
role
2
at
teams in the
ESPN,
country. Yeah.
is people bored that it's 2 SEC teams, or are you okay that it's
No,
Alabama, Georgia?
I don't get that impression at all because they are the 2 best teams in the country. I mean, it wasn't even close at the end. I mean, look what Georgia did to Michigan, and I had Michigan week 2 against Washington.
Right.
And that, I said then that Michigan had a different feel to it because Harbaugh went half his coaching staff went from one of the oldest coaching staffs in P5 to one of the youngest, and there was a newfound energy there, and you saw it all season long. That's Ohio State. They finally get it done, win a Big Ten title. They're coming in jaw locked against Georgia, but Georgia just got embarrassed by Alabama. They're all hacked off, and you saw the best that Georgia has to offer, including Stetson Bennett, who I think gets just raked over the coals way too much for what he's been able to do. But, man, you handle those 2 bookends of Michigan, you keep Stetson Bennett clean with those 2, man, I was beyond impressive. So you got a Bama squad who I had in the Cotton Bowl coming in, their jaws locked. They're playing that underdog role. I mean, they haven't been able to play that card, since La Monroe when the Warhawks rolled in yellow school buses and bag lunches,
Yellow
right?
school buses.
Back in 07, man.
Hey,
right?
but will you give me this? Last year, Bama 2020 would have beat this Bama team by 21 points.
I don't disagree with that one bit.
Yeah.
Yeah.
And that's what's crazy is like Nick Saban has another opportunity to win a national championship with maybe his worst team.
Since then, when he's kicking DJ Hall on senior day up.
Yeah.
Squad,
The yellow
right?
school bus.
Right. Yeah, but look, seriously, and you go in against Cincinnati, they're a 2-touchdown favorite, and they're still playing that underdog role. They really believe it. And here they are, an underdog against Georgia again. So Georgia's hacked off. because they got trucked and embarrassed, in the SEC championship game. Bama's hacked off because they've been, written off for dead after Texas A&M beat them. LSU gives them a fight, and Auburn almost beats them. If the running back doesn't go out of bounds, they probably do win the game.
Right.
So, look, you got two teams coming in with an edge to them, and I can't wait, man. It's going to be good old-fashioned, knock the snot out of each other, paint swap, and bring back Keith Jackson-type football tonight.
Ian Fitzsimmons is with us on the JohnstonRVCenter.com hotline. Because you lived in our state for a good while, even having won the Heisman and being the first Heisman Trophy winning quarterback, if you don't win a national championship at Alabama, you're kind of viewed differently. As a quarterback, especially in this run, in the Saban run. It's huge for Stetson Bennett, obviously. He'll be a hero for the rest of his life in Georgia if he can pull this off. But, let's don't ignore the fact that even though Alabama's won $1 billion of these for Bryce Young and his legacy, if you don't win one of these, you're kind of used differently.
And you know what's amazing, Ryan, is you go back to that game against Cincinnati. They didn't ask him to be Heisman Trophy winner Bryce Young. It was, hey, look, they have two of the best cover. I talked to one NFL scout, said that's the best tandem at corner in all of college football.
Yep.
And Kobe Bryant and Sauce Gardner at Cincinnati.
Yeah.
I don't disagree with that.
No.
You find me no better tandem out there.
Yeah. And Alabama knew, let's don't challenge those guys because you can just line up and run it right down their throat.
Here comes B-Rob. It's not Derrick Henry. It's not Mark Ingram, right? It's not Johnny Musso or Bobby Humphrey that has the all-time bowl record. It's Brian Robinson.
Crazy.
204 yards, man. And they brought Slade Bolden across the middle, and just exposed the middle of that field and stayed away from the corners. It was an outstanding game plan by Bill O'Brien. And tonight, now you've shown that wrinkle, right? That you can do all of that. Get ready.
Does 27 points win this game tonight, though? That's what they had against Cincinnati.
Man,
I think it needs more. Yeah.
I don't know, man. I think 27 might do it.
Really?
I really do. Look, you look at the right side of Bama's offensive line. Ekiyor's going to go. It's a shoulder. He's going to play tonight. Chris Owens walked right past me. Or, hold on, not walked. He could hardly put any weight on that ankle. So that's the one to watch tonight is at right tackle. And you know that Carter and Davis and Dean and that front seven for Georgia, they got embarrassed.
Yes.
They're coming in jaw locked. They're wearing enamel off of their teeth right now to get back at these guys. So the one thing, it ain't sexy. It's not Jameson Williams, right? It's not Bryce Young. To me, Ryan, to answer your question, it's the guys up front.
Yeah.
Because, man, if Georgia can't handle that front of Alabama, it's going to be a long day for Stetson. And if Alabama can't handle that front, especially at the right tackle spot with Chris Owens and that, who are you putting over there?
Well, nobody
is
they
it
put
Randolph?
over there
Going
has
to put a
worked.
70 number on Randolph and move him to right tackle?
Nobody they put over there has worked anyway.
Right.
It's been a turnstile all season long.
So
at Auburn, they would have done a better job of blocking the right side of the line if the right tackle would have just fallen down every play and lose a step just to run around them.
To trip a guy.
Fitzy's with us on the ESPN broadcast tonight of the national championship here in Indianapolis. I don't remember the exact yardage, but the drive where Alabama got their 17th point in the SEC championship game, Mechie caught one, I think, for about 30, then for about 20, and then about 11 for the touchdown. And there's no Mechie tonight. How big of a factor is that?
Huge. That's huge. Look, and Brooks played well. Bolden played well, stepping in for him. But, man, that's a big one. Now, I had a long conversation with Jameson Williams earlier this week, who, by the way, man, that young man.
He's fine, isn't he?
Dude,
He's on the all-hug team.
That was the transfer portal, win of the year.
When people
Unbelievable.
When people bitch about the portal, just point to Jameson Williams, say, look, it works. This is what the portal was designed
That guy had 9 receptions last year. How's that possible?
And he's a first-round draft pick now.
Oh,
yeah.
Hell
He's
yeah,
a top 10 guy.
He might go, Lance is right. He might go top 10.
Yeah.
But his story, I don't know how much you got. He really didn't want to get into it, and I asked him to elaborate about it, but he's not out there for himself. He's not playing for the man in the mirror. He's from a hard childhood in the streets of St. Louis. And he's had some people close to him that he's lost. And they told me I carry them out there with me every single day. Every time I go on the field, it's for them. And I said, "Do you want to elaborate?" He goes, "No." And that shows you how much he cares.
That's right.
About those other guys. And man, you go back to, I asked him about Ohio State. He said, "Look, I'm still very close with Garrett Wilson and Chris Olave and those guys, but I just knew I had to go somewhere else."
They came to the SEC championship game to watch it.
Yeah, they are very, very tight. And man,
he wouldn't have got the catches if he'd stayed there. He wouldn't have got the catches.
No, he's a remarkable, remarkable story. And I asked him about Mechie. He goes, "He's out there with me now too." And I look, that's a big one. Jim, you are spot on, man. Not having him out there again, this rematch against Georgia, that is going to be big for Bama.
Hey, Rockstar, it just occurred to me. because
man,
Rockstar's awful quiet. You don't want to say hey to Fitzy?
Hey, how you doing, man?
Hey, it's been so long. Hugs and kisses. You don't write anymore. You don't call.
It just occurred to me because we were kidding Rockstar about the Lions beating the Packers and costing themselves a draft pick, a number 1 pick. And Rockstar's like, well, who'd you take number 1 anyway? There's going to be like 6 receivers in the first round. It's a given, right? Lions
Well,
go receiver.
yeah. That's the
Lions
go-to.
gonna go receiver.
You don't need anybody to throw it to him. Jared Goff's got that covered.
Rockstar, can you play quarterback? That's the question, though, dude.
Can Jared Goff play quarterback?
No. That answers that
I
question.
believe we've learned that, yeah.
You all right, LT?
Yeah. No. Hey, by the way, Jared Goff got a team to a Super Bowl.
Oh, yeah.
I want to remind you.
Yeah.
He did.
Dude,
Yeah.
the money went to his head.
I'll ask you another question then. If we're going to skip LT.
Well, I didn't know whose turn it was. I got lost because I did the Rockstar thing. So, yeah.
I didn't know we were going in order. You guys have like a
we
system here.
kind of try to do an order, yeah.
So we don't walk over. Anybody have a question for Fitz?
Yeah, so we don't have these situations.
Please hit the raise.
No story time, Rockstar, right now. Don't
Please,
do that.
please hit
If
the
we
raise
could
the hand
just have
symbol.
our stories from yesterday.
Oh my God. I'm going to leave the mystery at this.
Okay.
The person sitting to my left and the person sitting to my right were texting the same person. That's all I'm going to say.
Oh, yeah, I did hear this story. Yeah.
It was awesome.
Yeah, you were right in the middle of that, were you?
It was. It was hilarious.
Yeah.
Absolutely hilarious.
Yeah.
Very famous person, by the way, too.
Yeah. Yep.
So Fitzy, tonight on the broadcast, you've had a chance to travel across.
We've lost Ryan now.
No,
He's
no,
gone.
I know the
He's
story. Go ahead.
You've traveled around the country this year with the fans back in the stands, and I know how much you love the
hell yeah.
pageantry of college football. Last year, it just wasn't the same. From jump around the very first Saturday to what we'll see tonight here at Lucas Oil Stadium, how much fun was it to actually do this again? Did you find for yourself personally that you maybe at one point started to take it for granted and you reinvigorated?
You drilled those words right there. We took it for granted.
Yep.
I mean, last year I had Texas Tech, West Virginia, and they put my ugly mug on TV last year 11 times. My daughter, by the way, said, Dad, the only reason they're putting you on TV is because you have to wear a mask. Thanks, kid. Appreciate it. That's harsh from a 13-year-old, right?
Yeah,
Hey, by the way, do you like doing radio more or sideline?
Well, it's both. But you mean TV or radio? But the bigger, radio, we get bigger games.
Right.
No, but I'm talking about like going on air and like doing a show like we're doing right now.
I got you. Man, dude, look, you and I've talked about this many a time. If I hit the lottery tonight, I'm still doing games for free. Yeah. I mean, the juice of the game is amazing. I'm quitting a talk show in a heartbeat. I mean, 8 to midnight central, man, that's a grind.
Hey,
I love it.
But real quick, Kat, your wife is the reason that me and Dunaway and Brown are together. Like, if you wouldn't have left Birmingham, seriously, I mean, that's why.
Oh, yeah. No, I mean, when we got the job offer to go back to and be with Randy Galloway, my wife from Dallas, she was like, I don't care what the money is, gone.
Yeah, let's go.
Yeah, we're taking this
You're
offer.
a great negotiator, sweetheart. Thanks. Princess, way to dominate.
Yeah.
You cost us a few grand there, babe. But to your point, like West Virginia, Texas Tech last year, the tortilla heads in Lubbock are insane. I mean, that's 70,000 just liquored up, tossing tortillas at kickoff. I mean, seriously, that's one of the underrated traditions in college football.
Right.
When those tortillas come flying, I mean, it's a sight to behold, even though they're not supposed to do it anymore, like the cowbell at Mississippi State, right?
Yeah. Look the other
But
way.
there was no one there. It was like an Alabama high school spring scrimmage. And you're going, this ain't right. This ain't college football. So, we did take it for granted. And to be back against Clemson, Georgia, week 1, to have that first game back, man, it was like, all right, yeah, now this is
right.
This is beer and bourbon and barbecue, right? And the fans are back, and there's nothing better. I mean, we did take it for granted, without question.
All right, Sean McDonough, Todd Blackledge, and our man Ian Fitzsimmons here. That's a good crew. I love it.
One of us doesn't belong.
Look, you didn't play in the NFL or at Penn State, and McDonough's a legend, but you're our guy. That's my favorite crew, by the way, is McDonough. And no offense, I talked to Chris Fowler last night. Love them. Love Herb Street. McDonough and Blackledge are so good.
Yeah, they have a good chemistry. They do. It'll be fun tonight. It'll be a blast.
McDonough.
Can't wait. I think we have a close game.
How do you feel about the game?
Yeah, I think, we haven't had a close natty since the last time these two teams met.
Yep, everything else is a blowout.
And I don't know if it's going OT, but I think it's coming down to the final possession. I really do. And I think special teams is going to play a role. Someone's going to have to steal a possession tonight. The team that does that, obviously better chance to win the game. I think it's going to be close.
All right. Fitzy, man, thanks for being with us. I appreciate you.
Charles Barkley take?
He's got Georgia.
Oh, Lord.
Yeah, he really liked Georgia. He was on with us the other day. Yep.
Yeah. He's got Georgia. LT likes Georgia.
I do like Georgia.
But
I get it. The reason that Vegas couldn't make Bama a favorite is because the Sharps would have hammered Georgia.
Yep.
I mean, the big money would have come flowing in. You couldn't go from having them a 7-point favorite to being a 3-point dog. Couldn't do it.
You know, the only thing that scares LT about Georgia is that Barkley and I both like Georgia, too. That
scares
scares
the hell out of
me. See, I don't know if Dunaway really does, though.
Hold on a minute. I may have to go Musburger. If you and Barkley like Georgia, I may have to go Musburger and empty the account on Bama. My gosh.
Fitz, you'll be calling it like Musburger tonight. Man, we always appreciate your friendship. And Tailcat, we appreciate her going back to Dallas, opened the door for Brown and me. Changed my life.
Rockstar, I miss you, buddy.
Miss you, love you, kiss you, want you. What?
Dude.
He's never changed.
All right, part of our show today being brought to you by the great
Follow
folks
that up.
at Champy's World Famous Chicken. I don't know. Brown usually wraps up the guest. Champy's World Famous Fried Chicken right there on Highway 119 in Alabaster. Great place to go by. You'd love it. When you're back in town, we'll get some Champy's Chicken. Got chicken on a stick, Mississippi Delta recipe, tamales there. You can't beat that. You're home for blues, brews, and bird. It's our friends at Champy's Chicken. Back in a moment. This is the next round.
Debo Samuel.
Follow Dunaway on Twitter and Instagram at Jim Dunaway.
This hour of the next round is presented by Excalibur Services. Join our Total Home Comfort Club. Just like your car, your heating and cooling, electrical and plumbing systems need to be maintained for top performance, safety, and comfort. Call 205-718-8688. Excalibur Services. Alabama license number 15214.
Hey, if you're looking for Birmingham's best pizza, you need to stop in and see our friends at Slice Pizza and Brew. It's as local as you can get, from the ingredients that go into every pizza to the beer on tap. For a great lunch or dinner, go see our friends today, Vestavia or Lakeview at Slice.
A legendary coach once said, "It's not the will to win that matters, it's the will to prepare to win." Bryant bankers have the dedication and experience to put together a financial game plan that's right for you. Stop by one of the 7 Central Alabama locations today or give them a call at 1-855-4-BRYANT to begin preparing for your financial future today. You'll find out what unbeatable service and legendary results are all about. Bryant Bank, Equal Housing Lender, member FDIC.
The Next Round store is live and loaded. Check out the latest logo t-shirts and hoodies. Get your favorite team colors, the Next Round flag shirt, or grab the popular Y'all Can Have the Rest t-shirts. Go to nextround.store. That's nextround.store.
Hi, this is Wes McClooney, owner of the New Balance Birmingham store. And if you're like me, you probably added an inch or two to your waistline over the holidays. If Santa didn't put new shoes under your tree, it's time to treat yourself so you can walk or run those extra pounds off. Make your New Year's resolution to get out and exercise. At the New Balance Birmingham store, get the perfect fitting shoe to motivate you. Shop the New Balance Birmingham store on Highway 280 next to Chick-fil-A.
When it comes to choosing a dentist, 2 things are critical: trust and comfort. Ryan Brown here from The Next Round. It's why I tell you about Stone Creek Dental Care. Dentist owned and operated, and Stone Creek Dental Care is the Southeast's premier provider of comprehensive dental care with more than 20 locations, including Birmingham, Chattanooga, Huntsville, Trussville, and Montgomery. Stone Creek Dental Care is able to provide a level of quality care you will not find anywhere else. From your basic cleaning to restorative dentistry, cosmetics, and endodontics, Stone Creek Dental Care covers a wide and comprehensive range of dental services for patients of any age. Stone Creek Dental Care's mission is to provide the highest quality dental care to every single patient in an environment that exemplifies the highest ethical, personal, compassionate, and professional standards, and to provide the best patient experience possible. Stone Creek Dental Care is currently accepting new patients at all locations, and new patients get a free Chick-fil-A gift card at your first appointment. So visit StoneCreekDentalCare.com to find a location nearest you. StoneCreekDentalCare.com.
When it came to furnishing the new facilities here at the Next Round, there was only one call we made, and that was to Richie Hamer at Business Interiors right here in Birmingham. Richie and Business Interiors have a true passion for interiors and the talent to bring the client's vision to life. Through their vast selection of great designer furniture, Richie and BI will stop at nothing to make the experience great for the client. Repeat clients trust Richie and Business Interiors because he does what he says, and the guys will deliver on their promises. Leave it to Richie and Business Interiors to incorporate creativity into every space in your corporate setting. To set up an appointment, call Richie today, 205-837-2497. That's 205-837-2497. Or just go visit Richie at the BI showroom today. They're located 2309 5th Avenue South in Birmingham. Again, the entire studio's here at the Next Round, furnished by our friends at Business Interiors. Go see them today, 5th Avenue South in Birmingham.
On the field or in the office, you need a solid team and a strong game plan if you want to beat the competition. Xerox Business Solutions Southeast offers everything from printers to managed IT services, as well as hybrid work hardware solutions through our titanium partnership with Dell. For championship-level office solutions, get Xerox Business Solutions Southeast into your starting lineup. Visit xbssoutheast.com/win. Touchdown!
Start your day online at nextroundlive.com. Get all the latest videos, podcasts, and college football stories. And it's also a great way to stream the show or shop in the Next Round store. Stay connected by visiting nextroundlive.com.
Back with you on the Next Round, part of our show today being brought to you by the great folks at Precision Sports. You heard the injury update from Fitzy on Ekiyor. He says he'll go tonight with his shoulder. He's worried about Chris Owens' ankle. All reports from Alabama is the offensive linemen are good to go, but sometimes you're not always forthcoming with the injury report. So we'll check Chris Owens pregame tonight when they get on the field and see how he's moving around. That injury update being brought to you by the great folks at Precision.
Yes, done away from pediatrics to geriatrics. Those injuries starting to pile up on the field and in the yard, affiliated with Brookwood Baptist Health, Precision Sports Medicine and Orthopedics, 9 convenient locations. Call today, 855-219-6200 or online precisionsportsortho.com.
All right, Rick Neuheisel coming up in the final part of the show today. Trash is coming up a little bit later in the 11 o'clock hour. You've already heard from John Parker Wilson and Ian Fitzsimmons. But as we do every day right here on the show, we do a Rockstar viewing menu, and it's brought to you by the folks at New Life Art. No need for me to go ahead and tell you it's not breaking news. If something special happens tonight for Alabama, our man Danny Moore will have something ready to roll out for Tide fans to remember the special season.
It is amazing that there will be a moment, right?
Yeah, there should be. I mean,
from one side or the other.
Yeah, there should be. Now, Danny's hoping it's from the Alabama side.
Right. New Life Art bringing you memorable sports moments by Daniel Moore for over 40 years. 1-800-735-2787 or online danielmooreart.com.
All right, Rocky, what you got, man?
I hear that Alabama and Georgia will be playing on every single ESPN there is and ABC.
That is true.
So if you want to see it from Johnny's seat or Mary Beth's seat, they'll have cameras on those. But Hulu tonight released today The Golden Palace. Anybody remember this show?
I do not, Rockstar.
The Golden Palace, is that where a young...
no, that was Broke Down Palace.
Where they tried to smuggle drugs in Taiwan and end up in jail. The cute
Kate
blonde girl.
Beckinsale and
Claire Danes.
the crazy girl from Homeland.
Claire Danes.
Yeah.
And it was not.
yeah.
That is Broke Down Palace. Golden Palace was a spinoff.
Oh, wait. Golden Palace was Eddie Murphy, that little kid.
That's the Golden Child.
Golden Child. Okay.
Keep going.
It's a spinoff from the Golden Girls that aired from 1992 to 93. Strong run with Betty White and whoever played Sophia, the older woman. Estelle Getty.
Oh,
so Hulu
Estelle Getty, yeah.
is one season. I think Hulu just got through Betty White's death. They're going to have that on specifically on Hulu. So if you're a Golden Girls fan, you want to think, I wish there was one more season with 2 of the actresses gone. Golden Palace is what you want. And then 10 p.m. on HBO. I still haven't seen it. I'm a huge Christopher Nolan fan, but Tenet, from what I hear, it is a little bit, not a lot, but a little confusing.
Everything he does is baffling.
And the way he edits the sound and everything. I want this to be super duper loud, but I want the dialogue to be really, really soft to confuse the
Yeah,
viewer.
I hate those kind of movies. Those kill me.
And put Tom Hardy in it. Yeah, give him an accent. Okay.
Yeah.
Give him an accent. All right, that is Rockstar's viewing menu tonight, brought to you by
I was
going to
ask you this
New
real
Life
quick.
Art.
Who all do we have on these broadcasts tonight?
This is just a little game they're doing there. Yeah, that's not the actual broadcast.
But everybody's on. What are you looking for tonight?
No, I'm talking about like all of the different
Remember, we talked about it. Jimbo Fisher and his coaching staff
Yeah,
is doing the film room, and they've got the hometown networks on first half. This tells you who the SEC network, I believe, thinks is going to win the game. They have the Alabama hometown network on the SEC network for the first half, the Georgia home radio network in the second half.
Ooh.
And
they want the call.
If you want to hear all the Alabama call, you go to ESPN Plus. Want to hear all of Georgia, you go to ESPN Plus. But on the actual SEC network, Alabama radio first half, Georgia radio second half.
This is so bad. Who does Georgia's radio now?
Eric Zier is the analyst. Scott Howard, I think, is play-by-play guy.
Yeah, they've even changed their sideline. I think DJ's on sidelines now.
DJ Shockley. Yep.
Chuck Dowdle there. We'll do 3 and Out right here. It's brought to you by our friends at Vulcan Tire Rockstar. If you'll cue that up, we'll jump into 3 and Out and get that championship style rolling. Vulcan Tire gets you rolling. We'll be hitting the road in our Johnston RV Center.com RV Sprinter van back to Birmingham after the show tomorrow. But we rode up here on great tires. You never want to go to the national championship game on bad tires, LT.
No, locally owned and operated. 4 great locations. For more information, go online. Go to VulcanTireandAuto.com.
First down.
3 big dynamics of the game tonight. We've talked about them. So let's start with the star of the first game offensively. That was Jamison Williams. He had a couple of touchdowns that really flipped the script of the game, especially the one where he split the defense and got Alabama rolling on the 67-yarder. So if I put the over-under at a half of Jamison Williams touchdowns tonight, obviously he's a focal point of Georgia. Over-under touchdowns at a half. Where do you go? Brown first.
I'd go over. If it's 0, that's problems because he's the guy that's going to stretch the field and hit the home run ball for you and back Georgia off so Alabama can run a little bit. So 0 would be a big problem. I'll say over the half.
Yeah, I would go over the half. He had 184 yards in the first meeting.
But he didn't get the end zone against Cincinnati.
He did not, but that was a different game plan.
And it was really weird how they utilized him and like underneath and more of a Mechie role against Cincinnati.
It was a big decoy in that game too, yes.
I think he gets a touchdown.
Gets one, so if I go over 1.5, you would go under. You think one's the number?
Yeah, I think one's the number.
Boy, if he goes over 1.5, though, that is great
Alabama
news.
wins a national championship again.
All right.
Second down.
Obviously, 0 is the big number for Bryce sacks in the SEC championship game. If I put it at 1.5, give them a sack. 1.5. Do they get 2 or more? LTU first.
I'll give you 5 stakes on this. They're going over 1.5 tonight.
Over 1.5 sacks.
I think the number's 4 or 5 sacks tonight. Again, this offensive line was terrible this year. I mean, by Bama standards. They were 102nd, I think, nationally, giving up sacks, almost 3 per game. I think the number's 3 or 4.
That's bad news. It was 0 last time, which, again, is the outlier of the Alabama offensive line season. Coming off the worst they had looked all year, they played the best they had all year. Don't know that they can redo that, that again. But I think I would take the over. But, I mean, 2 sacks doesn't get you out of this game.
No, not at all.
I almost think if you told me Alabama gives up 1 or less sacks tonight, that's almost like winning turnover battle.
But I'm going to be Stone. He said if Georgia's plan is to blitz more and take guys out of coverage, I will take that all day as an Alabama fan. And I agree. Bryce Young's really good against the blitz. And if you're taking guys out of coverage with that secondary, that could be trouble.
Well, there was a reason why Kirby and Dan Lanning didn't design it for the SEC championship.
That's secondary.
Because they thought that's going to put us in dangerous situations.
That's right.
So let's let our normal pass rush get to them.
That's right.
And we're not going to risk big plays on the backside. Well, when they didn't blitz,
guess what?
Bryce killed them.
That's right. There were big plays on the backside because they couldn't keep up with Jameson Williams and John Mechie.
So now they're going to have to risk it to get the biscuit, and it could open up some big plays on the backside too. But there was a reason why Kirby and Dan Lanning and Will Muschamp, the smartest minds in college football, set in that first game plan and said, "Hey, let's don't blitz them. Let's let our guys get to them, and we're gonna play 7 back."
Because they watch game film and they see when he gets blitzed, he's really, really good.
Yeah.
Third down.
LT, you talked about this several times. Total turnovers, though, in the game combined, because I think the flip side of this is Alabama, I don't think, has done a fantastic job of turning people over all year long, except in the Georgia game, where equally, like where the offensive line for Alabama played, out above their skis, I think the Alabama defense did too, and they forced turnovers. Total turnovers, both teams tonight.
Oh, So Stetson turned it over 2 times.
Yeah, 2 picks, almost another pick 6 in the first possession.
Alabama doesn't turn football over. I would say total turnovers 2.
2.
I think 1-1.
1-1.
I was going to say 3. 2 Georgia, 1 Alabama. I think it'll be a pretty clean game. Both these teams protect the ball pretty well.
I think Stetson Bennett's going to have an incredible game tonight. I know that sounds really weird, but I think he is.
He usually has a good game, except when he's been playing
Alabama,
either behind or
Yeah.
Alabama.
Yep.
And sometimes in both situations, both the case there. Fourth down.
Fourth down.
The biggest NFL playoff storyline for you going into this. Biggest playoff storyline. Try to not make it the Rams. Give me a bigger picture than the Rams. And give me a bigger picture than the number 1 seeds. What's a storyline for you guys?
Well,
but if you need to go Rams or you need to go
number one seed, I think, is Aaron Rodgers' toe. I think that's the biggest storyline because they're the best team in the NFC. They're playing in the most difficult place to win in the NFC playoffs. And if his foot remains healthy, they're in the Super Bowl.
Like, I really believe the 49ers or the Packers will win the Super Bowl this year.
So you think those are the 2?
Yeah, the 49ers will beat the Cowboys.
So the 49ers is a good storyline. Bad draw Cowboys. I heard you say
terrible,
that yesterday.
terrible draw for the Cowboys.
Yeah, and the Packers toe situation. But you don't feel great about the 49ers quarterback situation winning
No.
what is it, 3 games?
Boy, I will tell you, Garoppolo played great in the second half. And, you know, Troy Aikman brought this up yesterday. I mean, we forget, this is a guy that took a team to a Super Bowl.
Yep.
And they had a double-digit lead in the Super Bowl.
That's right. That's a great point. To me, the storyline is the Cincinnati Bengals. Now, they may get bounced in the very first game, but that is a dangerous football team who seems to be peaking at the right time. And that AFC seems to be wide open to me.
Oh, I agree. I would not want to play Cincinnati. Like, they could lose by 21, but they could end up going to a Super Bowl.
You'll get a kick out of this. Johnny Congdon, who's one of the sports anchors for 3340, I was doing the zone with him last night. He's from Boston, and we were watching the end of Dolphins and Patriots together, and the Dolphins beat the Patriots, and he said, I cannot believe, as a Patriots fan, I'm worried about playing the Bengals in the playoffs.
Yeah. But they
should be.
You should be.
Yeah.
They end up getting Buffalo, though, right? New England, Buffalo, and Vegas and Cincinnati is the way it shook out, I think.
Yeah, but see, at the time though, the Jets and Buffalo were close.
Exactly.
And,
exactly.
I should have clarified that. I apologize.
I was just making sure that
No.
I had not written it down wrong. All right, that is 3 and Out today, brought to you by the great folks at Vulcan Tires.
Hey, again, get a look at the brake pads, wheel alignment, tires, anything you need bumper to bumper for you and your family. They can handle 4 locations and online, VulcanTireandAuto.com.
And thank you to the great folks at Culver's and the sponsorship that they've jumped in with us covering the SEC championship. Our trip out to Dallas and Indianapolis is much appreciated. And they've got 1 location, about to be 2 in our viewing area.
Yeah, Stadium Trace, 459 and 150 there next to the Hoover Mat, and coming soon to 119, 280 Tattersall Park. Culver's, welcome to Delicious.
And when we come back, we'll get back into Nick Saban and Kirby Smart's news conference yesterday. One moment yesterday when Nick Saban and Kirby Smart could not lay it on any thicker, with both of them sitting side by side at the podium, only separated by the grand prize, the national championship, which we'll play for tonight here in Indianapolis on the Next Round.
Round on Twitter, Instagram, and Facebook at Next Round Live.
Stop by the New York Butcher Shop and pick up the finest in certified Angus prime beef steaks and burgers, premium pork chops, ribs, and all-natural chicken cut to order just for you. Their chef-prepared entrees and side dishes are the perfect dinner-to-go choice for your family and are ready to heat at home. With a great selection of fine wines and desserts, the New York Butcher Shop is your one-stop dinner shop. 2 locations to serve you, Cahaba Heights and on Highway 119 in Greystone. The New York Butcher Shop, rare quality, well-done service.
The Next Round's national championship coverage is presented by JohnstonRVCenter.com, Wayne Smart Pest Services, Champy's world-famous chicken, Culver's Welcome to Delicious, and Adam Mestre with MD Realty. It's the chase for a championship on the Next Round.
If you're looking for a fun golf atmosphere that is laid back with a peaceful environment, the Meadows Golf Course in Harpersville, right off of Highway 280, is perfect for you. Just a short drive from Birmingham, this 18-hole, 200-acre track with rolling fairways and ample greens is the definition of peacefulness of the country just miles from the city. Enjoy a great lunch before your round and a cocktail on the wraparound porch after 18. Come see us today. The Meadows Golf Course in Harpersville, right off of Highway 280.
Banking is not just about your money, it's about you. It's about getting help with what you need when you need it. Brian Brown here from the Next Round. AmFirst was founded for members like you, and they've been putting those members first since 1936. Putting you first means service that grows and changes with the times to serve you better. Now every bank has their own app, but that's just it. It's theirs, not yours. The AmFirst app was made for you, so it's easy to pay bills, deposit checks, or transfer money to friends and family from anywhere. It's even customizable, which means you can personalize your dashboard, create usage alerts, and redeem points for rewards that will make you feel like the number one priority you are. And you can do it all on your own time. So what are you waiting for? Get the app made for you from AmFirst. Visit any AmFirst location or amfirst.org today. America's First Federal Credit Union is federally insured by the NCUA.
Did you know there are many different causes to erectile dysfunction? Causes like a heart condition, diabetes, a reaction to medication, or simply low testosterone. I'm Jim Dunaway, and I'm so glad the Alabama Men's Clinic is right here in Birmingham. They've treated thousands of Alabama men for ED. And listen, men, this is one game you never want to be out of. And that's why the Alabama Men's Clinic staff will find the problem, and some of you will be back in the game the day after your first appointment. Set up that appointment by calling 205-598-7000, 205-598-7000, or go to the website, alabamamensclinic.com. As I told you, there are many reasons you could be having an ED problem, and you want to find out the answer. Most men wait years before they even address the issue with a doctor. Get rid of depression, get rid of anxiety, make a new connection with that special person in your life. Again, the number, 205-598-7000, or get back in the game at alabamamensclinic.com.
Anheuser-Busch wants every experience for you around beer to be a good one. And getting home safely is always a priority. So encourage friends to decide to ride, whether it's by being the designated driver, calling an Uber, or taking public transit. You cannot drive drunk if you don't drive there. This message is brought to you by Anheuser-Busch, Mothers Against Drunk Driving, Uber, Birmingham Budweiser, and the Next Round. Anheuser-Busch, St. Louis, Missouri.
The Double Down Media podcast family is live and full of content for all ages. The Mystery Fifth Hour gives the Next Round host a chance to talk about everything but sports. Pour a glass of Bama and bourbon, our weekly college football conversation while sipping some of the most interesting pours in the bourbon world. And our Not For All Ages podcast, The Last Call. LT takes off the gloves for an in-depth conversation with stars like Taylor Hicks, presented by Redmond Vodka. Find those podcasts and more by searching The Next Round on Apple, Spotify, and on our website, nextroundlive.com.
Hey, there's nothing worse than waking up to a plumbing problem. Don't get caught in a flooded house. Call the guys at Hemp Hill Services. Adam, Chad, and the team at Hemp Hill are the only ones I trust to fix it and fix it right the first time. Hemp Hill Services does it right and always at a fair price. For all of your plumbing, cooling, and heating needs, trust the name that Birmingham has trusted since 1954. That is Hemp Hill Services. Call now, 205-229-2090. That's 205-229-2090. Want more of the show? Download the app or visit nextroundlive.com for the latest podcast. The Mystery Fifth Hour, our Not For All Ages podcast, The Last Call, and our entire Double Down Media podcast family. All at nextroundlive.com and on the Next Round app.
Jim Dunaway, Lance Taylor, Ryan Brown, and Rockstar. Live from the Birmingham Racecourse Casino Studios, The Next Round, presented by Bud Light, is on now.
Welcome into the halfway point of our National Championship Monday show. The hour that is always brought to you by the great folks at Champy's world-famous fried chicken right on Highway 119 in Alabaster. Jim Dunaway along with Lance Taylor and Ryan Brown, Rockstar, Forrester, and Lunsford all back in our Birmingham Racecourse Casino studios back atop the Blue Lake Center. We'll be back in studio on Wednesday, live here from a different location back at the Media Hotel for tomorrow after we do the National Championship late night tonight, 7 o'clock Central, 8 o'clock here local time for that game. And as usual, it'll be close to a 4-hour affair and then the celebration afterwards. So just a whole lot of fun happening tonight in Indianapolis. Let's start this hour off, as I said, brought to you by Champy's World Famous Fried Chicken. Don't forget, if you're getting a meal for tonight's game, Champy's Chicken is the place to go. You can actually order in advance and just never get out of your car. Just go through the little line real quick, champy'schicken.com, champy'schicken.com. You got the wonderful tamales I was telling Fitzy about. He loves that Mississippi Delta recipe. Also great drinks, great sides, the chicken plates, chicken tenders, the chicken poor boys, other kind of poor boys they have there, and chicken on the stick. You can't beat a Champy's world famous fried chicken. UAP basketball poll about to come out. Auburn will move up in that after their big win over Florida. Auburn and Alabama tomorrow night over in Coleman Coliseum. So we'll pass that along to you in a little bit. But let's talk a little bit more about the national championship game here. And Rockstar, let's start off first with a little Brian Robinson. You know, I was talking about how B-Rob is sort of the offensive heartbeat of this team, but Bryce Young is the superstar. He is the Heisman Trophy winner. And he tells the story of how Bryce Young, the young quarterback, won the team over after Mac Jones led the team to a perfect season last year. Bryce had to come in and sort of win the team over. And here's Brian Robinson describing how Bryce was able to do that.
You know, just with Bryce, you know, this whole year, you know, he's earned respect from not just me, but, you know, everybody on University of Alabama football team, just by, you know, everything, like just stepping up into his role and, you know, and handling his business, like as a professional. And, you know, he just done that on a high level all year, you know, and beside me, you know, a guy who's a fifth-year senior who's been here around a lot of great players, you know, seeing that from somebody who's, you know, a lot younger than me, you know, just kind of helped me. I kind of saw him on the level of the older guys, and it made me feel good because he felt like, you know, that he was mature and he was ready for his opportunity. He prepared himself for it, and, you know, he left no doubt, you know, every time he went out on the field.
When you look at the numbers from that first game, and Bryce not only won his team over, he won the Heisman Trophy and has his team 60 minutes away from a national championship. Bill Connelly broke down the stats. And if you want to know why blitzing may be on the table tonight, when they blitzed Bryce in the SEC championship game, he was 8 of 20 for 91 yards.
Well, that's not good.
When they did not blitz him in the SEC championship game, he was 18 of 24, 330 yards and 3 touchdowns.
So Brian Robinson wasn't healthy in the SEC championship. Still had 16 like pivotal carries though.
Bro, 66 big yards.
Was so good in pass protection.
That was his biggest contribution. I mean, you take those 66 yards away, if he had 0 rush yards, what he did in pass protection was incredible.
You know, the thing about B-Rob, do you guys remember when we got invited to be
forever ago?
Yeah. Honorary coaches or whatever it was for the 8A game. And it was Coach Burns talking about B-Rob is going to be a really, really good NFL player one day. That was like 5 years ago.
I know. He pointed to us. He was like, you see that guy right over there? Yep. Now, this team had, I think Josh Jacobs was still on this team. Damian Harris, Najee Harris. I mean, all these great running backs. But
the guy that looked the best in pads was Brian Robinson.
Yeah, Burton Burns pointed him out, and he said, you guys watch this guy. He's going to be he's the guy.
But I'll tell you, so it's a running joke with, like, you know, people talking about Hunter Renfrow was at Clemson forever.
Yeah.
Brian Robinson has literally been at Alabama forever.
He is the guy Nick Saban doesn't have. He's the guy that is a really good player who's going to play in the NFL.
Yeah,
Brian Robinson's going to get drafted,
yeah.
But he plays all 5 years or all 4 years. Nick Saban doesn't have those guys. I mean, you know, you watch him play and you're like, how is this guy in his 4th year of eligibility? He's a really good running back.
He's a step slow.
That's what
he really is.
That's the knock on him. But I tell you what, he's tremendous in pass protection. He's as gutsy as you could ever ask for. And we talked about it the other day. If you rank the running backs in the Nick Saban era, he probably is not in the top 10.
Like if you gave me his stat line tonight, I probably could tell you who wins this game.
If it's the same one he had in the SEC championship,
they lose.
Okay.
Well, 55 yards.
So if he's got 66 yards tonight, they lose.
They lose.
66 yards and a touchdown.
So you think he has to? They have to run to win?
I think they've got to have balance. I think to take pressure off that offensive line. I really do.
Georgia doesn't let you run much.
They don't. You got to, you know, they even ran it on a one-legged Brian Robinson 16 times with him, and they ran it a little bit with Sanders just to make them have to continue to respect the run. Before we continue the conversation of the national championship game, the new AP basketball poll is out. We'll make this presented by our friends at Nichols Outfitter. A quick look at the AP basketball poll.
Yeah, Nichols Outfitters wants to remind you they have got the best firearm showroom anywhere, not firearm showroom anywhere in the state, the best bow technical team anywhere at all. Nichols Outfitters, all the inventory and expertise to get you started right for the hunting season. All things at 242 in Pelham or online, nicholsoutfitters.com.
I told you that after Baylor, I would put Auburn in the conversation of being number 2 with several other teams. Baylor is 1. UCLA is 3. Auburn is all the way up now to number 4 in the country in the AP poll. Number 4 in the country, 14-1. Then it's USC at number 5. So those are your top 5 teams in the new AP basketball poll. Alabama, with a loss to Missouri, drops all the way down to number 24, and they will play each other tomorrow night in Coleman Coliseum. So Auburn is now the number 4 basketball
By the way,
team in the
I
country.
saw in Vegas you can get Auburn 30-1 to win a national championship.
And they're number 4
I think that's great value.
It was 40-1 last week. The week before that it was 50-1. So that continues to dwindle down. I mean,
hurry if you want
I'd take a flyer. I really would.
What is Baylor?
Oh,
My buddy-
18-1 maybe.
My buddy, so at number 1.
Again, college basketball is almost
Well,
impossible.
that's what I was asking. So the favorite is 18-1.
Yeah.
So 18-1, you still get good odds on betting the favorite there. My buddy MC Albee, I think it was 50-1, he put some money down in Vegas on Auburn to win.
And
the
now you got the number 4 team in the country at 50-1.
Now you got the number 4 team in the country. At
That's pretty
50-1.
good.
All right. So back to the football conversation. The other side of the coin is Stetson Bennett. Another interesting stat on Stetson after you hear him talk this week a lot about being doubted. Him being doubted, this team being doubted. Here's Stetson Bennett.
I don't know. There's a lot of things that go unsaid from that frustration. You know, not really allowed to say it, but but that's what it's the nature of the beast. You're the hero or the zero, and I'm glad it was me instead of anybody else because I can handle it. Because I can just shut it off and just tell people to go, but you just keep your head down and keep working. You trust your teammates to make plays, and you just go play football. Same game you've been playing since you're in Little League. So just because more people are talking about it doesn't mean the rules have changed. So just go play.
Little Matthew McConaughey.
I was about to say it, Rockstar. That is Matthew McConaughey. It's so weird.
He seems like he's a little worn out, but the questions is just nonstop.
No,
it's different.
That is the most confident guy to never win a championship.
It really is.
I was talking to somebody that is really wired in college football a couple of nights ago, and he said Stetson Bennett this week has been acting like Aaron Rodgers.
What?
Like
in what way?
The confidence.
Oh yeah.
Yeah, like the way he talks. Like these.
Well, look,
it's amazing how confident this kid is right now.
Yeah. But, I mean, you'd rather have that than there is every reason for him not to be confident going into this game because Alabama has had his number done away.
Well, yeah, he has. That's a good point.
So, I mean, if he is confident, you don't want him overconfident. I mean, there is a fine line right there, obviously, Lance. But if he does have some confidence, that's a good thing because he's got every right to have zero confidence going into this game.
It may be over talked about and over analyzed when people say you got to get off to a fast start. You got to get off to a fast start. But
they always do against Alabama, by the way.
It never works for them.
But here is the stat of the day, if you will. QBR. When Georgia is ahead, Stetson Bennett's QBR is the 6th best QBR in the country in college football. 6th best QBR in the country when they're ahead.
I can't overstate this, Dunaway. I think Stetson Bennett is a really good quarterback.
Oh, he is.
He is a real, and people I don't understand why people are so negative towards Stetson Bennett. Like people think that's like the Achilles heel of Georgia.
I think.
Let me finish
go
the
ahead.
stat. When they are tied or behind, he is the 71st best QBR in the country.
So if you get a lead on him, you got him right where you want him.
Tied or behind, 71st in the country.
But you guys will give me, he doesn't have a lot of weapons. I mean, Brock Bowers is a weapon, but outside of that, he doesn't have a lot of weapons.
That is puzzling. Well, let me quickly say something about this. How often is he tied or behind? I mean, that number is an interesting number, but
usually against Alabama.
Rarely are they tied or behind unless they're playing Alabama. Brock Bowers is a weapon. One of the most puzzling things about Kirby, as well as he's recruited, how average they've been at wide receiver.
Well, really at all skill.
Yeah.
I mean, last couple of years, like you go back to Gurley, and I guess Gurley was a Mark Richt guy, and Chubb might have been a Mark Richt guy. I don't even know.
I think he was, yeah. But they've been pretty regular. We brought this up on the show yesterday. Somebody mentioned Riley Ridley. I don't know that I'd call Riley Ridley an elite receiver.
I think he had one monumental grab.
He did.
I see an AJ Green jersey right now. You see the 8 over there?
Yeah. That was a Mark Richt guy.
But that was, and we've talked about this, that was the last time that Georgia's had an elite receiver.
Yeah, now he can't help it that George Pickens got hurt. I mean, that George Pickens has the ability to be elite receiver.
Well, and George Pickens, I guess, has some demons a little bit.
I don't know.
Maybe.
I don't know what the deal is there.
There's some baggage.
Yeah, but, he's not developed into that.
He could be an X factor tonight, though.
Yeah, Stetson Bennett, that was such an interesting, I don't know, that perspective. He was basically saying, the critics can shove it up there. I mean, isn't that what you heard in that?
Yeah, I'm not playing for the critics.
I'm not playing for the critics. They can shove it up there, you know what?
Again, so confident to never win anything.
I know.
But I think he's calling a shot.
It kind of sounds like it. It is weird, though, not seeing him, how much he sounded like Matthew McConaughey.
Yeah, a tremendous job of getting them to the national championship game, 60 minutes away from Stetson Bennett, replacing Buck Bellew on top of the Georgia football world at quarterback.
Honestly, I mean, the guy will be a multimillionaire never playing in the NFL if they win a championship tonight, right?
Yeah. I mean, you would think he's probably, if they win a championship, he never buys another meal, another set of clothing, never has to make another tea time.
He can speak at quarterback clubs and make $3,000 or $4,000
because he's such a good story too. I mean, Dunaway, that's part of it. This is a guy that could have probably gone other places. Said, "I'll go not play football at Georgia just to wear the G," and he ended up playing football.
Heisman Trophy versus the walk-on tonight for the national championship. Alabama, an underdog in this one to the Georgia Bulldogs, 7:00 on all the ESPN platforms. And don't forget, after the game, Brown and I will join you as we always do for our Saturday breakout. And we'll do that right after the game tonight, right down on the field. And we look forward to that coming up tonight. Part of our show right now being brought to you by our great friends at Wayne's. And then I will give you a little Kirby Smart and Nick Saban from yesterday, where they really couldn't say enough nice things about them.
They were sitting right next to each other. It's easier to do then,
That's right.
Hey, Wayne's Pest Control has introduced the new Smart Pest solution. What Smart Pest does is combine the effectiveness of traditional pest control with 24/7 rodent monitoring. Smart Pest monitors and proactively communicates to prevent an infestation. Smart Pest is the most intelligent, eco-friendly pest control solution available today. Call 866-WAYNES-1. Mention our code TNR for the next round, TNR, 866-WAYNES-1 to get $60 off your initial Smart Pest service when you mention TNR.
Forrester texted me this morning, and, Forrester and I are usually there at the office before everyone else, and he always says, "Hey,
early crew.
This soundbite right here, you got to play." Or this soundbite right here, you got to play. Forrester listens to every soundbite in the world.
And he sells them hard on you.
And he's like, he may give me 20, but he always tells me the one you have to play. This one right here, he said, this one was good. This is Nick Saban, Kirby Smart, day before final media availability yesterday. A chance to sit down. Between them is the national championship trophy, and a lot of good things about the other. Here's Nick and Kirby.
It's a great honor to be across from Coach Saban and the tremendous job he's done, but it's probably nothing unusual for him to be in this game because he's been in this game an awful lot, and I know he doesn't take that for granted because I know the work and effort he puts into it to get his team here. I've been able to see that. I've been a part of that. I also know the work and effort we've put in to get to this point. It is no easy job to get to this point in the season, through the SEC gauntlet, through the championship game, through the semifinals. It's a tough, rigorous season. So to be in this position is certainly an honor. To be across from Coach, it's a tremendous honor for our team and our organization. But like we've always said, it's not about he and I. It's about the players and their opportunities to go out and be successful and make a lasting memory.
Well, from my standpoint, I think the University of Georgia, Kirby's program, is probably one of the elite programs, in the country. He's done an outstanding job there of making that program what it is, and obviously, the players and people that are in the organization have made that program what it is, and we certainly feel like, this is, the best team in the country that we have an opportunity to play, the most consistent team all season long in terms of how they played. And it's a tremendous challenge for us, and really kind of an honor to have the opportunity to play against what we feel is one of the most elite programs in the country. And, probably just looking at the future, probably will be for some time in the future as well.
Wow. Yeah, put that pressure on Kirby.
But don't you have to, if you're Kirby sitting there, you don't want to call him the best coach of all time because you've got to recruit against him.
That's right. Yeah.
Right.
And then the Alabama assistants go in and say, "Oh, you're considering Georgia. You want to see what they said? What their head coach said about Nick Saban?"
So that's always a tough situation. But you want to compliment the other guy because they mean so much. They really meant so much to each other.
And I think Kirby is so underrated as a head coach. Let's not forget, Mark Richt never played for a national championship.
Yeah.
Kirby's doing it twice now.
This is interesting. In our show yesterday, somebody in the Farm Folio chat room said Nick Saban is Michael Jordan, Kirby Smart is Karl Malone.
That makes sense.
I kind of like that comparison because Malone is a Hall of Fame player. Malone was one of the greats, but Malone came along in the worst possible time to be that guy because you had to go through Jordan to win it, and nobody could do that.
Yep. I mean, that's been that way for several players throughout the history, right? John Madden had one Super Bowl because of the Dolphins and the Steelers.
It's been that way for Georgia before Dunaway. Vince Dooley, had he coached in any other generation other than against Bear Bryant, Vince Dooley would have won more than he won.
That's right.
But he was going head-to-head with Bear Bryant.
But the good news for Georgia fans is Kirby's not even 50.
Yeah, he's got time.
I don't know when Nick's going to shut this down, but Kirby's got another 15, 20 years in him.
Yeah.
Always interesting to hear them get together and have a chance to pat each other on the back. You just wonder where that relationship is now.
It really is interesting. Truth Serum would love to literally hear where those guys are.
And what got off to a rocky start when Kirby first left, the whole recruiting board deal. But Nick Saban's the guy that, he's always going to want to beat him. But he's a guy that, has found a way to find peace with guys that have left under rocky terms as well.
Right. That's right. He usually tries not to burn the bridges on the way out. Our show being brought to you today by the great folks who bring us the national championship coverage from Indianapolis. Our friends at Champy's World Famous Chicken, the sponsor of this hour number 3 of the show every day. Adam Mestre, MD Realty there. JohnstonRVCenter.com. Remember that website. Just go check out and see the ride we're riding around with up here in Indy. The one we took on the road and the type of vehicles you can take on the road to see America this year from our friends at JohnstonRVCenter.com. Our friends at Wayne's Smart Pest Control, the new Smart Pest, something you'll want to check out if you're a Wayne's customer already, or if you're not, it's time to switch over to Wayne's. Hemp Hill Services, Culver's, an opportunity to taste delicious. Great burger on the ride up here. The great ice cream, the desserts they have there. And of course, our friends at ATIX. If you're still looking for a ticket late, but you're in Indianapolis already, want a way to get in, ATIX can get you in there. That is all happening here in Indianapolis as our coverage continues. All right, we got trash queued up. Going to go to the bullpen. Going to bring in my right-hander from Sachs, Alabama.
I need him.
Ryan Brown's going to read trash when we come back right here on the next round.
Follow LT on Twitter at @TheLanceTaylor.
Follow Next Round Live on Twitter, Instagram, Facebook, and YouTube. The social media team at Next Round Live will share the latest interviews and videos from UAB, Alabama, Auburn, and campuses all over the college landscape. You'll also get the latest highlights and news from the Next Round Live daily show. Jim, Lance, and Ryan will share their thoughts, and remember, you can always see the old shows on the Next Round Live YouTube channel. Subscribe, like, and don't forget to comment. Turn on the notifications so you don't miss a thing. It's Next Round Live on Twitter, Instagram, Facebook, and YouTube.
If you're looking for a great place for food and fun for the entire family and friends, Beef O'Brady's has been doing that for more than a decade here in Birmingham. Ryan Brown here for the next round. 3 great locations, Hoover, Helena, and now Highway 280 in the Brook Highlands neighborhood. In fact, I was in there recently and had wings that George McClooney does himself that aren't even on the menu. Blackened, tossed in sweet jalapeno sauce and finished on the grill, spectacular. And now you can enjoy the food and fun at 3 great Beef O'Brady's locations in Hoover, Helena, and now on Highway 280. Beef O'Brady's, the perfect place for serving up food and fun.
Hey, if you're looking for a local agent to handle all of your insurance needs, you need to call my good friend James Anthony at the James Anthony Agency, 205-985-7717. Hoover, Birmingham, Northport, and Tuscaloosa has been in business over 20 years. The James Anthony Agency.
Did you tweak your shoulder putting up the Christmas decorations? Injure your elbow shooting hoops in the backyard? Or finding pain in your knees getting up from the couch at halftime? Precision has 9 locations in the Birmingham metro area to get your life back on track. We're rebuilding champions on and off the field, so make that appointment today. Call 855-219-6200 or visit precisionsportsortho.com.
Hey, Lance Taylor from the Next Round to tell you about our friends at Farm Folio. If you're concerned about market volatility or inflation, Farm Folio can help you diversify your portfolio into cash-flowing farmland property. We all know about rental real estate. Cash flow and appreciation are the name of the game. With Farm Folio's productive farmland lots, your trees act as the tenants, and they pay you in fruit, which is sold by Farm Folio's international sales team to the likes of Walmart and Costco, ultimately generating cash flow for you. As your cash flow increases, your property value also increases. Just like tenant-occupied real estate, the best part is you don't have to be a farmer. You own, they farm, and you earn. This is the way it works at Farm Folio. For more information, you can go online, check everything out today. Go to farmfolio.net. That's farmfolio.net. Check it out today. If you're concerned about that market volatility or inflation, Farm Folio is your best friend. Go online today, farmfolio.net.
Cardinal Roofing would like to inform you of a few cardinal rules for roofing. Shingle roofs should be replaced every 10 to 15 years. Damage from storms may be covered by insurance. Leaks are typical where vent pipes come through the roof or in a valley where 2 slopes come together. But the most important cardinal rule is to always call Cardinal Roofing for all your roofing needs. Cardinal Roofing is your home for financing, one-day jobs, and more than 500 5-star reviews. 205-900-ROOF. That's 205-900-7663. Mention the Next Round and get $100 off your next roof replacement.
Stay up to date with the Next Round on the website, nextroundlive.com. The latest videos from the show, plus podcasts like The Mystery Fifth Hour, Bama and Bourbon, Last Call, and others from our Double Down Media podcast family. You can start your day with the latest college football stories, plus easy to listen to hour-by-hour downloads of the live show. Nextroundlive.com, a great way to stream the show live or shop in the Next Round store. Make nextroundlive.com your homepage. That's nextroundlive.com.
Hey, Lance Taylor with the Next Round. I want to tell you about our guys at Chorus Smart Secure, local smart home security company in Hoover with over 200 5-star reviews. I made the swap from one of those big security companies to Chorus, and the cameras and automation are awesome. Tell them the Next Round sent you and receive a free Sonos soundbar with the purchase of any smart home system. Call Chorus Smart Secure today, 205-920-1020. That's 205-920-1020.
Fans of Twin Peaks, make sure you stay up to date by signing up for their e-club. Stay up to date on all things Twin Peaks and score free stuff. Signing up is easy. Just visit twinpeaksrestaurant.com/peaks-club to get started today.
Hey, Rockstar, I'm away from the planning that is going on back at the Double Down Media studios and offices there. Once the national championship, just give me a yes or no from Lunsford on the back row. Once the game goes final tonight, if Alabama wins, will we have a new product in the store immediately at that point? You can go online and order at that point while everybody's still enjoying and celebrating the confetti following?
We're still trying to get some stuff decided on. But yeah, let's sure.
Yeah, but ask Lunsford, is it we can have it up and ready to order right after the game like they do? I'm not asking for him to have a football phone or anything like that or anything produced where, hey, Alabama fans, now that you're the national champions, order now and get a year Sports Illustrated, this championship hat, T-shirt, and this football phone. I'm not asking him to have a football phone, but it would be awesome if
once a design is decided upon, yes, it'll be available right when it's done. Right when the game's over.
I like the black one. If you're waiting on my vote, I like the one you like, Rockstar.
Okay, thank you. I don't know.
I think that's the right one, right? That's the one I like.
Yeah, we've got two offers right now, and so far I like the black one.
Yeah. Me too. I like that one. I don't like the other one so much. So we'll get that decided. Check with the social media platform tonight, and maybe Lunsford will send out an alert to let us know there's new items in the Next Round store. We've seen some Next Round T-shirts and hoodies making a round up in Indianapolis.
A quick question, real quick.
Okay.
So when I was riding with Josh, the UPS driver that brought me over here today, he downloaded the app, and I heard you guys talking about Doja Cat.
Yeah, Doja the cat, as the Uber driver calls it.
Yeah. Did something controversial happen?
Well, I don't know because somebody tweeted us earlier. I got to dig back through Twitter here. Shadow said, I just pulled up the performance from Dojo Cat last night. Oh, my.
Well, let me say this. She doesn't wear clothes.
I think she was 2 nights ago in 21 Pilots. Last night, maybe not. Maybe she did last night, too.
But she performed outside, and she doesn't wear clothes.
Yeah, well, that's what our Uber driver reminded us of. A young lady that doesn't wear much clothing.
Well, we'll see. We'll see if we can chase that down a little bit. Part of our show being brought to you today by our friends at Hemp Hill Services. LT, you've had a variety of different friends who have had to call Hemp Hill on the fly during an emergency.
Well, it's good to have guys like Hemp Hill because they are at your call right now. The name the Birmingham has trusted since 1954. Hemp Hill Services, plumbing, cooling, heating. 205-229-2090. That's 205-229-2090.
All right. Before Trash gets here, remember 7:00 for the national championship game tonight. Looking forward to that. The playoffs are set already. Nagy and Flores and Zimmer fired today from their NFL teams. Pete Carroll's coming back. It looks like Joe Judge is coming back. Any other firings other than Nagy, Flores, and Zimmer that's official yet?
I haven't seen it anymore. Yeah. Joe Judge, they had said was coming back, and it appears they're standing by that.
By the way, I think Zimmer's a good coach. I really do.
Yeah.
Well, he's not going to stay unemployed because there's a chance Dan Quinn gets one of these openings. I think Zimmer would be almost instant to the Cowboys.
To be the DC.
Yeah, he'll be the DC somewhere.
Yeah. So that's happening. And the new AP basketball poll came out, and we told you about that earlier this hour. Auburn is up to number 4 in the country in the AP poll, and they go to Tuscaloosa to play Alabama tomorrow night. All right, it's time for Trash. With LT's voice struggling over there, he's trying to hydrate and get it back for the game. Brownie's going to step in and give us Trash today, brought to you by our friends at Mortgage Right. Hit it, Rockstar.
Thank you to the Wendy's. What can I get for you?
Can I have 6?
You want 6?
No, stupid. Number 6.
Oh.
LT's Trash is presented by Mortgage Right. Mortgages done the right way.
Hey, new year, new you. Ready to start the new year with more cash in your pocket? Then head on to mortgageright.com/TNR NMLS 2239 equal housing lender.
Perfect timing for Lance to ask the Doja Cat question right before Trash. So I was sent this from the BBC. A man has been arrested at a Doja Cat concert in the United States after attempting to jump the queue, that's their word for a line, by making a bomb threat. Fans had been lining up for more than 12 hours for the free show in Indianapolis. As cold as it is outside, this was Saturday.
Well, you couldn't pay me $1,000 to go sit in that.
I don't know. As cold as it was Saturday, what I would have waited in line 12 hours for. Not a Doja Cat concert. I mean, I'm with Lance.
I mean, maybe to hang out with Doja Cat.
I'm with Lance. I think if they had said, show is starting, I'll pay you $1,000 to go stand out for the show right now, I'd have had to think about it.
Yep.
Much less 12 hours in line.
So this legitimately happened here.
Yes. 5 o'clock, the man told people around him he had an explosive device in his backpack. Police cleared the area for 20 minutes. The concert went ahead after they ensured the backpack was safe. The man had an unrelated outstanding warrant, warrants, plural, and was arrested for those. The investigation of the bomb threat is still ongoing, said the Indianapolis Metropolitan Police Department in a statement. Quote, from the chief, a fan wanted to advance in line, so he exercised very poor judgment and told those around him in line he had a bomb in his backpack.
So this is probably timely because it's trash, but I got a cab yesterday. I couldn't get an Uber. Obviously issues with the Uber, but my cab driver informed me that he's lived here for 70 years and that now Indianapolis per capita is the murder capital of the United States.
I don't believe it. We were talking to some Indy residents last night. He also said things about the neighborhood we were in, and they told us we were in a very growing up upscale neighborhood.
Yeah, I think your guy might have been a little jaded.
Maybe, but I will tell you this. We went to a gas station to get beer before the game.
Yep.
They don't sell beer at gas stations. And then went to a Kroger, they don't sell cold beer. You have to between 12 and 8, you have to buy hot beer.
Are you suggesting that leads to higher murder rates?
I think people get really
people get silent.
Yeah.
Isn't that the way it used to be or is in Mississippi?
I think people are pissed off.
In Mississippi, they don't sell cold beer either. They used to have these things you set your beer in ice and you spin it.
I thought it was a more progressive town.
Our second story now comes from Volusia County, Florida. We got another Florida man, boys. He is always in trash. A man dressed as a woman to carry out 2 robberies, and he was arrested along with another man, according to the sheriffs. John M. Graham, accused of robbing 2 stores, and Clandy Brooks is accused of helping Graham flee. Graham faces charges of robbery with a firearm, 2 counts of aggravated assault with a deadly weapon, carrying a concealed weapon without a permit stemming from all these robberies. Here was his costume. He's on surveillance video. Black hat, black wig, a mask, a gray sweater, and black fishnet stockings with black boots.
Oh, my. Hey, not all.
Quite the get up.
Not all heroes wear capes.
Yeah.
Rob me.
Rockstar. I mean, if you're going to go in costume, it probably needs to be a costume that doesn't draw more attention to you, right?
Well, I think that he was trying to
that's the one thing you don't want.
Throw him off the scent, but he gave too much of a scent.
Yeah, I believe so. Somebody probably asked him what it was per hour. This is from Las Vegas. A judge there's denied bail request for a man who was arrested after fleeing from a traffic stop in a vehicle containing the severed head and dismembered body parts of his friend.
Oh, wow. No.
Yes.
His friend?
His friend. The ruling came after the defendant's attorney argued that his client was nothing more than a hapless car thief who just picked the wrong car.
Oh.
I just picked the wrong one, man. It just so happened that it had my friend's disembodied head.
Yeah, how do you dismember your friend?
That's unlucky, by the way. Well,
that is unlucky.
That was my fear yesterday, being in the house when you were watching the Rams.
That you were going to be dismembered.
That's why I locked the door.
No, honestly, I thought my cab driver, going back to him, he's a guy that would dismember somebody.
You think so?
Yeah, 100%.
Your cab driver would?
Yep.
We're in a selfie right now. I'm waving at a selfie.
And he was asking, he was like, so who's staying with you at that house?
Oh, no.
Oh, yeah.
You didn't give us names.
No, I was like, there's 7 people.
Yeah.
I said, it's a big crew.
It's a bunch of ex-Marines.
Yeah, it's the guys, SEAL Team 6.
They lift every day.
Yep.
Yeah, a lot of guns. One guy's got a missile launcher. Crazy. Bear traps all around.
Yeah. So I'm one of those guys that, and I'll admit this, in the past, if I've let something slip through the cracks, I try to play dumb at first. Like, I don't even really know what you're talking about. What are you talking about? And that's what this guy did. Like, you stole a car and it had your friend dismembered body in it. And he's like, I really don't know what you're talking about. That must have been a heck of a coincidence.
Boy, that is a hard denial there.
Yeah. It's going to be hard to get out of that one. Though his attorney makes this argument, in order to believe he had knowledge of what was inside the vehicle, you'd have to believe he intentionally led police to the evidence. Why would he do that? I mean, that is a solid argument.
It does seem like he was set up.
Yeah. All right, this bridesmaid has given 37 rules, or this bride has given 37 rules to her bridesmaid. We're going to give you some of those. I've never really understood this. Like, you ask people to be in your wedding.
Yeah.
You can make some small requests, but
small.
This list of rules is crazy.
By the way, being in weddings, and this is like years ago, but I went through like this slew of a ton of weddings.
Yeah, there's always that period in life when all your friends are getting married that you're in weddings.
But it's a time commitment, it's a financial commitment, and I agree with you. To make these demands is crazy.
If rule number 1 is don't sleep with a groom, then you probably shouldn't get married. What are the rules?
Well, I've only got a few of the 37. I'm not sure that would.
Dunaway jumped it right there.
Yeah, these are a little less than that, Jim. But
I mean, if you're making rules.
Yeah. So this is what the bridesmaids had to agree to. I will not gain more than 6 pounds between now and the wedding. 6 pounds.
I mean,
I think we are.
I gotta see a picture of this girl.
I think it's 12 to 14 months away. So you got 14.
Oh, wow.
Yeah.
You got 14 months? Yeah.
Rocky, I gained 4 in Dallas. I think I've gotten 2 here in Indy, so I'm out of the wedding.
Yeah,
it's a premature baby.
Jim cannot fit in his dress anymore.
Trimester.
I will agree to wear the dress the bride chooses, regardless of my own opinion, style, or color. Well, I think that one goes without saying, though.
When you sign up for that, you got to wear the team uniform.
Yeah, the bride's got to pick the dress.
It makes you sound really bad just putting that in print.
Listen to this one. I will not intentionally become pregnant before the wedding. Not intentionally. It's a total accident. My bad.
You know, the way to get out of this wedding is get knocked off.
Yeah, that's true.
Or
that
just gain weight.
Or gain weight. Yeah.
Or just going.
There's actually a lot of ways to get out of this wedding.
Or just go on Brown's Dallas food tour. Get out of the wedding.
Don't go on my food tour.
No.
I love Lance's idea of getting out of the wedding. I think I'll get pregnant.
Yeah.
There's no commitment to that.
Hang out with Brown in Dallas or LT in Indianapolis.
That's food, not pregnancy.
Yeah.
I will not bring a date to the wedding without getting the bride's approval.
Oh, wow.
Yeah, it's a little over the top there. I will not make any advances towards males at the wedding. This kind of goes with your rule there.
Yeah, you didn't say females.
That's true. Good point, Rockstar.
But you know, back to the one before that is that there is somebody in the wedding that has this on again, off again ex-boyfriend relationship that is always drama.
That's right.
Right. So that's her way of not just calling out, Debbie, you cannot bring Brian to the wedding.
Yeah.
That's her way of calling him out.
I will be positive and happy at all times during the wedding and reception.
Yep. That's back to Debbie.
Yep.
Debbie gets on Brian's
My uncle had a heart
roller coaster and
attack.
she's sad.
Well,
this chick is crazy.
Turn that frown upside down, Debbie.
I will, again, this one should go without saying. I will agree not to outdo the bride in any way.
Debbie, put those boobs back in that dress.
Wow.
Oh, my.
I was thinking more along the lines of proposing to my, proposal, whatever. I guess it would be weird if the bride proposed, yes. I will not grow sensitive and angry with the bride because I understand she has a bossy attitude. Lance, I think you're right about this girl.
Probably should have led number one with that.
Yep. And I will agree to save at least $50 a month for expenses for the next 14 months.
Wait, I'm confused.
Yeah, I am too. I don't know what the expenses would be.
Just so you have walking around cash. So somebody's like, no, I can't buy this round. I didn't save my $50 this month.
All right, here are terms from a 17th century slang dictionary. A brown study. That's somebody who's in deep thought. So if you say, hey, look over there at that brown study, he's in deep thought. A chirping Mary.
That's a woman that talks a lot.
Well, it's Merry.
Okay. Very happy bird.
Feeling in a good mood because you're having a drink with friends, you're a chirping Mary.
Oh.
Yeah.
Yeah, not me today.
Farting crackers. It's a synonym for trousers. That's a weird one. He's wearing his farting cracker.
Yeah, he is. I'll start using it.
Yeah, Paul, look, that way wore his farting crackers today.
So what goes up behind that big glass up there at the studio.
What color will Eli's farting crackers be tonight?
Khaki in places.
Touchdown. A jumble gut lane is any rough or bumpy road that shakes you around as you travel. It's a jumble gut. That was basically Nashville to Indianapolis. Yeah.
And we've got to do that again tomorrow, right?
Yeah, well, yeah. Assuming the southbound is as poor as the northbound, yes. A thorough cough is coughing and farting at the same time.
That's tough to do.
It's a thorough cough.
Can you pull that off, Rocky?
Oh, I've done it plenty of
Rocky
times.
does it.
The best is the toot sneeze.
And finally, a beard splitter is an enjoyer of women. You're a beard splitter.
That's great.
Wow. Okay.
That is great.
Wow.
Yeah.
How about
that? Beard splitter. That is Trash LT, presented by our friends at Mortgage Right.
Yeah. Again, go online if you're ready to start the new year with more cash in your pocket. Then head on over to mortgageright.com/TNR NMLS 2239 Equal Housing Lender.
A Rockstar, and also part of our coverage up here is being brought to you by your guy, Adam Mestre. If you'll throw a little Adam Mestre our way, MD Realty, to move into this 2022 year with your man.
Did you know this? Adam is a third-generation realtor who was born and raised in Birmingham, so you know he knows the area. You want a guy like Adam to find a house for you. Why rent when you can buy? Thinking of selling your house in the spring? You need to act now because January is one of the busiest months when it comes to listing homes. Call Adam Mestre for a free home evaluation at 205-422-0589 or visit mdrealtyllc.com. At MD Realty, we make house calls.
All right, it's Georgia and Alabama for the national championship tonight, 7 o'clock, 41-24. The Tide got them in the SEC championship game. Can they do it again tonight to claim another national championship for Nick Saban and the University of Alabama? We'll talk about that as we roll on for the final 70 minutes of the show or so right here from Indianapolis on the next round.
Follow Brownie on Twitter and Instagram at Ryan Brown Live.
Everybody makes New Year's resolutions. This year, how about a suggestion for the best resolution ever? If you're buying a new home or selling yours, use Holly Mack Wilson. Let a true experienced professional help you. Holly gets her clients' homes sold quickly and usually for more than asking price. Let Holly Mack Wilson help you buy with confidence and sell with success. Make the best resolution ever and call Holly Mack Wilson today. 205-901-9446. That's 205-901-9446. Holly Mack Wilson, a Tuscaloosa Keller Williams agent. The Next Round team is getting healthy in 2022. You could join the challenge as we look to lose weight with our friends at Way to Wellness. Plus, you can participate with your office as well and win a grand prize. For more information, go to nextroundlive.com.
A legendary coach once said, "It's not the will to win that matters, it's the will to prepare to win." Bryant bankers have the dedication and experience to put together a financial game plan that's right for you. Stop by one of the 7 Central Alabama locations today or give them a call at 1-855-4-BRYANT to begin preparing for your financial future today. You'll find out what unbeatable service and legendary results are all about. Bryant Bank, Equal Housing Lender, member FDIC.
With college football coming to a close, the work doesn't stop for Lance'sLock.com. College hoops, the NBA, the NFL playoffs, all the way through the Super Bowl. If there is action out there, we've got action on it. Get on board with us. It's the greatest deal in the history of sports gambling at only $90 a month. That breaks down to $3 a day, and you get it all. Basketball, football, baseball, and more. Go to Lance'sLock.com to subscribe. If you're tired of losing, start playing and win with us. Lance'sLock.com. Again, go online, Lance'sLock.com.
Nothing to do tonight? Want to bet? It's nonstop gaming action at the Birmingham Racecourse Casino. You'll find the latest and greatest games featuring fun bonuses and big jackpots. Wager and win on horse and greyhound races from all over the world. And try your luck on our popular sports parlay promotion. Don't miss your chance to win at the Birmingham Racecourse Casino. Located off I-459, exit 31. Must be 21 or older.
Drunk driving prevention is a priority at Anheuser-Busch. You can't drive drunk if you don't drive there. Encourage friends to join in the pledge to Decide to Ride on DecideToRide.com. Brought to you by Anheuser-Busch, Mothers Against Drunk Driving, Uber, Birmingham Budweiser, and The Next Round. Anheuser-Busch, St. Louis, Missouri.
The Next Round is proud to partner with Vulcan Tire and Auto, and we're excited to announce their first-class team and facilities are growing. If you are an experienced general maintenance technician looking for a new opportunity with a great growing company, go by Vulcan Tire. They want to talk to you. Not experienced, but interested in working on cars? Again, go by Vulcan Tire. They have a spot for anyone that has a can-do attitude, wants to work, and enjoys helping people. 4 locations and more to come. Vulcan Tire and Automotive, Moody, Trustful, Hoover, and Gardendale, VulcanTireandAuto.com.
Your 24-hour home for the show is our website, nextroundlive.com. Easy links to the day's top stories in the morning rounds, plus the latest videos from the show, podcasts like Bama and Bourbon, The Mystery Fifth Hour, Last Call, and other shows from our Double Down Media podcast family. Nextroundlive.com, a great way to stream the show live or find easy-to-listen-to hour-by-hour downloads from the Next Round Live show. And get the latest gear in the Next Round store. Make nextroundlive.com your homepage. That's nextroundlive.com.
What are some signs that you may have a low testosterone problem? Is your energy down? Have your workouts not been the same? Do you have problems sleeping? All of these or one of these could be a sign of a low testosterone issue. Whatever the challenge, the Alabama Men's Clinic has a solution for you. I'd invite you to come by the Homewood location, get a medical consultation and some blood work. And if you're medically advised and you start your low T treatments that day in the office, your visit is free. Well, the next question would be this. How do I set up the appointment? You can do it 2 ways. One, by calling 205-598-7000. That's 205-598-7000. Or you can go to the website, alabamamensclinic.com. There's other signs that you could have a low testosterone problem, like a change in your libido, or maybe you're suffering from depression. Whatever is keeping you from feeling 100%, it's time you find out the answer. Again, call the number 205-598-7000 or go online to alabamamensclinic.com.
This is for the men who never settle, the ones who miss the fairway all day and still pull out the big stick, the type of guys who will always prefer to be behind the grill than in front of the camera, and the men who never let their friends forget about a high school nickname. This is the Lodge mentality. This is Twin Peaks.
Who wants to settle for a single TV? With more TVs, bigger screens, plus our fabulous scenic views, there's more to watch at Twin Peaks.
Back with you on the next round, this hour of the show being brought to you by Champy's World Famous Chicken
on Highway 119 in Alabaster, champieschicken.com. Rick Neuheisel confirmation. Is that what that thumbs up?
Yep,
Happy?
yep. He's with us at 12:15.
12:15 Central, 1:15 here in Indianapolis as we get ready for the national championship game tonight. Champie's Chicken, a great place for you guys to go and get your pregame meal on, whether it's lunch right now or whether it's they bring some food back tonight to watch in front of the big TV. You can get it at champieschicken.com. Champie's world-famous chicken, Highway 119 in Alabaster. Those great tamales and a lot more.
Can I tell 2 really good Rick Neuheisel stories right now?
You sure can.
So the first time that Clay Travis came into Birmingham, this is like probably 2008, and we were at the Lord Wedgwood event. It was at the Marriott on Highway 280.
Right.
And the first time Clay had a conversation with Rick Neuheisel, he spit on him by accident.
Yes, you brought that up to Clay, and he remembers it.
Oh, and Rick just kind of like it was a peanut, and he kind of just flicked it off his shirt. But the other thing, in the middle of that conversation, Rick told us that Catherine Bigelow, who actually has won a Oscar for Best Director for The Hurt Locker, she directed Point Break, which is one of Rocky's favorite films from 1991, I guess.
1991.
Right, Rocky?
Really? Great original story.
But so Keanu Reeves, who played Johnny Utah, had no idea how to take a snap or throw a football. And so they brought Rick Neuheisel in. He was the quarterback's coach at UCLA to be the technical advisor. So he had to teach Keanu Reeves how to take a snap and throw a football.
Yeah, I bet that was hard too.
He said he couldn't do it.
Yeah,
He said it was
awful. I don't doubt that at all. And I'm sure I'm sure they paid him well, but I'm sure it was like,
and by the way, one of my favorite people in the world, like if we could like go to dinner, like you had that conversation, if you could take 3 people to dinner, Keanu Reeves would be one of my guys.
Really?
Yeah. 100%.
Really, it's like,
from what I hear about that guy, he just, like gives to charity, doesn't want anybody to know about it. Just a great guy.
So like,
and tragedy, like if you Google Keanu Reeves, the stuff he's been through is crazy.
So you'd go Jesus, Da Vinci, and Keanu Reeves?
Keanu Reeves would be one of my top 3, seriously.
I mean, that's always the Sunday school answer.
Yeah, that's
what
right.
That's what my daughter calls it when you give the answer that you think
No,
people want you to give.
I would go Jesus, Tupac, and Keanu Reeves.
Yeah, that's who you take to dinner.
Yeah,
it'd be
I know you'd go Saban, Bear Bryant, and
Wallace Wade. Go old school.
Taylor Swift.
Jesus, what did you think of their work, man? How about the miracle?
What would James Senior? Who would be his 3?
Oh, George Jones would be one for sure. He loved him some George
The possum.
Jones. He'd probably go George Jones, the great Dale Earnhardt Sr., and you may go Hank Williams at that point. You may go Hank Williams.
Oh,
that's strong right there.
Or go very country and say his mama.
Did you say George Jones, Hank, and Dale Sr.?
Yeah.
What a dinner that would be.
Yeah.
My word.
Definitely without a doubt, George Jones would be sitting at the head of the table. Dale Sr. would be second.
Any of those guys ever get a pedicure?
Yeah. Just with a pocket knife. And now you get that cuticle back. You got a pocket knife.
Yep.
I guarantee you the appetizer would be peanuts in your Dr. Pepper. Put those peanuts
Never
in your
understood
Dr. Pepper.
that, yeah.
Johnson RV Center. Where is the is it Lot A? Is that where we're parked today?
Yeah,
With
media
Johnson,
parking. Yeah,
Johnson
it's in the
RV
media. It's
Center?
in the old media lot. Yep.
Yep, right across from Lucas Oil Stadium. Tell us about Johnson RV Center. .com, proud sponsor of our coverage here in Indianapolis. Brownie.
Yeah, they are fantastic people. It is a family-owned operation there. Johnson RV Center. Just what?
You just thought all of a sudden I was wondering where'd
we park?
Yeah, why are you wondering where we parked? Sort of setting you up for the spot here, buddy.
Can you imagine how much they take in on parking at a place like this? It is family owned.
Such good commercials.
They really are. That is such a good advertising campaign. I'll tell you another one that is the one, and I think they might have jumped the shark, Rockstar, and I can't remember who the sponsor is, but the ones where they had the rats, they had rats in the
I think
the
it's
attic, and
Geico.
it was the band.
Yeah.
Geico.
Yeah.
And they've done the ones with the Angry Birds. I think that one may have jumped the shark. It
Yeah,
looks like they're out of ideas.
Don't like that one at all. I
Yeah.
like the ants. The ants are good.
Very
one.
good.
Yeah.
Very good. JohnsonRVCenter.com. It's where you find them. Top selling travel trailer in the state. 2 locations. I-65 304 in Coleman, 334 in Decatur. Exclusive lifetime warranty from RV Warranty Forever on all new models. Financing available, and it is home to Cherokee America's #1 selling camper brand, JohnstonRVCenter.com.
All right, little Bryce Young here talking about the game tonight, getting ready for it, and how the team
understands that they don't start this game off with the lead. They don't start this game off as an underdog. It's a new game tonight. Here's Bryce Young.
For me, it's just about, doing all I can to execute the game plan, taking what the defense gives. Again, just executing the calls and the reads as they are. I have tremendous faith in everyone around me and the coaching staff. So it's not, I don't feel like I have to, do something that's out of character or out of the reads or go off script. It's all about, believing in the game plan, believing in the people around me, which I completely do, and just doing what I've been coached to do and taking what the defense gives.
Yep, and they did that in the Cincinnati game where Bryce didn't have to win the game. He let Brian Robinson and others win the game, so he can play it both ways. And it's a great point from Bryce. 41-24 isn't the score. That's what it was when the game ended in Atlanta. But tonight, it's a reset. It's 0-0, and he had a thought on this.
What we've done in the past, obviously it's good to watch the film. It's good to learn from that. But, we don't start with any more points because of anything that's happened with the past. Anything in the past is exactly that in the past. You don't get any carryover. So it's going to be a new game, and we have to earn, the outcome that we want.
It is interesting, the dichotomy of the two quarterbacks. In a lot of ways, one, Stetson Bennett has absolutely everything to prove. And one, Bryce Young, really has nothing to prove.
I can't overstate how good he was against this Georgia defense.
He was fantastic.
It was amazing. Because this defense is a dominant defense.
If Bryce Young goes out and has a bad game or an average game, which is bad for him, I think most people are going to say, look, good defense. He's down a weapon with Mechie. This team overachieved. He didn't have an offensive line in front of him. I don't think anybody will pin this loss on Bryce Young. Stetson Bennett could 1,000% get this loss pinned on him.
Oh, yeah.
I think he's got absolutely everything to prove, and Bryce Young doesn't. He's got nothing left to prove, really.
Stetson turns the ball over a couple of times. They lose this game. It'll be on Stetson.
Yeah.
The narrative will be Stetson Bennett, Kirby Smart. That's what it will be tomorrow.
Yeah. So, I think that's just interesting. We've heard from both those quarterbacks today that,
by the way,
one has everything to prove. One really doesn't have anything to prove.
How good do you guys think this Alabama defense is?
I think
it's a top 5 defense.
Yeah, it's very good.
In college football.
It's a very good defense.
Right?
Yeah.
It is at this point. It wasn't at the beginning of the season.
It's developed into one, yeah.
Stetson completed 29 passes and 340 yards. Take the turnovers away.
I know. You can't do that, but if you did. Now, again.
And you could have added one, another pick six.
Right out of the chute. I will also point out he was playing a lot of that game from behind, and they were forced to kind of scrap the run and throw the ball more.
That's right.
And Alabama was making them bleed clock throwing the football, so they were playing a little bit softer. So, some of that adds into it, but you're right. Stetson Bennett, outside the two bad picks, did not have an awful game.
By the way, you speak of how this Alabama defense has changed. At the beginning of the year on 3 and outs, Alabama was 43rd in the country on getting 3 and outs. In the last few games since the turnaround, they are now 6th in the country on getting 3 and outs. They're some of the best in the country. So, too, is the University of Montevallo just down the road, a place for your son or daughter can go to school. Check out that in-person tour, montevallo.edu, or get a 3D immersive tour online. Find out why Montevallo is recognized by Southern Living as one of the best campuses. Beautiful, a very quaint, beautiful campus, according to Southern Living, right there at Montevallo. Also, the tuition is fantastic compared to other institutions with the type of education you get at Montevallo. That from the U.S. News and World Report. Check them out online, montevallo.edu, montevallo.edu. Final hour of the show next.
Follow Dunaway on Twitter and Instagram at Jim Dunaway.
The new location of Walk-Ons is now open at Stadium Trace in Hoover near the Hoover Met. And just like the location off Highway 280, you get authentic, mouth-watering Louisiana cuisine prepared fresh from scratch every day. Walk-Ons Happy Hour is 2 to 6 Monday through Friday. $5 moonshine swirls, $5 house pours, and half-price appetizers. Download the Walk-Ons mobile app for an easy take-home experience for the family. It's game day with a taste of Louisiana at Walk-Ons off Highway 281-19 and now at Stadium Trace near the Hoover Met. The next round's national championship coverage is presented by JohnstonRVCenter.com, Wayne Smart Pest Services, Champy's world-famous chicken, Culver's Welcome to Delicious, and Adam Mestre with MD Realty. It's the chase for a championship on the next round.
Hey, Lance Taylor from the Next Round. You've heard me for years talk about our friends at Bromberg's Jewelers, and we welcome you to stop by and see that great customer service at the Mountain Brook and Summit locations. But we'd also love for you to check out their new online shop. They've got plenty to choose from. Great gifts, big and small. Available online, they've got David Yurman, Tudor watches, select diamond and gemstone jewelry, William Henry, seasonal and favorite giftware items and baby gifts as well. They've even got an online sale section. For more information, Brombergs.com. When it came to furnishing the new facilities here at the Next Round, there was only one call we made, and that was to Richie Hamer at Business Interiors right here in Birmingham. Richie and Business Interiors have a true passion for interiors and the talent to bring the client's vision to life. Through their vast selection of great designer furniture, Richie and BI will stop at nothing to make the experience great for the client. Repeat clients trust Richie and Business Interiors because he does what he says, and the guys will deliver on their promises. Leave it to Richie and Business Interiors to incorporate creativity into every space in your corporate setting. To set up an appointment, call Richie today. 205-837-2497. That's 205-837-2497. Or just go visit Richie at the BI showroom today. They're located 2309 5th Avenue South in Birmingham. Again, the entire studios here at the Next Round furnished by our friends at Business Interiors. Go see them today, 5th Avenue South in Birmingham. Hey, Lance Taylor from the Next Round to tell you about one of our favorite places for breakfast, lunch, and dinner. That is Hamburger Heaven since 1982. Hamburger Heaven has been serving Birmingham's best hamburgers, cheeseburgers, French fries, hand-spun milkshakes, and sandwiches made fresh to order. All of their ingredients are fresh and prepared daily. This includes their beef, always fresh, never frozen, hand-pattied each and every day. For breakfast, lunch, or dinner, visit any of the 4 locations, Highway 280, Irondale, Gardendale, and Homewood.
Want more of the show? Download the app or visit nextroundlive.com for the latest podcast. The Mystery Fifth Hour, our not-for-all-ages podcasts like Bama and Bourbon, and the entire Double Down Media podcast family. All at nextroundlive.com and on the Next Round app.
Banking isn't just about your money, it's about you. It's about getting help with what you need when you need it. AmFirst was founded for members just like you, and they've been putting those members first since 1936. Putting you first means services that grow and change with the times to serve you better. Now, every bank has their own app, but that's just it. It's theirs, not yours. The AmFirst app was made for you, so it's easy to pay bills, deposit checks, or transfer money to friends and family from anywhere. You can even customize the app, which means you can personalize your dashboard, create usage alerts, and redeem points for rewards that will make you feel like the #1 priority you are. And you can do it all on your own time. So what are you waiting for? Get the app made for you from AmFirst. Visit any AmFirst location or amfirst.org today. That's amfirst.org. America's first federal credit union, federally insured by the NCUA.
Start your day online with our website, nextroundlive.com, the latest videos, podcasts, and college football stories. It's also a great way to stream the show or shop in the Next Round store. Stay connected by visiting nextroundlive.com. That's nextroundlive.com.
The Next Round's national championship coverage is presented by JohnstonRVCenter.com, Wayne Smart Pest Services, Champy's world-famous chicken, Culver's Welcome to Delicious, and Adam Mestre with MD Realty. It's the chase for a championship on The Next Round.
Jim Dunaway, Lance Taylor, Ryan Brown, and Rockstar. Live from the Birmingham Racecourse Casino Studios, The Next Round, presented by Bud Light, is on now.
Welcome in to the final hour of the Next Round today as we roll towards the national championship tonight at 7 o'clock, getting you ready for the big contest between Georgia and Alabama, the Muckler, in our Farmfolio chat room. This show has been LT's Praise Georgia Religious Service session. Please pass the plate around. Time to get the offering on the Praise Georgia. We'll do the lock in just a second and see if he locks that up in a little bit. LT, not in the post show tonight. We only got 2 credentialed media. LT will not be there for that. It'll be just me and Brownie tonight in the post show. That's why
I'm wondering
he's not there.
if that's for me. Do you guys wonder why they have a medical tent here?
Yeah, right.
Well,
They didn't have this yesterday. They set it up just for you in case you drop here in the final
They
hour.
said,
of the
did
show.
Lance hop a flight home? No, he's still here. All right, we'll put it up.
Yeah, and also Jay Payer, we never know if he makes it to the end of sporting events or not, so we never plan on having him for post-game shows, only pre-game shows.
I've got a feeling. Well, we'll do the lock in a minute, but I've got a feeling I will be at the game for the full 4 quarters.
Okay. Redmont, though, brings us the headline. Redmont Vodka and Distilling. And, I saw Redmont Vodka up in Nashville. I haven't seen any here in Indianapolis, but we had a couple of fans here yesterday at FanFest who said, man, I'm on Redmont now. I like it.
Well, and Ian Fitzsimmons, who I met yesterday before he came on the show, he was talking about Redmont Vodka. And look, I mean, it's the fastest growing distillery right now in Alabama, locally owned and operated. Their aim, clarity, and taste, color, and smell. It's vodka perfection. Pick up a bottle today at your local package or ABC store. It is Redmont Vodka.
Okay, before we get back to the national championship, here's your headlines. Number 4 in the AP poll is Auburn basketball, coming off their win over the weekend with KD Johnson leading the way 85-73 over Florida. It's now at Alabama, who drops down to 24 in the new AP poll. So it's number 4 Auburn at number 24 Alabama tomorrow night.
Best team in college basketball
in Coleman Coliseum. Auburn's the best team in college
You think better
basketball.
than Baylor, huh?
I think they are.
Wow.
It's Baylor and Auburn for me, yes.
Yeah. Interesting.
I think they're that good.
Yeah, so Auburn could win the national championship, according to LT there. They're in play for that. The AP voters love them now. They're number 4 in the country in Tuscaloosa tomorrow night. Also, the NFL playoffs are set. Saturday, it's Raiders-Bengals, followed by Patriots and Bills. Sunday, it's Eagles and Buccaneers, then 49ers-Cowboys, then it's Steelers and Chiefs. And then a Monday night, first ever Monday night playoff game. You're getting it this year. Cardinals and Rams on Monday night in Los Angeles. The Titans are the 1 seed in the AFC. The Packers are the 1 seed in the NFC. And firings today including Mike Zimmer from the Vikings, Brian Flores from the Dolphins, and Matt Nagy from the Bears. Pete Carroll and Joe Judge expected to return, and more happening a little bit later on. So those are your headlines, brought to you by our Redmont Vodka, Redmont Distilling, Vulcan Gins there. And we're talking about an SEC before LT gives you his pick for tonight. Rick Neuheisel in the next segment. We're talking about a Southeastern Conference all-championship game. So 8 college football playoffs, and an SEC team will win tonight. So that'll be 5 years of 8 that it has been an SEC team. 2014, it was Ohio State, the very first one, and then the 2 Alabama losses to Clemson in 16 and 18. Other than that, it's been all SEC.
And
it's been 3 Alabamas,
LSU,
yep, and then tonight either Alabama or Georgia.
Yep.
So that's the college football playoff.
Yeah, and a lot of people would paint that as troublesome for the sport.
Right.
And I'll tell you what they'll back it up with. I don't know that this will do a great TV number tonight because it is a very regionalized game and it is SEC only. I do think that'll turn some people off. I'm not saying it'll be awful, but I think it'll be enough ammunition for people to say, see, bad for the sport. I mean, guys, I don't know how you fix this because – and I don't know that it needs fixing. I think I don't really care if the 2 best teams are in the same conference. What does that matter if they're the 2 best teams? Yeah. And I would say that if Ohio State were playing Wisconsin tonight,
but
if those are the 2 best teams.
I was going to bring up, like, this won't continue every year. I mean, we saw Ohio State play for a national championship last year. I think, if I'm guessing right now, I think Alabama plays Ohio State next year for a national championship.
But this is
in a much better location.
Yeah, right.
This is twice in 5 years, though, of these same 2 teams, not just SEC, but these same 2 teams twice in 5 years. And a lot of people, they will wring their hands over it and say it's concerning for the sport. But if you had a 12-team playoff, you're telling me these 2 teams wouldn't be here tonight?
Same team.
I think so.
You know what? And what's
the only wild card would be Ohio State's athletes would have been in here, and they would have a chance to upset either one of these.
You guys would give me this though. If we go back to 18, Clemson was the dominant team. Alabama was too. 19, LSU was dominant.
Yep.
Last year, Alabama was dominant.
Correct.
Neither one of these teams is dominant. So it's kind of a weird year. Like, I think they're the best teams, but there was a lot of parity this year in college football.
Yeah,
there is. And there's always been periods of time with the 2 points off that. One, there's always been periods of time. If you go back to Miami in the 80s, they won 4 national championships in 8 years. right? And if you go back to Nebraska in the 90s, they won 3 national championships in 4 years.
We don't remember that.
Yeah, you don't, but that's the way it was.
Yeah.
And this sport's always been this way.
Yeah.
It's always been where you had a handful of teams like Alabama, Clemson, Ohio State, Georgia, and Oklahoma. Now, you've always had 4 or 5 teams that dominated for a decade of football. And it's just this time it's been a little bit longer. Bill Connolly wrote this today at ESPN.com. What has Nick Saban done? He has done what Miami in the 80s did and Pete Carroll in the 90s did. If you put those two together and double it.
But
wow.
what he has
think about
done.
that. Don't let that wash over you. What Pete Carroll's dynasty was and what the Miami's dynasty was, put those together and double it is what Nick Saban's accomplished.
But you guys will give me, and I love Pete Carroll, but Pete Carroll seems to get worse with age. I hate to even say that out loud. Nick Saban gets better every year. Like, this is like, you can make the argument this is his best coaching job ever. If he wins a national championship tonight with this team.
I agree. And Dunaway, I mean, to your Pete Carroll point, Dunaway just included in the headlines, Pete Carroll expected to return. I mean, and you put him in the Clark Judge or the Joe Judge category, expected to return. I mean, that's what Pete Carroll has become. That you have to say
there's a question mark.
There is a question mark, and Nick Saban is far from that question mark.
But it's crazy. Like, so I saw like the pictures of Nick Saban
when he came to Tuscaloosa.
15 years.
I mean,
he still looks young for 70.
I know.
I mean,
now he looked really young then.
He really did. Yeah. But I mean, it's hard to believe that he was 55 then. But I mean, looking at Nick Saban now at 70, with his energy, and he's a changed coach. I mean, I don't know, man. You can't put it into words what this guy has been able to accomplish. It's crazy.
We'll do the lock a little bit later on because I wanted some time to explain your picks and such like that. We'll do it after Rick Neuheisel, part of our show being brought to you by our friends at Gutter Cap.
823-2212. Call Chris Stewart today. 45% off the retail price for January installs. Don't bring the ladder out. It's a dirty, dangerous job. Cap it. Don't snap it. 823-2212. GutterCapBirmingham.com.
Okay, got 2 minutes. 3 minutes or so, 2 to 3 minutes before we take a break to go talk to Rick Neuheisel. If I said, is Stetson Bennett one of the 5 best players on Georgia's team, yes or no?
Yes.
I think he is too.
He is. Brock Bowers the best player.
Brock Bowers, Jordan Davis.
Number 2.
See, I go Brock Bowers, N'Kobe Dean, Jordan Davis.
Yeah.
I'm just naming them. I wasn't doing it in order.
Yeah.
Okay.
I think Bowers, N'Kobe Dean's probably 2. I think Jordan Davis.
Zamir White, you wouldn't put him in front of him?
I mean, James Cook actually had a better semifinal game.
Okay, then James Cook.
I don't know.
I mean, I don't know that he's one of the 5 best. No, I wouldn't go that far.
I'm getting. To
I
a
would
point
say
here.
he's like 5.
Getting to a point here for Alabama. We all know their 3 best players are Bryce and Will or Bryce, and Jamison Williams. The last few games, how good has Phil Mathis been?
Fantastic.
Unbelievable. The last 3 games, Phil Mathis has
By the way, a great interview.
Has been fantastic.
Yeah.
And back at our SEC Media Days, the guy was so genuine and
it really was
really entertaining, and I enjoyed talking to him. And it's good for him. I'm better late than never for him. He sort of is under the radar. Here he is on his way towards the NFL now, and he's shining on the biggest stage. He has been dominant the last 3 games.
I wonder how scouts, and like we could pull Mel Kiper's big board right now, but like, so obviously Will Anderson's best player on the field.
Yeah.
Right.
And then number 2 would be Bryce Young.
Yep, I would agree.
Then it gets a little dicey. I probably go Brock Bowers, but maybe Jamison Williams. So Alabama might have the 3 best players.
Yeah.
But, you start to look at, how many of these guys from Georgia are going to be first-round guys. I think there's 2 or 3 guys.
Oh, for this upcoming draft?
Yeah.
Oh, a lot. At least 2 or 3 in the first round.
N'Kobe Dean's a first-round guy. Brock Bowers would be a first-round guy. He's a freshman.
Jordan Davis will be a first round.
Jordan Davis, first-round guy.
Yeah, they'll have at least 3 first-round.
All right, real quick, think about this for the lock. Milkman has asked you this twice now. We need to answer it. Where is Georgia better than Alabama? So think about that for the lock. Where is Georgia better than Alabama?
Okay, we'll do that after we come back. Rick Neuheisel. Got to get the break here so we can get Rick Neuheisel. The show is being brought to you by Brownies guy Tom Beckby right there in Mountain Brook. Tell me about Tom.
Listen, Dunaway, they wanted, Tom Beckby's people, some great-looking clothing for the field that was also functional and looked good in the city. They couldn't find it, so they made their own. They started with a jacket in 2015. It is an entire line now. You can see it for yourself at the Tom Beckby store in Mountain Brook Village. Local business with the goal of outfitting you for the outdoors here in Alabama and wherever the road takes you. right there in Meldbrook Village, or online, tombeckby.com. That's BECKBE, tombeckby.com.
Rick Neuheisel is up next on The Next Round.
Follow The Next Round on Twitter, Instagram, and Facebook at Next Round Live.
The new location of Walk-Ons is now open at Stadium Trace in Hoover, near the Hoover Met. And just like the location off Highway 280, you get authentic, mouth-watering Louisiana cuisine prepared fresh from scratch every day. Walk-Ons happy hour is 2 to 6 Monday through Friday. $5 moonshine swirls, $5 house pours, and half-price appetizers. Download the Walk-Ons mobile app for an easy take-home experience for the family. It's game day with a taste of Louisiana at Walk-Ons off Highway 281-19 and now at Stadium Trace near the Hoover Met. Iron Mountain Construction is an industrial services company with over 500 people available for your situation and needs. They are committed to safely supporting the operations of your facility through their execution of quality-driven maintenance services and on-time, on-budget small capital construction work. And they offer support with plumbers, pipe fitters, millwrights, iron workers, laborers, operators, and more. Call the office of Iron Mountain Construction, 205-781-1170 for Jeremy Purvis and Iron Mountain Construction.
Hey, if you're looking for a local agent to handle all of your insurance needs, you need to call my good friend James Anthony at the James Anthony Agency, 205-985-7717. Hoover, Birmingham, Northport, and Tuscaloosa has been in business over 20 years. The James Anthony Agency.
I've been a Shelby County deputy since 2020, but I've been crazy about fishing since I was a kid. You know, my new job, it gives me plenty of time off, so I know I'll be back to the lake in no time. I'm making great money, staying in shape at the gym at work, and I have a take-home car, which saves the miles on my truck. And it's not all cops and robbers either. You know, during my training, I learned to do an aerial search in a helicopter. Who gets to do that at work? Last week, we helped find a veteran suffering from Alzheimer's who just wandered off. See, that's a job I can feel great about doing.
If a flexible work schedule, a take-home car, paid vacations, a gym at work, and $51,000 plus a year to start sounds good to you, maybe you should think about a career as a deputy in Shelby County, Alabama. Change your life. Change your world. Look us up on Indeed.com and Insta.
Everybody makes New Year's resolutions. This year, how about a suggestion for the best resolution ever? If you're buying a new home or selling yours, use Holly Mack Wilson. Let a true experienced professional help you. Holly gets her clients' homes sold quickly and usually for more than asking price. Let Holly Mack Wilson help you buy with confidence and sell with success. Make the best resolution ever and call Holly Mack Wilson today, 205-901-9446. That's 205-901-9446. Holly Mack Wilson, a Tuscaloosa Keller Williams agent.
A legendary coach once said, "It's not the will to win that matters, it's the will to prepare to win." Bryant bankers have the dedication and experience to put together a financial game plan that's right for you. Stop by one of the 7 Central Alabama locations today or give them a call at 1-855-4-BRYANT to begin preparing for your financial future today. You'll find out what unbeatable service and legendary results are all about. Bryant Bank, Equal Housing Lender, member FDIC.
Anheuser-Busch wants every experience for you around beer to be a good one. And getting home safely is always a priority. So encourage friends to decide to ride, whether it's by being the designated driver, calling an Uber, or taking public transit. You cannot drive drunk if you don't drive there. This message is brought to you by Anheuser-Busch, Mothers Against Drunk Driving, Uber, Birmingham Budweiser, and The Next Round. Anheuser-Busch, St. Louis, Missouri.
The Double Down Media podcast family is live and full of content for all ages. The Mystery Fifth Hour gives the Next Round host a chance to talk about everything but sports. Pour a glass of Bama and bourbon, our weekly college football conversation while sipping some of the most interesting pours in the bourbon world. And our Not For All Ages podcast, The Last Call. LT takes off the gloves for an in-depth conversation with stars like Taylor Hicks, presented by Redmond Vodka. Find those podcasts and more by searching The Next Round on Apple, Spotify, and on our website, nextroundlive.com.
The Next Round team is getting healthy in 2022. You could join the challenge as we look to lose weight with our friends at Way to Wellness. Plus, you can participate with your office as well and win a grand prize. For more information, go to nextroundlive.com.
As we go to Rick Neuheisel, Eddie on Twitter at Next Round Live says, you're naming great players for Alabama on this team, and you haven't mentioned Evan Neal. He says, I read somewhere that he's had every pass blocking down this year for Alabama. He's not allowed a sack.
He might be the number 1 overall pick.
Yeah.
And we didn't mention him. We really didn't.
Yeah, we didn't mention him. That's in the Farmfolio chat room and the Farmfolio feed on Twitter.
If you are worried about market volatility or inflation, let Farmfolio show you how your investment can turn into cash flowing farmland property. See more at farmfolio.net. The coach, Rick Neuheisel, CBS Sports, joins us now on the JohnstonRVCenter.com hotline. What's up, Coach? How are you?
How are you? And I'm with you on Evan Neal and being the number 1 pick. I mean, Jags got it again. Why not protect last year's number 1 pick?
That's true. He needs help. He obviously needs help. Yeah.
Hey, speaking of the quarterback position, you obviously played it. You've coached it. Bryce Young, it's one season, but like, where does he rank? Like, you know, I think about great quarterbacks, you know, Charlie Ward and Deshaun Watson. I mean, where does Bryce Young this one season rank with you?
Well, it was a sensational year. And what was interesting, you know, so it's sometimes hard to evaluate quarterbacks on great teams. But by Alabama standards, this wasn't a great team for much of the year. This was a team that found ways to win, but against LSU, obviously against Auburn, A&M actually knocked them off. This was a team that, you know, had some flaws, that had to overcome adversity. And given that and the way he kept his poise throughout it all, given lack of experience and such, I think it was a remarkable season. And I think he's got a chance to be a very, very special player in his continued career at Alabama, but also beyond. I liken him to Kyler Murray. And they're both a little diminutive, and when you look at the dimensions of the normal star at the position, but their ability to create plays that aren't scheduled and their ability to never look rattled is really unique.
Rick Neuheisel is with us on the Next Round. Coach, instantly after the SEC championship game, you had people saying that Georgia had been overrated, that they've been pumped up too much all year long. Do you think this Georgia team was as good as we thought they were going into that game? And they just had a bad game and Alabama had the right plan? Or did this team not get challenged and maybe we thought a little too much of this team?
Well, maybe a little of both. I think this is a fabulous football team. I mean, you don't end up giving up less than a touchdown a game until you meet Alabama all season long and not be pretty well constructed. I think it's a really, really good football team, and there's no question that they deserve to be in the championship game. There's no question about that. What you wondered about them is, could they win a shootout? And I thought there were only 2 teams in the country that could put them in that harm's way, which were Ohio State and Alabama. And when I was doing the SEC championship game for CBS, I said, this is their chance to knock them off, because Alabama is going to be healthier 4 weeks from now. Brian Robinson's going to be healed up. The offensive line's going to have a chance to fix the issues that were plaguing him. This is obviously in the pregame conversation. Have the chance to fix the problems that were ailing them in the Auburn game. You better get them now. And I still feel that way. I think Georgia's wonderful, but Alabama's better than they were that night. And if Alabama protects tonight, I'm taking the Crimson Tide.
Coach Rick Neuheisel is with us. You can follow him on Twitter at Coach Neuheisel. See him on CBS Sports. He's with us on the JohnstonRVCenter.com hotline. John Parker Wilson, the former Bama quarterback, you know him. He was with us earlier in the show. I asked him this question. I'll ask you the same question from a coaching perspective. Obviously, from a coaching perspective, this could be a little bit different. Do you think this is more difficult, the second go-around on Dan Lanning and Kirby Smart, trying to react to what did not work against Alabama, or on Bill O'Brien trying to be a step ahead of those guys, knowing what work may not work this second go-around?
Great question. Great question. I think for Dan Lanning and Kirby Smart, they have to simplify. as I went back and watched, and I think that's clearly the side of the ball that matters most tonight. I think Georgia's offense and Alabama's defense are going to play to 24 to 31 points. I just think that it's going to be, good on good, and somewhere between 24 and 31, unless Georgia's really loose with the ball. That's what Georgia's going to score. So the question is, what does Georgia's defense do against this high-octane offense? People are asking about the loss of Messi. What does that mean to the deal? But when you look at that game and you watch it carefully on film, there were a lot of complicated coverages that Dan Lanning and Kirby tried to concoct to take these big plays out of the deal. Almost all of them blew up in their face. They just were miscommunicated. Scene and Ringo, who play into the boundary more often than not, got it confused as to who was taking whom, and Bryce Young almost always took them to task for doing so. They had a bunch of spies, meaning that in pass rush, they'd leave one guy back to take care of the quarterback and make sure that he wasn't going to make a big play with his legs, in particular when they were playing two deep, man under coverage. The spy never touched Bryce Young. He wasn't good enough. He wasn't athletic enough. That's got to get corrected. They played a bunch of pass rush twists. And if you go back and look at Auburn's 6 sacks in that Iron Bowl, they weren't twists. They were speed rushes off the edge. Obviously enhanced a little bit because of crowd noise, but bottom line is they were speed rushes and put Bryce Young in harm's way, having to climb back into the pile. I think that's going to get corrected. So I think it's going to be a much simpler plan for the Georgia, and whether or not Alabama can protect it, hopefully taking advantage of the 4 weeks to recuperate in that front and so forth and play their best game. You got to know that Nick Saban coach teams are going to play their best game, or you have to at least assume that's going to be the case. And I still like the Crimson Tide.
It's hard to believe neither one of these guys is draft eligible, but if you could rep one of these guys for the next 5 to 10 years, Brock Bowers or Will Anderson?
Those are both good ones. If I get to be their agent, I'm going to take Will, just because that pass rushing thing probably is a little bit more expensive than the tight end. Although Kittle
is he the best player on the field tonight, Will Anderson?
He's special. He's special, and don't think it doesn't sit in his craw that he's from Georgia. And he was a late recruit for the Georgia Bulldogs, and don't think Nick Saban hasn't reminded him, as he reminded us all with the yummy rat poison. Listen, Will Anderson's special, but so too is the unicorn in Brock Bowers.
Go back to the SEC championship game, and what did Alabama do to Jordan Davis that just eliminated him from being a bigger factor? What happened in that game to him?
Jordan Davis was, as I watched that film again, Jordan Davis was fine in the run game, but Jordan Davis, the up-tempo, and Jordan Davis, I'll say Charleston Southern and Georgia Tech. I mean, those two games, he probably didn't play much, and he was out of shape. I mean, I think that can be corrected too. So I think we're going to get a more consistent pass rush. Bill O'Brien's tempo will be important, and staying on the field and not having 3 and outs tonight is critical. Most of those drives were 7-8 plays. After the first drive that went 4 plays. I mean, they stayed on the field unless it was a big play like Williams making the touchdown catch, right? But keeping Georgia out there for a number of plays and tiring that front out is also a critical factor tonight.
All right, he is Coach Rick Neuheisel. You can follow him on Twitter at Coach Neuheisel. See him on CBS. Coach, thank you so much for breaking down the game with us. Always fun talking with you.
All right, guys. Enjoy. Take care.
All right, you too. That is Coach Neuheisel with us on the JohnstonRVCenter.com hotline. You might have heard our boy Marty Smith in the background.
Yeah, about 35 yards, 40 yards away from us. Marty doesn't need a microphone.
He does not.
To get people to come over for an event they're about to do here at the Fan Central. outside of Lucas Oil Field, but they gave him a microphone anyway to herd up some people.
That's right.
They're cattle call.
They're throwing for $1 million, I think is what it is with Eckridge and.
Wait, for $1 million?
I think that's right.
Yeah.
I'll try to confirm
It's
this.
for teachers.
It's for teachers, but I think the winner would get something. There was some developing news while we were talking to Coach Neuheisel that Lance will react to, I think,
Okay.
Jim.
Let's hear it.
According to On3 Sports' Matt Zenitz, the first to report this, I believe, Jackson Dart has entered the transfer portal.
Oh. So does that mean Caleb Williams has signed?
I mean, I think that's the only thing you could. That's the only thing you could draw from that, right?
And I'm not sure. I like Caleb Williams a lot. I'm not sure he's
your
better
quarterback
than Jackson Dart, though. Jackson Dart is going to be a complete stud.
Well, there were a lot of schools that wanted
if I'm Jimmy Rain right now, I'm offering $2 or $3 million to Jackson Dart.
There were a lot of schools that wanted the services of Caleb Williams, and I think Auburn was one of those schools. Even with the transfer in of Zach Calzada, they would have taken Caleb Williams still, I think. And now is Jackson Dart. He doesn't quite have the national name that Caleb Williams did, but is Jackson Dart. I mean, like if you were in the Caleb Williams sweepstakes, why would you not be the Jackson Dart?
I'll tell you who Jackson Dart is. He's a Baker Mayfield. And I'm not a Baker Mayfield
I was about
guy.
to say, I don't know if that's the compliment you wanted to be.
In college, he's that kind of competitor. He's a grinder, man. He's good.
Yeah.
He's going to be really good.
I tell you where he could be scary. Who's the quarterback at LSU next year?
That is to be determined.
Who knows?
Right. So Brian Kelly used to recruit
Jackson
nationally,
Dart?
probably knew Jackson Dart a little bit, saw him in the rivalry game.
Yep.
You know, I'd be scared for my friend Bo Nix.
At Oregon?
At Oregon, because Jackson could fit in at Oregon really nicely with the pieces they have there.
He's a West Coast guy too.
Yeah. What would scare me a little bit if I'm in the SEC? You know, Caleb Williams is in the Georgia game. Maybe Jackson Dart's the guy who comes and replaces Stetson Bennett as the quarterback at Georgia with all those weapons.
Oof, boy.
Stetson Bennett's coming back next year.
He is coming back, but I know what you're saying. Kirby has had some interesting quarterback choices.
Well, Jackson's going to have
He's
at
got-
least 3 years.
Yeah.
At least 3 years of eligibility.
Yeah.
So, I mean, he could transfer, probably sit if he wanted to, and then be a 3-year starter with Georgia's #1 recruiting class talent.
I mean, look, again, there's a lot of people that have different views on this transfer portal, but this is really starting to become bad for college football. It's exciting for us to talk about, but like this Caleb Williams thing behind the scenes, we don't even know what something went down for Jackson Dart to transfer.
Well, I mean, I think.
But how is that bad? How's that bad?
I think what went down was Lincoln Riley got the job, and
he's bringing his guy,
Jackson
Caleb
Dart.
Williams.
Yeah, Jackson Dart found out real quickly Lincoln Riley likes Caleb Williams.
Here's why this is bad. If you're a USC fan, you see Jackson Dart for a couple of games and you get excited about the future, and now he's gone. He's gone.
Yep. You also fired your coach who recruited him, and sometimes that leads to that kind of thing happen. You brought in somebody else that you're really excited about having, but he wants someone else. You either got to be excited about Lincoln Riley or excited about Jackson Dart.
It's just the collusion, man. I mean, it's crazy.
Yeah. Well, you know, Nick Saban earlier this week was warning that there's got to be a national legislature about name, image, and likeness. It wasn't designed to be used as a recruiting tool. And usually when Nick Saban says that on this stage, he is saying to you, I know the rules. This is the way you're legislating it. If you don't do something right now, I'm about to show you how your rule isn't set up right. I'm about to show you how we're about to use at Alabama name, image, and likeness to recruit players to Alabama.
That's the way he has generally done.
That's right.
He's basically asked the question, is this what we want college football to be? College football says, yeah, that's what we want it to be. And he says, all right, watch me dominate this way.
Okay, so off the record, talking to somebody the other night, they said Bryce Young is a millionaire now.
Yeah.
He is legitimately a millionaire.
And there was
and this is like fact, like talking to this one specific person.
I mean, I don't doubt that they said that. Just tell me where you've seen Bryce Young doing commercials. That's the weird part about this.
Yeah. Well, I mean, he gets that cowherd money for whatever the volume is paying him for an exclusive.
Which I think
interview.
I probably know about what that is. That did not make him a millionaire.
No, but there's supposedly some endorsement.
The Cash App thing.
The Cash App thing is big, but the sportswear market's about to come his way.
Yeah,
I think he's about to 3-stripe it up. I think.
You think so?
I'm going to assume there's a couple of billionaire Alabama fans, right?
Yeah, probably.
And if you want to keep him happy, you could float him $1 million to do nothing.
I mean, I'm just saying that's the weird part about this. Like, you would think if Bryce Young were indeed a millionaire, and I don't doubt that he is, you would think you would see him plastered everywhere. You know, he would be in the Dr. Pepper commercials like DJ was. He
disappeared in that portal.
Boy, he did. You may never see him again. But I mean, I would imagine Bryce Young will appear in the Heisman House commercials next year.
Yeah.
Even as you don't normally see that because we haven't had NIL yet.
Yeah. That's what's coming. Nick Saban said, "Do you want the portal? Okay, I'll bring in Jameson Williams. I'll bring in Eli Ricks and Gibbs, and I'll keep doing the portal. Oh, you want to do a name, image, and likeness to recruit? Okay,
I'm going to contradict myself. I know we got to get to the lock here in a minute.
Well, we got to take a break first.
Yeah,
but yes.
But I think Bryce Young has the potential to be the best quarterback in the history of college football.
Wow.
I really do.
Yeah. Well, give me the lock and then explain to me how A and B work together. Part of our show today being brought to you by the great folks at Wayne's, that Smart Pest service there. Wayne's signed up with us to help support this trip up to Indianapolis. We appreciate them so much.
Yeah, and they proudly serve the heart of SEC country. They've been doing it since 1973. It's a long time now. More than 100,000 customers, and we are all Wayne's customers. That's who we trust for our pest control. It's who we trust for our rodent control. If you've got that issue, they've got that Smart Pest. It's who we trust for our yard service. 866-WAYNES-1, 866-WAYNES-1. If you're calling about that Smart Pest, use the TNR code, and you get $60 off your initial Smart Pest service, TNR, for the next round. But start by calling 866-WAYNES-1.
Back in a moment on the next round from Indianapolis.
Follow LT on Twitter at @TheLanceTaylor.
New year, new you, new opportunity. If you're looking to start a big project, consolidate some debt, or free up funds, a cash-out refinance can get you what you need. And Mortgage Right is there to make the refinancing process a breeze. Ready to start the new year with more cash in your pocket? Then head on over to mortgageright.com/TNR. That's mortgageright.com/TNR. A good locally owned company. mortgageright.com/TNR. NMLS 2239, Equal Housing Lender. The Double Down Media podcast family is live and full of content for all ages. The Mystery Fifth Hour gives the next round host a chance to talk about everything but sports. Pour a glass of Bama and bourbon, our weekly college football conversation while sipping some of the most interesting pours in the bourbon world. And our Not For All Ages podcast, The Last Call. LT takes off the gloves for an in-depth conversation with stars like Taylor Hicks, presented by Redmond Vodka. Find those podcasts and more by searching The Next Round on Apple, Spotify, and on our website, nextroundlive.com.
Hey, Lance Taylor from the Next Round. I'm absolutely loving my Alfa Romeo Stelvio that I've been in for months now, and right now you can get up to $3,500 bonus cash plus 1.9% financing for 72 months on the all-new 2021 Alfa Romeo Giulias and the Stelvios at Alfa Romeo of Birmingham. Come experience the passion and performance of Alfa Romeo. Alfa Romeo USA of Birmingham.com, 1837 Grants Mill Road, exit 27, right off of I-459.
Vulcan Tire and Automotive is hiring. If you want to take advantage of joining in with a local growing company in the automotive service industry, this is the opportunity for you. Hiring oil and tire technicians and more experienced mechanics. If you've got the talent and the desire, there is a spot for you at Vulcan Tire and Auto. Stop by one of their 4 locations and the manager on site can walk you through the pay scale, great benefits, and flexible work schedule. Get paid to build your future in the industry. Moody, Trustful, Hoover, and Gardendale, VulcanTireandAuto.com.
The Next Round team is getting healthy in 2022. You could join the challenge as we look to lose weight with our friends at Way to Wellness. Plus, you can participate with your office as well and win a grand prize. For more information, go to nextroundlive.com.
Hey, Lance Taylor from the Next Round to tell you about our friends at Farm Folio. If you're concerned about market volatility or inflation, Farm Folio can help you diversify your portfolio into cash-flowing farmland property. We all know about rental real estate. Cash flow and appreciation are the name of the game. With Farm Folio's productive farmland lots, your trees act as the tenants, and they pay you in fruit, which is sold by Farm Folio's international sales team to the likes of Walmart and Costco, ultimately generating cash flow for you. As your cash flow increases, your property value also increases. Just like tenant-occupied real estate, the best part is you don't have to be a farmer. You own, they farm, and you earn. This is the way it works at Farmfolio. For more information, you can go online, check everything out today. Go to farmfolio.net. That's farmfolio.net. Check it out today. If you're concerned about that market volatility or inflation, Farmfolio is your best friend. Go online today, farmfolio.net. Hey, Lance Taylor from the Next Round. You've heard me for years talk about our friends at Bromberg's Jewelers, and we welcome you to stop by and see that great customer service at the Mountain Brook and Summit locations. But we'd also love for you to check out their new online shop. They've got plenty to choose from. Great gifts, big and small. Available online, they've got David Yurman, Tudor watches, select diamond and gemstone jewelry, William Henry, seasonal and favorite giftware items, and baby gifts as well. They've even got an online sale section. For more information, Brombergs.com.
Anheuser-Busch wants every experience for you around beer to be a good one. And getting home safely is always a priority. So encourage friends to decide to ride, whether it's by being the designated driver, calling an Uber, or taking public transit. You cannot drive drunk if you don't drive there. This message is brought to you by Anheuser-Busch, Mothers Against Drunk Driving, Uber, Birmingham Budweiser, and the Next Round. Anheuser-Busch, St. Louis, Missouri.
Want more of the show? Download the app or visit nextroundlive.com for the latest podcast, The Mystery Fifth Hour, our Not For All Ages podcast, The Last Call, and the entire Double Down Media podcast family. All at nextroundlive.com and on the Next Round app.
Gaston and his Brad Nessler, Todd Blackledge voice. I wonder what Scott's up to. Scott who? Scott Cochran.
There's a guy that's disappeared.
Wow. Yeah.
Don't even think about him anymore, do you?
Yeah. Lock of the day every day on the show. And then we got some developing news involving the college football playoffs here in Indianapolis and the future of the CFP. But first, the lock of the day brought to you by Iron Mountain Drains and Plumbing, ironmountainworld.com, 205-516-4927. Jeremy Purvis is that good plumber you need on standby always. Jeremy Purvis and his team can handle commercial and residential plumbing needs, and they give you an absolutely free quote. They are licensed, bonded, and insured right there, and they have some unbelievable warranties, but those free quotes is money in the bank right there for you. They can handle all your plumbing and jetter services, everything from drips to new fixtures. It is Iron Mountain Drains and Plumbing, 205-516-4927. Just remember, the plumber you need on standby, ironmountainworld.com, IRON, ironmountainworld.com, LT.
Man, you never get Alabama in this spot as an underdog.
Oh, listen to the setup right here.
It happened, SEC championship. We locked Alabama plus the 6.5. They won the game outright, not even close. I hate this for Tide fans. I really do. But Georgia's going to win this game tonight. And I think their defense up front is going to dominate Alabama's offensive line. And I think Bryce Young is going to be running for his life. This is an Alabama offensive line that was 102nd nationally in sacks allowed, almost 3 per game. They played great in the SEC championship. I don't see them backing it up. I think Georgia wins a low-scoring game tonight. I think Georgia wins the game by 14.
By 14 points.
Which gets me out in the third quarter.
I saw on our Farmfolio chat room, the betting line had dropped down to 1. Is that true?
I'm seeing 2.5. I'll pull it right now, but I saw 2.5.
So if
earlier.
it has dropped down to 1 or 1.5, what does that tell you?
That tells you there is some billionaire heavy money on Alabama.
Oh, I saw that Mattress Max guy's got $6.5 million on Alabama. Did you see that?
Yeah.
Is that $6.5 million on Alabama?
Yes.
By the way, he's about a 50-50 guy.
Yeah, I mean, that does not mean anything except for the fact that Mattress Mac has more money than he knows what to do with.
No, it's Georgia. It's back up to 3.
So Milkman asked you the question. You touched on it right there. Where is Georgia better than Alabama?
Yeah.
You just said in the trenches.
Yeah. Look,
although they were not in the first game.
You guys have watched Georgia a ton this year.
I have
no idea how Alabama's offense was that good.
You know, that's really the only place, just off the top of my head, Dunaway, that's the only place I would say Georgia is better than Alabama.
But they
weren't the first game.
Who's the second best team Georgia played other than Alabama?
It's a fair point.
It's Clemson.
It probably is Clemson, and their only touchdown was a pick 6.
Yeah.
So it's a fair point. I just think this Georgia defense can be dominant. Again, it's hard to believe because Alabama went out and put 536 on them and 41 points. I just don't see that again. I think Georgia is going to play with a major chip on the shoulder. I think it's the reversal of what we saw in the SEC championship.
Alabama's secondary is better than Georgia's receivers.
That's how it could happen.
Alabama's secondary is better than Georgia's quarterback.
Georgia's defensive line is so much better,
than Alabama's offensive line. I don't disagree with you on that.
But Phil Mathis is starting to play really good.
Yeah, if you take the reverse of that, I think Alabama's defensive front is better than Georgia's offensive line.
Yep.
With Mathis, Will Anderson.
Stetson Bennett is like as cool as like Tom Brady right now. Like he, for whatever reason, isn't feeling any pressure.
But Bryce Young is cooler than him.
Yeah.
Well, he's a lot better than him.
There's no doubt.
So the question continues to be, where are they better than?
And I really do think it's defensive front versus Alabama. I think it's in the trenches. Defensive front versus Alabama's offensive line.
And
I think that's the only place you can say Georgia is better.
Yeah.
And I agree.
And I think that is what will decide the game.
There's no doubt that's a huge spot.
It did it.
Yeah.
It almost did it all.
I told you guys earlier, if you could tell me like sacks, I think that's almost as important as turnovers tonight. Like if Georgia has 4 or 5 sacks, game's over.
Another factor that maybe you can't get a feel of yet until the game starts tonight. I've been telling you it's 2-1 Georgia fans. It may be higher than that here in Indianapolis.
Somebody just told us 10-1.
Yeah,
I think it's 3-1.
Again, that had no impact on the last game.
It
was
did
the
not.
same way.
But when we get inside the stadium tonight, different setup than you get at Mercedes-Benz Stadium. But this thing's built for football. And it is going to be, it's a loud place, I'm told. I've never been to a game in there. It's a loud place. Georgia fans are going to outnumber Alabama fans at least 2-1.
Right.
And that, if they make the noise, that could cause the problems for the offensive line that it did down at Jordan-Hare. It's not Jordan-Hare.
No, it's 68,000 seats, so it's hard to believe that would be a massive issue, but maybe it will. I don't know.
Let's also remember that Georgia, although they've lost, 5 straight to Alabama, and 4 of those games they've been up double digits.
No, that's the thing. So they've lost them in the most painful way possible.
It doesn't even matter if they get a lead in some of these games.
Michelson brings us a breaking news now involving the college football playoff and the future of it, brought to you by our friends at Michelson Laser Vision.
Yeah, make that call today, 969-8100. If you want to find out if LASIK is right for you, call today, ask for Amy, tell her the next round sent you. They will hook you up with a free consultation, 969-8100, online, michelsonlaservision.com.
So everyone that runs the college football playoff, the college commissioners, all those people that are involved, they meet at this event. And the thing that was on the table today was an expanded playoff. And Bob Bowlesby, the Big 12 commissioner, has come out of the meeting and said there is absolutely no movement. And according to those that are at the press conference, appears very frustrated. He's used the word disappointed. He asked the media if they've ever seen Groundhog Day, that it's the same thing over and over and over again. His quote, everybody is more concerned about their own silos than everybody else's. He pointed out Mike Slive and Jim Delaney got past their differences to get to 4, and both of them said we need to do what's best for college football. His quote, that did not happen here. So there'll be no college football playoff expansion in the near future.
Yeah, not yet. And again, we told you when they announced the playoff sites, the championship sites, that Las Vegas, after the 2024 season, the 2025 national championship game, is the first place they have 2 alternate dates. One set up with the current format, one with what would be an expanded format, I think January 6th or January 20th for that national championship game. So it looks like that would be the earliest we would get to a playoff expansion.
Yeah. I was talking to someone involved with the college football playoff, though, that told me off the record that first Vegas date has some major issues. That Vegas date, the second date, works much, much better. Apparently, and Lunsford may know what this is, the CES show. It's a big event out in Vegas, and I think it has something to do with
Comic-Con?
I don't know if it's Comic-Con or not, but it's the
the 2 biggest.
It's not AVN, right?
The 2 biggest conventions that come to Vegas every year is
the Consumer Electronics Show.
Okay, that's what I thought. Yeah. Yeah. Okay.
Yeah. The electronic show and the I think there's a huge car industry show out there. Those are the 2 biggest events that come to town every year.
And I think, if I was told correctly, that first date falls during the CES show. So that there are some major issues because apparently those 2 events book Vegas solid.
That's right.
And now we're in Indianapolis, which is not Vegas hotel wise. And hotel rooms are impossible to get here.
By the way, I did a good job on our Verbo. Would you guys agree?
We've had a place to sleep. Absolutely.
No, I think it's a cool place.
That's a cool place. Yeah.
Stuart Mandel says that Mark Keenum, who is the college football playoff board chair, he's the president of Mississippi State, and this was the president that had a chance to meet on this, said that automatic qualifiers continue to be the main sticking point. some still want it to be specifically Power 5 champions and not include a lot more of the group of 5. They want it to be Power 5 champions as the automatic qualifiers.
I've never liked the automatic qualifier, but I've always just assumed that if you expanded it, you would have to accept that no conference is going to go along with it if they're not promised a spot at the table.
Yeah, by the way, Power 5 champions, we wouldn't see this matchup tonight.
Well, I mean, if you had a 12 team though, Georgia would have been an at-large.
There would have been some wild cards, yeah. But the Power 5 champions, they don't want to give automatic to the group of 5 is what this comes down to.
Right.
At this point.
One spot, man. That's one spot out of 12 that they're worried about.
Yeah.
Does that seem that significant to you?
No, I mean
it's one spot.
They let the Pittsburgh Steelers into the NFL playoffs this year, right? And
well, yeah, dude, that is a super average Pittsburgh team.
Do you guys think
and
Ohio
gave them a primetime slot?
Yeah. If Ohio State was playing in this game against either team, could they win this game?
No,
I don't.
No, not the Ohio State team that Michigan ran off the field. And I'm not big into comparing games. You guys know that. But then Georgia turns around and absolutely schools that same Michigan team.
Yeah, I think defensively they'd have problems. That offense, so.
Quick break. One more segment before we head over to Lucas Oil Stadium to watch the national championship tonight. Some final thoughts when we come back to Indianapolis. Thanks, everyone, for being a part on the JohnsonRVCenter.com hotline. This is the next round.
Hey, Lance Taylor with the next round. I want to tell you about our guys at Chorus Smart Secure, local smart home security company in Hoover with over 200 5-star reviews. I made the swap from one of those big security companies to Chorus, and the cameras and automation are awesome. Tell them the next round sent you and receive a free Sonos soundbar with the purchase of any smart home system. Call Chorus Smart Secure today, 205-920-1020. That's 205-920-1020.
The Double Down Media podcast family is live and full of content for all ages. The Mystery Fifth Hour gives the next round host a chance to talk about everything but sports. Pour a glass of Bama and bourbon, our weekly college football conversation, while sipping on some of the most interesting pours in the bourbon world. And in our Not For All Ages podcast, The Last Call, LT takes off the gloves for in-depth conversations with stars like Taylor Hicks, presented by Redmont Vodka. Find these podcasts and more by searching The Next Round on Apple, Spotify, and on our website, nextroundlive.com.
This hour of the next round is presented by Cardinal Roofing, the cardinal rule for all your roofing needs. Your home for financing, one-day jobs, and more than 500 5-star reviews. Call Cardinal Roofing today, 205-900-ROOF, and mention the next round to receive $100 off your next roof replacement. Stay up to date with the next round at nextroundlive.com. The latest videos from the show, plus podcasts like the Mystery Fifth Hour, Bama and Bourbon, Last Call, and others from the Double Down Media podcast family. You can start your day with the latest college football stories, plus easy to listen to hour-by-hour downloads of the live show. NextRoundLive.com, a great way to stream the show live or shop in the Next Round store. Make NextRoundLive.com your homepage. That's NextRoundLive.com.
At Culver's, we cook our butter burgers pretty much the same as you would at home. Only our 3-cut blend of fresh beef will do. Then you'll need to master our signature press and sear technique. You may want to practice a few thousand times. Add real Wisconsin cheese, top with a lightly buttered toasted bun, and serve yourself with a big warm smile.
Better yet, come to Culver's and leave the whole cook-to-order butter burger thing to us. Welcome to Delicious.
A legendary coach once said, "It's not the will to win that matters, it's the will to prepare to win." Bryant bankers have the dedication and experience to put together a financial game plan that's right for you. Stop by one of the 7 Central Alabama locations today or give them a call at 1-855-4-BRYANT to begin preparing for your financial future today. You'll find out what unbeatable service and legendary results are all about. Bryant Bank, Equal Housing Lender, member FDIC.
The Double Down Media podcast family is live and full of content for all ages. The Mystery Fifth Hour gives the next round hosts a chance to talk about everything but sports. Pour a glass of Bama and bourbon, our weekly college football conversation, while sipping some of the most interesting pours in the bourbon world. And our Not For All Ages podcast, The Last Call, presented by Redmont Vodka. LT has in-depth conversations with personalities like Clay Travis and Taylor Hicks. Find those podcasts and more by searching The Next Round on Apple and Spotify. And remember to like and subscribe.
Have you you had a pipe burst, a washing machine overflow, maybe your toilet or bathtub has overflowed upstairs and now you have water coming through your ceiling? Big problem for you? No problem for a Dry Tech specialist. They're ready to help. It is important to act immediately when water damage occurs. Failing to do so can cause mold, rot, and mildew issues. Long-term exposure to these toxins can cause many health issues down the road. So act fast. Your first step is calling Dry Tech Solutions, 205-637-0143. They have 24/7 emergency services, 205-637-0143 or mydrytech.com.
Hey, Lance Taylor from the next round to tell you about my friends at Michelson Laser Vision, located conveniently UAB Highlands. Almost 20 years ago, I went in for the procedure. Only took 12 minutes for both eyes. When I went in, I had 2200 vision. I was legally blind. Now I have 20/15 vision, still 19 years later. Make the call today. Schedule a hassle-free consultation, 969-8100. Dr. Mark Michelson, Dr. Jen Michelson, Michelson Laser Vision. Make sure you tell them the next round sent you, 969-8100 or MichelsonLaserVision.com.
Follow Next Round Live on Twitter, Instagram, Facebook, and YouTube. The social media team at Next Round Live is dedicated to giving you daily news conferences and practice video from UAB, Alabama, Auburn, and around college football. Follow and compare to the sites you used to visit. You'll also get the latest highlights and news from the Next Round Daily Show. Turn on the notifications so you don't miss a thing. Follow Next Round Live on Twitter, Instagram, Facebook, and YouTube. See more at nextroundlive.com.
Start your day online with our website, nextroundlive.com. The latest videos, podcasts, and college football stories. It's also a great way to stream the show or shop in the Next Round store. Stay connected by visiting nextroundlive.com.
Back with you on the Next Round, final segment of the show, being brought to you in part by our friends at Mortgage Right. Mortgage Right brings you the next round.
Yeah, hey, look, if you're looking to put a little extra cash in your pocket in 2022, you need to visit mortgageright.com/TNR NMLS 2239 equal housing lender.
All right, so before we get out of here, a couple of Kirby Smart sound bites. This one's the most important to me. Kirby Smart was asked about winning a championship and playing a team like Alabama. They didn't do it in the SEC championship. What do you have to do to win tonight, Kirby?
We played really well throughout the year, played consistent. We didn't have a lot of letdowns. And, you know, we played the best team we've played this year in the SEC championship. And it was a great matchup. They won most of those matchups. You look across the board. So we've been trying to improve in areas since that game so that we can be at our best when our best is needed. You know, a lot of people talk about this and that about the SEC championship game, but at the end of the day, we played a really good football team, and they won more matchups than we did.
That's it.
And that's Kirby Smart there talking about being the best. Oop. All right, Rockstar, we're having a problem with our connection there with the crowd that has grown here outside of Lucas Oil Stadium. But that was Kirby talking about being the best when the best is called on. And that's what didn't happen for them in the game against Georgia. You have not had a chance to answer what LT said about the lock. You think this game plays out how, Ryan?
I think Alabama wins this game again. I think Alabama is going to be better at running back than they were in this first game with Brian Robinson being back healthy. I think that's a huge factor in this game. I do think, obviously, at receiver there is a big question, but I think that big question is going against the weakest part of Georgia's defense, that secondary. I can't express to you how many guys were running wide open against that Georgia secondary in the SEC championship game, wide open. Bryce Young made some great throws in that game. Bryce Young also threw to some wide open guys, and that secondary has not been fixed. So I think a guy like Ja'Cory Brooks could have a really big game tonight.
Well, look, you shut down Jamison Williams, this offense is going to fall apart.
Yep.
You know what's crazy is Jamison Williams had 7 grabs against Georgia in the SEC championship, and he had 7 grabs against Cincinnati. It seemed a lot different.
No, you're right. The 7 grabs against Georgia were explosive grabs. He had to fight for every yard against Cincy. They can't take Jamison Williams out of the game. They're not good enough to do it in the secondary.
I think I was in the argument for one of the most hungover people in Indianapolis this morning.
Right.
I think Kirby Smart's going to be that guy tomorrow.
You think he will be? He'll be so excited tonight. 4 meetings, the last 4 that Alabama have won.
Yep.
Again, this is from ESPN stats. 240 minutes played. Georgia has led in 171 of those 240 minutes.
Yeah, hey, and that number grew significantly in the SEC championship game. Think about before that.
It really grew, though, in the national championship game in 2017, which started out.
No. I mean, how much Alabama had led. I'm sorry.
Okay, yes.
Yeah. No,
So the gap. It put a little gap between Georgia leading all the
That's
time.
right. If you go back to the 2 most heartbreaking losses they have suffered against Alabama, they are the 17 championship game and the 18 SEC championship game. Georgia led almost those entire 2 games. If you think about it, Bama did not lead that national championship game until the final play in overtime. That was the only time they led that game. The 18 SEC championship game, they did not lead that game.
It's crazy.
Until Jalen Hurts went in for the game-winning touchdown after the fake punt.
When was Barkley on our show, Charles Barkley?
Monday.
Monday.
He brought up that Kirby needs to get a little wild.
Do something different.
Roll it.
That's what he kept saying.
Do you guys think that happens tonight?
That is so against his character. Kirby is his character as a coach. Kirby is a conservative coach. He likes to play, ball position, field position, play the clock, keep things slow. That's his nature as a coach. So no, I would say not.
In that the follow-up from ESPN stats of that stat I gave you that they've led in the last 4 losses to Alabama, they've led 171 of the 240 minutes. The other side of that is in those 4 games in the second half, Georgia has been outscored 79-21 in those 4 losses.
That's a problem.
Yeah. So the leads have been in the first half, Bama coming back and then taking the lead and beating them down the stretch. 79-21 outscoring Georgia in the second half.
That's what's fascinating to me about this game because, if Georgia jumps out early, how do they play this?
Very, very scared because the early lead has not helped them one bit.
I'll tell you,
one bit.
If Bama jumps out early, game's over.
Yeah, that is true because at the SEC championship game, Alabama had just 46 yards in the first quarter, just 46 in the first quarter.
That game was 10-0, and Bama had bad field position. They were dead and gone.
Oh, it was gone.
If Bama punts that ball back to Georgia, that game is absolutely over. And instead, they hit Jamison Williams for the long touchdown pass.
Was it Battle that dropped the early interception?
Battle dropped the pick 6 to start the game. But
I thought that was the moment that was going to flip everything.
Yeah.
Like with him dropping that, I thought Georgia for sure was going to win that.
Yeah, you feel like you don't get very many of those opportunities. But had they had to punt it back to Georgia there, that game's probably over at that point. But Bryce Young hit Jamison Williams for the touchdown, and Alabama could not be stopped from that point on. They scored on 5 consecutive possessions.
All right, so that is it. That's the show here. Thanks to Champy's World Famous Fried Chicken, Adam Mestre, JohnstonRVCenter.com, Wayne Smart Pest Control, Hemp Hill Services, Culver's, and ATIX for bringing us our coverage from Indianapolis. We'll do it as well in the post show. And again, tomorrow, same time, same channel, right here with our next round coverage of the national championship. Tonight, 7 o'clock Central, 8 o'clock here in Indianapolis with freezing temperatures outside. One hot time inside Lincoln Oil Stadium. It's Alabama and Georgia. One more championship for the SEC, and we'll be back tomorrow to talk about it right here on the next round. Until next time, God bless you and God bless America.